Welcome back to the Convo Couch, everybody. Pasta Jardula here.
And I'm Fiorella.
And Johnny Sue's over there still spinning on those ones and twos. Well, fam, I'd like to say it's the day after, but it's still the moment of, I guess, in the middle of the night last night for some Americans, where they went to sleep. Donald Trump had a sound lead in Wisconsin, in Michigan, but what do you know? Magical ballots appeared, 100,000 like that in Wisconsin to put him in the lead. To narrow the gap in Michigan to put Biden in the lead as well, 200,000 ballots just showed up. We're even getting some reports, fams, that there's more votes than voters. Is that possible?
Well, it's only possible if you've done some shenanigans. So we'll get to that in a minute, but we have a guest today, don't we?
Oh, we have a great guest because we need answers. You know him. He comes on the show all the time. He's one of our foreign policy experts, our good friend of the fam. Mark Sloboda's with us. How you doing there, Mark?
Pasta, Fiorella, Johnny.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me on. It's always an honor and a pleasure to be on the conversation couch.
We love you. But let's just get it right off the jump. Mark, how did Putin do it last night? How did he fix the election for Biden? Tell us how.
Well, I don't think it's any surprise. Putin has made comments about how much he would prefer a serious partner for arms control, someone willing to renegotiate, to immediately renew the New START treaty pending further negotiation on a more extended treaty, more extensive. Many saw that, I think, as a notice of his preference for Joe Biden. Despite all the Russian president's protestations to the contrary, that Russia had no influence and no direct interest even in the U.S. election, and they would work with whomever the American people selected as their leader. We all know the real score, that Putin jumped ship from Trump and backed Joe Biden.
And how is Russia perceiving right now the way the American elections have gone thus far?
Okay, well, as usual, Russians do not understand Americans' archaic, anti-democratic electoral system, the Electoral College and so on. When you try to explain that to Russians, they're like, I thought you were a democracy. And they're pretty befuddled, even those minority that would be normally supportive of the United States. But there was a poll carried out just in a couple days before the election, asking. This was carried out by the independent, actually pro-opposition pollster Levada, which has been funded by the U.S. government in the past, and it asked the question, who do Russians want to see as the next American president? And 9% of them said Joe Biden, and 16% of them said Donald Trump, and 65% of them said we have no opinion. It doesn't make any difference either way. They're both going to do the same thing in office.
Yeah. Well, Mark, you were a Democrat abroad for a long time. You're no longer one of the clan members of the Democrats, but how do you perceive what happened with this election last night? I mean, you're no stranger to the game here, and you know the Democratic Party well. And I hate the fact that they're making me stand up here for Donald Trump, but we've been screaming about these elections for quite some time. You have any thoughts on the way some of these states like Wisconsin, 100,000 ballots in the still of the night, Michigan, 200,000 ballots in the still of the night, all in a mail-in system that I've been calling and we've been calling on the show to be somewhat ripe for fraud?
Yeah, I certainly have some questions how the vote total so quickly and so overwhelmingly jumped from a Trump lead to a Biden lead in Wisconsin and Michigan. And there's a few questions about a few others. I hope and I believe that the Republican Party will push for a serious recount, not because I want to see Donald Trump win, simply because I find those returns awfully suspicious. There was a little too much of this occurring during the Democratic primary for me to be sanguine about watching it happen during a general election. I think there are genuine questions. I want to see the county by county recall. I would like to see a total recount, definitely, of those two states, and God knows what's going to happen in Pennsylvania yet. And as much again as I want to see every ballot counted, there has to be some rules and accountability. And I do question Supreme Court decisions that would allow ballots to be, in Pennsylvania in particular, I think there's a few other states in question, to see absentee ballots counted 3 days after the election. I mean, if there is proof positive that the ballot was cast, before the end of election day, okay, well, that's legitimate. But every single ballot is going to be scrutinized and counted and challenged, much like we saw in 2000 in Florida, in the United States, in the Al Gore, George W. Bush competition. It's going to be a dirty, nasty, messy business, but of course the presidency is on the line, and no one is going to take this lying down, unlike, say, as you pointed out rightly in the minutes before we went live, on how Bernie Sanders laid down and died during 2 Democratic primaries when he was being when there was a powerful institutional interventions being used to hinder his candidacy, shall we say.
Yeah, and Donald Trump is no Bernie Sanders, so I think the Democrats are going to have a fight to put up with. Now, Russia, I'm mentioning Russia because throughout the last 3 years, the Democratic Party has pushed the Russiagate narrative, which there's multiple now sources confirming from the intelligence community themselves that Russiagate is completely false, etc., to now regarding Julian Assange's supposed collusion with Russiagate, which has also been deemed false by these unredacted documents. Do you think in any way, shape, or form that if Donald Trump does win this election, that the Democratic Party is going to go back to Russiagate, or is there something new perhaps with China that they're going to be pursuing?
Well, I don't think so much with China. I think there's actually a little bit too much a question of corruption between Joe Biden's son, Hunter, on the board of several Chinese companies. Again, there's a question of whether it's technically illegal or simply completely unethical, for Joe Biden's son to profit off of his father's name with foreign countries the way he has, and China's no less. But I have absolutely no doubt that Russia is the Democrats' chosen bête noire above all. And they will immediately return to it full stream. I saw today prominent Democrats, party-wise, commenting about how Putin was having a very good day early on. And I'm like, well, yeah, technically it is a Russian national holiday today. But
So what does that mean, though, for since the fact that the Democrats have spewed this whole Russiagate narrative, anything that happened, if a tree caught on fire in California, it was Russia's fault. They hacked the electrical grid in the Northeast to freeze people out. I heard there was rumors that the Russians pushed to have the 1994 crime bill signed. for crying out loud. Like, everything was Russia's fault, Russia's fault, Russia's fault. Now, if Joe Biden wins this election and holds on, we know about Donald Trump pulling out of these nuclear agreements. What's the relationship going to be like between Biden and Putin?
What it almost certainly means is that whoever wins this fiasco at the end of the day, or the end of several days, or the end of a couple months, however long it takes, that whoever the next president is, it's almost certain that relations with Russia, the world's second military power after the United States, a country with a nuclear arsenal equal to that of the United States, will not improve at all. That tensions will continue where they are now, and they are at at the end of the Trump presidency, they are at a level worse in many ways than at the worst days of the Cold War, worse than the Cuban Missile Crisis, simply because there are no rules of the game anymore. Right now, there's not even any arms control treaties limiting the numbers of nuclear warheads pointed at each other. And more than that, there's not a sense of respect and a belief that compromises need to be made from a realist foreign policy basis on each side in order, to limit the potential for mutually assured destruction. That's gone. It doesn't exist anymore. And Russia is castigated as the enemy other, responsible for everything and every bit of dissent or disagreement on the United States, whether foreign policy or even domestic, the way it hasn't been since the 1950s McCarthyism era and the blacklists.
What about the censorship? Because we started seeing this with the Biden-Burisma story, with the giant media conglomerates like Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, etc. But now, when Trump was tweeting about possibly being the Democrats cheating the election, so many of his tweets were censored. Is that going to only get worse with a Joe Biden presidency?
Well, I certainly don't think it's going to get any better. I mean, let's be honest. The U.S. government is in tight with Twitter, with Facebook, with Jeff Bezos, with Amazon, with Google, the whole nine yards. And Julian Assange has written extensively about that in articles online, but also in his longer form book, Google is Not What It Seems. It's not just about Google, it's about all of these tech giants. And Twitter loves now to label non-U.S. allied countries' state media as state affiliated, to let you know that this is from not only state affiliated, of course, but from a country that is not foreign policy aligned with the United States. That, of course, doesn't happen with U.S. state media or British state media or German state media, or any other number of countries, Qatar, Al Jazeera, it's from the Qatari dictatorship. But it's actually Twitter that is an entirely state-affiliated social media platform. There is a revolving door between the top echelons of these tech companies and positions within the government, particularly within the State Department, what is often referred to as the blob by Ben Rhodes, or by others as the deep state, or the American deep state in particular.
Mark, you know about these elections. Like we said, you're a Democrat abroad, and you've been a Democrat before. What's it going to take for Americans to wake up to see that our elections are just nothing more than a sham, and to really push back against this? Not just because it's Donald Trump. We've seen it happen with Bernie Sanders and whatnot, and everybody's sleeping on this thing. What's it going to take?
Well, I don't think there is anything that will do it, because the majority of the American people are so entrenched in this political theater, this partisan Coke or Pepsi type of warfare, and they're quite content. And there's a lot of interests in the media, in the parties, in corporate interests, the military defense industries, all tied in with the status quo, the continuance of the if we don't say rigged, then we would have to say extensively filtered and vetted by corporate power. American elections are through the respective two parties of power, these political machines that regularly sue to keep third parties off the ballot, third parties that don't have anywhere near a chance of winning, of course, even off the ballot, so that Americans don't even have the choice, but still calling themselves a democracy in the process, while castigating other countries around the world for not being as, I don't know, I guess as anti-democratic as the United States is. I do not see any potential for change in the United States domestically, bar a huge depression, a huge major war, a pandemic of a much higher lethality rate than what we have seen thus far with COVID-19. These are a dramatic environmental or climate change catastrophe. These are the only types of things that would create the type of social shock that would allow what is normally unthinkable to happen, and for major political change to happen. I don't see any hope other than horrible catastrophe otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, just going off of that, Mark, there's a few journalists like Whitney Webb that have been talking about this whole confrontation, because now Donald Trump is set to challenge a lot of these races with fraud. And so then the Democratic Party, Joe Biden's campaign, is saying they're on the pathway to winning. So we're probably going to see a confrontation. We also have Donald Trump's base who's ready and standing by, as Donald Trump has said, to really go out there and viciously fight to make Donald Trump president. Is there a possibility, and what do you think of it, of seeing this civil war situation developing, and further with that coming along the idea of this martial law? Because that to me would be something easily implemented, especially during a pandemic and civil unrest.
Yeah. Of course, we are very close to what many have been predicting for months now, a serious constitutional crisis developing, because Trump has been quite explicit that he's not going to accept some of these returns. While, again, I don't necessarily am a Trump supporter any more than I am a Biden supporter. I don't support either one of them. There are a few points where he has, I think, legitimate concerns that do need poring over, and seeing what happened in these counties in some of these states. But if the polls are, if what the numbers we're looking at are correct now, it looks like Joe Biden is going to edge Trump out. Trump is going to challenge these state by state, county by county, ballot by ballot, and he's going to try to pull it up into the Supreme Court, where, of course, he has now an enormous, or the conservatives, the Republicans have an enormous advantage in the Supreme Court, which is where the constitutional crisis really blows up. And Trump will continue tweeting. Or if he's kicked off Twitter by Jack, I don't know, he'll find some way to get his word out there to his supporters. Now, I don't think there's any serious possibility of civil war per se. That's I think a fantasy, but there is certainly a potential for serious unrest, large violent protests. A few of these minority extremist groups on either side, whether it's the Proud Boys and the so-called Antifa, these anarchists on the other. I think there's every potential for, a small amount of violence on both sides. There are almost certainly in such a situation will be injuries and deaths, but I don't think it will be anything, particularly huge. I don't think most citizens are going to take to the streets and pick up arms to overthrow one government or the other. It's going to be extremists on either side and large protests, which will be put down, but with the type of military state police force that we saw with Black Lives Matters and Anti-Keystone XL and the other big protest movements in recent years. And there will be a bit of a police state, and there will be increasing petty partisan divide in Washington as a result of all of this. And, there was, if Donald Trump had done terrible tonight, if he had done the way some of the polls were predicting, and we had a terrible poll malfunction somehow again 4 years after that initial one, some questions seriously need to be, and pollsters definitely need to be called to account for what has happened there. But if Donald Trump had done that bad, there was every possibility that the Republican Party elite would find the political room necessary to do what a lot of them have wanted to do all along and condemn Trump and the direction that Trump has taken the party. But with the popularity he's shown tonight, well, definitely not maybe quite half the country, but he's definitely got upwards of 45% of it, the voting portion of it anyway. And he's got the Republican Party base locked up. The elite, whether they support him privately or not, is going to have to follow in lockstep with his attempts to legally challenge for the presidency. And there is no hope of an anti-Trump move within the Republican Party. That hope has definitely been dashed. So Trump has therefore, in many ways, mostly in bad ways, changed not only the Republican Party, but in so doing, he's changed the entirety of American political discourse, I think, for a good time to come. The Democrats, in a much subtler and less, shall we say, flamboyant and bombastic way, have done the same thing by continuing to railroad the pre-selected establishment candidates, these geriatric leaders whom could not muster the excitement and the energy to beat Donald Trump solidly, which they should have, even after the last disastrous 4 years. And I think it's going to increasingly turn a lot of potential people away from the Democratic Party. Not necessarily towards any third party, because that's not a relative option, but simply into complete political apathy and alienation.
Well, listen, at this table over here on this show, we don't support Biden. We don't support Trump, but we do support Putin. And we're going to need a lot of vodka. So if you can tell him to send us some, because the AP just called Wisconsin for Biden, and it's about to get real crazy over here, Mark.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us, my friend. We really do appreciate you coming on.
Thanks for having me, guys. Always an honor and a pleasure.
Definitely, my friend. So that's that, ladies and gentlemen. You just heard it right here. AP just called Wisconsin for Joe Biden. 1,630,000 votes, 396 to 1,609,000 votes. About 20,000 votes. Like we said in the still of the night last night, there was 100,000 votes like that for Joe Biden. It will be contested. I think they're going to call it quick fam because they want to try to get out in front. And if Trump does try to protest, they're going to make him look like a sore loser. You're just protesting. You're not giving over power. Your thoughts on this?
In a way, though, it's about time somebody protested an election. It's unfortunate that it has to be one of the most easily hateable people in our history as president. But Bernie Sanders didn't contest the election.
Twice, yeah.
and twice. And a lot of even these Democrats, when they contest the election, they don't really go through with it. They just kind of roll over and do it. This is like this is going to be a major thing for Donald Trump if he really follows through with contesting the election, which is his entire base and the entire basically Republican constituency want him to do. It's going to set a precedent for being able to talk about election fraud, because right now, like Pasta said, talking about election fraud, you're deemed a sore loser. You're deemed somebody that people are so scared to even mention that. People like Bernie Sanders, congressional candidates have multiple times said, no, I can't do that because I'm going to get that label. And maybe it's about time that this changes. This isn't the first time we've seen election fraud. We've seen it with Bernie Sanders. We saw it with Bush versus Gore. We've seen it time and time again since the beginning of this country. So why did it have to take Donald Trump to be the one to do this? I don't know. But this is where it's going to be. It's going to get really polarized out there, Pasta. It's already. I mean, today, in the last few hours, I was called a Trumper for simply saying, dude, they're going to do this via the mail ballots. This is like, he called it. And people like Hillary Clinton, Pete Buttigieg, and the entire establishment were saying verbatim the exact same thing.
Yeah.
We have to count every single ballot, I'm not saying we don't have to count every single ballot. I'm saying, since when do the Democrats care about counting ballots? I literally just retweeted things about Texas and about Bernie Sanders in the primary where they didn't give a damn about counting any of these ballots, especially provisional ballots. Don't tell me that all of a sudden Democrats care about election integrity.
Yeah.
This is a bunch of bull, and they can easily cheat via the mail-ins, right, Pasta?
We've been saying this for a long time. We've been looking at this, and this was even before COVID when we started getting suspicious, and I started calling my registrar like, wait a second, who makes our mail-in ballots? Oh, it's contracted out to this third-party company in Washington. Why are in Los Angeles we're using a company in Washington? This is Los Angeles. There's thousands of printing companies within a block of your place. What's going on? What are their responsibilities? Looking at the contracts, then talking about mail-in ballots. Listen, I'm not one to say count every ballot. I want to make sure that every ballot is legit. That's what I'm talking about. We said specifically the Democrats are going to try to stuff the ballot box via the mail-ins, and they did. In the middle of the night, Wisconsin, 100,000 ballots, boom. Joe Biden won by 20,000 votes. 100,000, 200,000 in Michigan, out of nowhere. Not to mention, fam, we're talking about Joe Jorgensen, her votes going in half, there's fraction magic involved. Our elections are shit across the board. From the suppression from the front of the House and how long you have to wait, disenfranchising young people to go and vote, to the mail-ins that have no security, no tracking. You can make up these ballots, for Christ's sakes, and there's no checks and balances on the EPO rolls, to the tabulation machines, fam, which are proprietary software where you can have stuff like fraction magic, flipping votes. The counting of votes can be changed with no audit system. I mean, our elections are a sham. They are shit on both sides, primaries, general, and this is just crazy moments right now. But what we're seeing right in front of us, I hate to be standing up for Donald Trump right here, but let me tell you something. We know this, fam. We saw those numbers yesterday. We've watched so many primaries. When Bernie Sanders was half that amount behind, they called those things. Half that amount. So why all of a sudden do we wait now? We have to wait to what's going on. How come 100,000 ballots just show up in the middle of the night? They're mail-ins. They could have been given earlier. But why does it 8 hours after the polls close? Now they come in? It's suspicious as hell, fam.
Especially during the time when people were sleeping, they decided to do that. But even, let's recall Bernie Sanders' the primary during COVID and how the Democrats completely shifted, saying, no in-person voting. Okay, but Joe Biden was urging people to actually go to the polls, which was really interesting. Joe Biden literally told people, go to the polls, go to the polls. And when the Bernie Sanders was actually winning in Texas, all of a sudden something happened to his numbers and it flipped for Joe Biden. King County, Washington went to Joe Biden. King County, Washington, including Seattle. I'm sorry, you're not going to convince me that Joe Biden won King County, Washington. Yeah. There is no way that happened. And of course, Washington State relies heavily on mail-in ballots. We've been talking about this since then. Would mail-in ballots be a good thing under a fair system? Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. We don't have a fair system, though. Yeah. So this isn't something that we've been covering since Donald Trump only. We've been talking about this forever, especially since this entire election season, since Bernie Sanders was still in the primary. We were one of the only people covering election integrity, literally like the only ones. And the reality is, you have to be consistent. Just because I don't like Donald Trump doesn't mean that I'm suddenly going to pretend that this isn't suspect at the very, very least. There's no statistically, how the hell are 100,000 ballots going to have 0 ballots for Donald Trump? Statistically, yes, Democrats tend to vote more by mail because that's just the demographic breakdown that we've been told for a while. Now, may that have changed? It might have changed, yeah. But the reality is, if statistically, even if that's true, you're going to have a few votes for the other side. You're going to have a few votes for Greens. You're going to have a few votes for the Libertarians. So that's really what's happening here.
We need a clear and transparent, we're fighting for transparency across the board.
Yeah,
we need to
across the
redo
board.
our elections. We need to have these legit, they're not fair. And if whatever you want, whatever issue is at the top of your list, whether it be a Green New Deal, Medicare for all, you might be happy with these results right now if you're like on the left and you voted for Joe Biden, but remember they cheated Bernie Sanders twice. And what are we really getting? Nothing's going to systemically change with Joe Biden. Everything stays in place. They put up this theater of election. We've been saying this for so long on this network, and the MCSE network. This is our wheelhouse. This is our bread and butter. This is the thing we know most about. We've got all the receipts. We've done all the work. We have all the solutions. We might not even agree on certain things, but we can get to a closer area. We can say, okay, that's legit. Like, I think there should be less mail-in ballots. However, Fiorella thinks there should be. But we both agree if we had a tracking mechanism where we know when the ballot comes there and we know where it goes, that would be fair. Eliminating ballot harvesting, all that shit. So there are ways to make these things work. The solutions are already in play. There's a lot of election integrity activists out there. But right now, this seems like highway robbery to me from the Democrats stealing Wisconsin and Michigan in the middle of the night. It's disgusting. And I'm sorry, even if you don't like Donald Trump, you got to call balls and strikes, and you got to be honest. This is hypocrisy at the highest level. Our elections are a sham, and we need to fix them.
And they're censoring people for speaking out against it, which is a whole other thing, too.
Oh, God, yeah. Where are we moving to? Italy?
I don't know.
All right, guys. We'll be back in a little bit. We're going to have a quick commercial break. Day 2 of our election coverage. Pasta Jardula, Fiorella, Jonny Tsunami. Have some guests in the house at 12 o'clock noon. Coming up soon, we have Ben Norton on, so we'll see you in a little bit. Welcome back to the Convo Couch, everyone. Election specialist. I am Pasta Jardula.
And I'm Fiorella.
And Johnny Stu is still spinning on the ones and two. I'm only supposed to say election special that we're doing today.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be the day after, but it's still kind of the day of. We have been getting results in throughout the night, and this morning, just a little while ago, they called Wisconsin, the AP did, for Joe Biden with less than 20,000 votes separating Donald Trump and Joe Biden. The funny thing is, though, that in the middle of the night, 100,000 ballots almost appeared for Joe Biden out of thin air. We were sitting there watching it. I was waiting for them to call Wisconsin. Next thing we know, boom, Joe Biden's ahead by like 5,000, 7,000 votes, and he ends up padding his lead, getting it close to 20,000, and they do call the election. There's been a lot of reports that there are more votes than voters, whatnot. We have talked on this particular network when it comes to the mail-in ballot situation, how scandalous it could be. We are going to wait for results in Michigan. They have stopped the counting in Pennsylvania and Georgia, so we're waiting on that. But right now, fam, if Donald Trump gets Wisconsin, which he just did, he gets Nevada and Michigan.
You mean Biden?
Biden, excuse me.
Yeah.
If Biden gets Wisconsin and Nevada and Michigan, he gets 270 on the nose. It doesn't matter what happens in the other three states, and he becomes president number 46. So we have to hold tight. Oh, so to talk about our election, a gentleman who follows elections all around, everywhere around the world, especially in Latin America, we brought in Ben Norton. How you doing today, Ben?
I'm good. Well, all things considered, I'm doing pretty well. But honestly, there's a lot of people in the U.S. who are freaking out right now. But it's pretty incredible because considering the irregularities, it's like the nice euphemism used. Considering the irregularities that we see backed by the United States in Latin American elections, this is nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's talk a little bit of that about that, Ben. So last night, like he said, all of a sudden the votes shifted towards Joe Biden. Now we knew that was going to happen to some degree because of the absentee ballots and because of the mail-in ballots. But in America, we have a system where there's zero transparency. Our elections are completely a sham. How does that compare to what you have seen in countries like Bolivia?
Well, it's pretty funny because I was actually just in Bolivia for 3 weeks before, during, and after the election. I was an electoral observer. Internationally, we were part of a delegation. And I went to numerous voting precincts across La Paz, which is the de facto capital of Bolivia. And I saw how the election works, in which the left-wing party, the Movement Towards Socialism Party, founded by former President Evo Morales, they won in a landslide with 55% of the vote. There were certainly irregularities, but it was a pretty clear, transparent process. And the electoral system there is very different from the one in the US. And it's one that makes it nearly impossible to rig, which is why, I'll get into it later, but it's why the Organization of American States accusations of fraud in the October 2019 election were just totally transparently ridiculous. And it was used to justify a military coup backed by the United States, of course. Now, what's incredible is if you compare what happened in Bolivia, or the accusations by the OAS in the United States of what happened in Bolivia in October 2019, if you compare that to what's going on right now in the US looks way worse. I mean, it's transparently something much worse in the US. You mentioned how just out of nowhere, there was something like 140,000 votes that showed up for Biden, and 100% of them went for Biden and 0 went for Trump. I mean, it was very strange. I'll say that I went to bed a little after 2:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time last night, the night of the election. And then I woke up around like 9-ish something, and there was a total reversal. When I went to bed, it was pretty clear to me that Trump was leading in Wisconsin and Michigan. And I mean, he's going to win Pennsylvania. The lead he has had there was insurmountable, and it still is, even though Pennsylvania hasn't been declared as of like around 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time right now. But when I went to bed, I was like, Trump is going to win Wisconsin and Michigan.
Right. And
then when I woke up, total reversal. So there's definitely some suspicious things happening. And look, it's very possible that the Republicans were trying to engage in voter suppression. Of course, they've done that for many years. They tried it in the open. I mean, they're not They're not subtle about their attempt to suppress the vote. And it's very possible that the Democratic excuse, which is that the Republicans were trying not to count the mail-in ballots, and then the mail-in ballots came in later. That could very well be true. I mean, there's a possibility that that's correct. But it's certainly very suspicious, and there hasn't been an explanation for it. And I think it's pretty rational that anyone, regardless of their political views, should be demanding some more transparency or some kind of recount or something. But it's just so incredible to see so many people, including people who otherwise would be skeptical of the US electoral process, are just totally going along with this. And again, just to reiterate this point, if this happened in Latin America, and especially if it happened to help an actual left-wing candidate win, because Biden is a right-wing candidate, he's not a left-wing candidate. If it happened in Bolivia this past month, there would be so many accusations of fraud and so many calls for a recount.
Yeah. Well, you know elections in Latin America very well. And there are so many avenues of our elections. And, this is our wheelhouse. We talk about this subject all the time. And the suppression that comes into play, where it really disenfranchises young voters, where they have to wait 4 to 6 hours, is something that we need to talk about and fix those problems. The tabulation machines, a proprietary software, 99.9% of them have software we're not allowed to even look into. Some states don't even have a mandatory audit. Some states have like a 1% audit. Los Angeles County has a 1% audit. You can't find anything out. But let's concentrate on the mail-in system for a second, okay? Does Venezuela, Bolivia, and other these countries have a big mail-in system in their elections, or do you have to go to the polls? And what are your thoughts about that?
Well, as far as I know, to the extent of my knowledge, they don't. And I think that, I could be wrong, but I think that that's something pretty novel because of COVID. I mean, clearly the U.S. has had mail-in ballots for many years, but they were largely very insignificant, right? There were very few people voting by mail-in ballots. And because of COVID, they were strongly encouraging people to vote that way. And I don't see anything wrong with that. I don't, when we take these assessments and accusations of fraud and irregularities and problems with the electoral system, I think that not every accusation is at the same level of and deserves the same level of scrutiny, right? Like there are some accusations that are very clearly major problems that are just unequivocally true, clear cases of voter suppression. And then there are the ones that are like the kind of more of a gray area, right? And then there are some that are just ridiculous. The ridiculous ones are like the interstate cross-check where Republicans say that like these Latinos who have similar names like Simon Rodriguez or whatever, if they have similar names, that's the same person voting 2 or 3 times. That's clearly ridiculous, clearly voter suppression. Then you have like examples of, others where like they said that your ID is not valid, clear voter suppression. But then we get in like the gray area here. And I think that some of this stuff is definitely a gray area where, look, it's true that Republicans, they were saying it openly, and in Texas they tried it but failed. The Republicans were saying we're not going to count the mail-in ballots. They don't count. And it's obvious that the Democrats, who I think it's fair to say were exaggerating the threat, but there is a threat of COVID for people, especially older people. So they were encouraging people to vote by mail-in ballot. And it's clear that the majority of the mail-in ballots are Democrats. So it seems to me pretty uncontroversial to say that the Republicans were trying to repress those votes by mail-in ballot. But at the same time, saying that we shouldn't ask questions about over 100,000 ballots just magically showing up and 100% of them going to Biden, and then suddenly flipping the state that is going to give him exactly the number he needs, 270, to win the election. Those are the kind of things that we definitely need to interrogate. And like to go back to your original question, we're in a novel situation, so the mail-in ballot situation is a bit different. But Venezuela, for instance, has one of the best, most transparent voting systems in the world. That's not my opinion. That was the Carter Center actually said that. The Carter Center said several years ago, when Hugo Chavez was still president, before he died in 2013, the Carter Center were international observers in Venezuela, and they said that Venezuela had the best electoral system. Now, unlike the US, Venezuela doesn't have this insane privatized system where only a few companies control the proprietary systems and have access to the internal dynamics of those systems. The U.S. is uniquely insane when it comes to that. But also, there's no paper ballot in the U.S. So there's just so many levels of irregularities, of systemic problems. It makes an actual independent audit in the U.S. nearly impossible. And it's just so incredible because every time the U.S. government accuses somewhere, especially with a leftist government in Latin America, of voter fraud or suppression or whatever, the media immediately picks it up. Every mainstream outlet just echoes it like the unquestionable truth. But we're not seeing any skepticism here. So it's yet another example. There's been so many of these in the past year or two, people talking about like the decline of the U.S. And it's just yet another example of the decline of this what's basically become a failed state. It's incredible.
Yeah, even further than the lack of mentioning is the complete marriage of the censorship and the surveillance state with the corporatocracy in the United States. I mean, we're talking about Twitter censoring Donald Trump, Twitter censoring any stories about Burisma, and anything that would basically make Joe Biden look like a weak candidate. We've seen what's been going on with Glenn Greenwald and how he had to resign because of this censorship. I mean, this is really blatant, and I think that goes well into play when it comes to our elections because the polls were completely off, and this happened 4 years ago. We knew the polls were going to be completely off. But what do you think is the weight and the effect of the heavy censorship and all of these mainstream media outlets like the Washington Post, the New York Times, the AP, literally not calling any of these states for Donald Trump when they would have done so if it had been, say, Bernie Sanders, right? If it had been Bernie Sanders, they would have been like, well, they completely just have a double standard. They have a complete double standard. So what is your opinion on how much that weighs heavily in our election system?
Well, I'll first preface by saying if it was Bernie Sanders, he would have won in a landslide. So if they had actually let him be the candidate, which obviously they never would, but he would have won in a landslide, which is why they didn't pick him. I mean, whether or not the Democrats actually even want to win, I think is a question that's definitely debatable. But you hit the nail on the head. There's just so much hypocrisy here, and the total marriage between mainstream corporate media and the Democratic Party and Biden is pretty incredible. I mean, it would make even the most supposedly authoritarian regimes blush, and just how blatant the marriage is and the censorship is. I mean, look, I have to preface by saying this because there's always these smears and ad hominem attacks, and there's going to be all these libs who claim that I'm secretly pro-Trump or that you guys are secretly pro-Trump. No, I mean, it's ridiculous. No, like, I hate Trump. And the thing is, Trump and Biden are so similar and share so many of the same policies. When it comes to like macro level, significant, large scale policies, they're largely identical or very similar. So it's not like I secretly harbor pro-Trump sympathies, but it's pretty incredible. I mean, it's pretty Orwellian that we have social media private corporations that are censoring the tweets of the elected president. And okay, Trump, he lost the popular vote in the last election, whatever, but he's still like the democratically elected president of the United States. And now like this private company is saying he can't tweet stuff about the election. It's really weird. It's definitely like a whole new level of authoritarian censorship. And again, this is the president. If they can do that to a president, everyone else is irrelevant. I mean, they can easily censor our accounts, suspend our accounts, block our tweets, prevent us from making new accounts. I mean, and the fact that it's not even questioned, but it's actively celebrated. If you watch MSNBC, they're praising Twitter for showing restraint, as they call it. I mean, it truly is this kind of dystopian reality that we're stuck in. And I just keep looking around and I'm like, people who claim to be like independent minded, especially leftists, how do they not have an issue with what's going on? It's absolutely bizarre.
Yeah. And the censorship thing scares me. In fact, like I didn't vote for Donald Trump, we voted for Gloria La Riva here, socialist candidate. You should be proud of us. Thank you. Especially as a leftist libertarian like myself, where I don't agree with her, but I loved her candidacy. But this whole situation when it comes to the suppression, because you were talking about Jimmy Carter, right? Jimmy Carter Institute says that Venezuela has the best elections around. Jimmy Carter Institution also said the area that's most ripe for fraud is the mail-in system, unless we fixed it. Now, the suppression tactics that the Republicans always use, which you mentioned before, usually come into play where they disenfranchise black voters, Latino voters, minorities of sorts. I have been saying this the whole time that this is going to be a little bit different for this particular election for the Republicans because Donald Trump wanted to get more black votes than any other president, Republican president, more Latino votes than any Republican president. And it turns out he got more non-white voters than any other Republican president since 1960. Your thoughts on that?
No, it's pretty incredible, and it shows that this kind of like very narrow neoliberal form of identity politics is a dead end.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that all forms of identity politics are bad. Like clearly, racism is a very serious issue in the U.S. Sexism is still an important issue to fight against. But like this, the Democratic Party, incapable of actually providing any left-wing policies, totally abandoning the working class, just totally subservient to its corporate donors and overlords. The Democratic Party leadership realized that in order to win elections, the only way they could do it is resorting to this kind of crude neoliberal identity politics that makes everything about the big, bad, scary orange Cheeto man who's a white supremacist, and we have to vote for Joe Biden, who's apparently not a white supremacist, even though he has supported open segregationists and boasts about his friendship with them. But anyway, I digress. That's been the strategy, and Kamala Harris was clearly the candidate they were pushing for that. She's the epitome of that. This is someone who has no respect in the black community, but was put forth as like this representative of black women who has been disowned by her own father, who is an actual leftist because she's a total neoliberal opportunist sellout who has stabbed everyone in the back who loved her. And she stands for nothing other than just her corporate donors and mass incarceration, and called herself California's top cop. She became like the symbol of like the peak of this just neoliberal cesspool of identity politics. And the fact that Trump in this election, according to the exit polls, he did better with every single group except white men. The only group he went down with is white men, which is just totally disproving the entire neoliberal democratic identity politics thesis right there. Trump's vote base went up with Latino men and Latino women. It went up with black men and black women. It went up with white women and down with white men. So, I mean, that's a testament to the fact that elections, sure, again, I'm not saying that racism and sexism don't play a role. They absolutely play a role. The U.S. is extremely racist, and the Democratic Party is also extremely racist and sexist. But the reality is that Trump didn't just win because of racism. Sure, it was a factor in 2016, but he won because the Democratic Party, for 2 elections in a row, has put extremely unpopular candidates who offer nothing, who abandon the working class, whose only solution to the economic crisis people are living in is more austerity, more neoliberal policies, more privatization, who refuse to give more checks in this moment of crisis of COVID, who refuse to do anything that would actually challenge the same corporate masters who control both parties. And the fact that Trump ran this kind of fake populist campaign, I mean, it worked. It was fake, but it worked. And Democrats refuse to acknowledge that because for them, populism is the enemy of everything. And if you support populism, even if you're a left-wing populist, they just want everyone to believe that you're a crypto-fascist. And what happens is that the person that they've told us for years is a crypto-fascist, he somehow got more votes with black women and Latina women. It's an incredible indictment. And what it should do is further discredit this model of toxic neoliberal identity politics, excluding class, the Democratic Party has been trying to run on. But unfortunately, if somehow Biden manages to eke out a victory, it's not going to be the testament to the abject failure of that model. Instead, they're going to say that it worked.
Exactly. They're going to say it worked. Is there going to be a difference between a Joe Biden presidency or a Donald Trump presidency foreign policy wise in the global south?
Well, the reality is that I think the answer is clearly no. We can't know for sure. But if we just listen to what Biden and his spokespeople were saying, it's very clear. Let's just take a few examples. In Florida, Biden ran many campaigns attacking Trump from the right, claiming that Trump did not fulfill his promise of invading Venezuela, was one of the things that he was campaigning on there. Biden ran ads comparing Trump. They read this ad saying that he was a caudillo, which is this dumb term I don't have time to get into, but it's a dumb, misrepresented term that misunderstands Latin American history. But it's like, it's used to mean like authoritarian in scare quotes. But he ran these ads saying that Trump is a caudillo cut from the same cloth as Fidel Castro, Hugo Chavez, and Nicolas Maduro. So Biden literally compared the far-right Republican president to democratically elected leftist socialist leaders in Latin America. Insane. So that was what he was doing in Florida. And then the Biden campaign had an online event about Venezuela, in which his spokesperson said that Biden is not going to stop the blockade. He's not going to end the blockade. So vis-a-vis Venezuela, it's very clear that the Biden campaign is going to continue this policy of just murdering Venezuelan civilians to try to destabilize the government and destroy the economy. When it comes to Syria, they're going to probably be even more hawkish. Now, Trump lied about his promise of withdrawing troops. He never did. He just moved them to occupy the oil to prevent the Syrian government from having access to its own oil and wheat reserves, starving Damascus of the revenue it needs to rebuild the country. So not that Trump actually fulfilled his promise, but Trump didn't escalate the war in Syria, and Biden very well might try to escalate the war in Syria, because it was the Obama administration with Biden as VP that started the disastrous war to destroy Syria. And of course, they also did the war against Libya and the coup in Honduras and the soft coup in Brazil and the soft coup in Paraguay. So in terms of Syria, it could be worse. On Russia, it's certainly going to be worse. The people around Biden are extreme anti-Russia hawks, and it's very likely that the person who's going to oversee his Russia policy is a man named Michael Carpenter, who's the head of the Biden Center. Michael Carpenter was also overseeing Russia policy in the Obama White House. He is a total hardline hawk, just a neoconservative. So on Russia, it's going to be worse. On China, it might be a little better, but it's still going to be awful because, in fact, this isn't my opinion. Let's ask the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, which is a far-right group founded by the U.S. government, run by pro-Trump Republicans, and they have also some neoconservative Democrats involved, a total far-right hardline group. The head of the Victims of Communism group just published an op-ed in which he boasted that regardless of who wins the U.S. presidential election, the Cold War in China is going to continue. So take his word for it. Biden is going to continue the Cold War in China. Mm-hmm. He might not have the same kind of hyperbolic rhetoric that Trump has, but it's going to continue. And then when it comes to, Africa, under Obama, it was Obama that vastly increased the U.S. military footprint in Africa, which is never talked about, even by people on the left. AFRICOM is active in the majority of countries on the African continent. That has continued under Trump. Drone strikes in Africa have continued under Trump. And there's every indication that under a Biden, it's going to continue. So in Latin America, the policies are going to be very similar, maybe a little better, but basically the same. Next year, there's an election in Nicaragua, and if Biden somehow ekes out a victory, they're going to continue trying the coup attempt in Nicaragua and in Venezuela. In Africa, it's going to be the same. In Asia, it's going to be largely similar, maybe a little better. And in Russia, it's going to be worse. Yep. So that's the overview. Some places like a hair bit better, and in some places worse. Overall, basically identical.
My concern right now is with Bolivia, because when it comes to Bolivia, I believe it was all about the lithium, right? So the corporations want that lithium, and they can't stand it that Chinese interests went out there and outbid them to get that lithium, and that's why I think there was a coup in the first place. How is Joe Biden going to be different than Donald Trump when it comes to getting a hold of that lithium? Is it still a safe play for Bolivia to have its sovereignty? Or should we worry now that Joe Biden is in there, if he does get in there, for them to have another type of coup and have that same type of relationship that the Obama administration had towards Venezuela, we'll see with the Biden administration towards Bolivia?
It's a very good question, and I have to say that you're absolutely right that lithium was one of the main reasons for the coup. I wouldn't say it was the only reason, but it's definitely a very significant factor. There's also just the fact that the U.S. empire doesn't ever want the threat of a good example. Yeah, of a democratically elected socialist government that had a very high rate of growth in the economy. Bolivia, even the Washington Post, the Bezos Post, they reluctantly admitted in an article before the coup that Bolivia had the fastest growing economy in Latin America. They were lifting millions of people out of poverty. The health metrics were going up in terms of public health. Education rates were going up. Everything was going up. And then they had the coup, and then immediately every metric went down. Standard of living went down. Inflation went up. There was an economic crisis. When I was there in October, the 4 co-directors of the Central Bank of Bolivia, who, keep in mind, supported the coup regime, they resigned on the eve of the election because of the economic crisis. And they released a letter. What did they say? They said they resigned because the coup regime had so politicized the central bank and was not even allowing them, who are the neoliberal technocrats who supported the coup again, they weren't even allowed to make their own decisions because every decision was being made by the far right minister of the economy, Branko Marinkovic, who is a total U.S. puppet and an ally of Bolsonaro in Brazil, who had been living in Brazil before the coup, and then after the coup came back to Bolivia. So, I mean, it's hard to overstate just how extreme the right wing is in Bolivia. They're like the Cuban right wing. They are fanatical. But the difference is, unlike in Cuba, where there's definitely deep-seated anti-black racism, and the elites of Cuba who were exiled to Miami, many of them are white, of course, because they're descendants of the European colonialists. In Bolivia, the racism is even more blatant and extreme because Bolivia is a majority indigenous country.
Yeah.
So when I was there, I mean, you see so much racism against the indigenous people. It's not subtle. And a friend of mine who is a human rights lawyer there, who sued the government, his name's Thomas Becker. We interviewed him on our podcast, Moderate Rebels. He told stories about how he had been in South Africa right after the end of apartheid and saw the racism there. And then he was in Bolivia, and the racism in Bolivia was even worse. I mean, it really is like, it's just an extension of that kind of Spanish colonialism that's a pure hatred for the indigenous. And the fact that Evo Morales, who was from the indigenous community, who was a socialist, who was a labor organizer, the fact that he was able to govern the country democratically for 14 years, it just so infuriated these colonial elites who had controlled Bolivia for hundreds of years. And for the first time ever in the history of Bolivia as a country, the power was taken away from them. And they were so desperate to get that control back. But anyway, so just to understand the Bolivia situation, but on lithium, and to get back to your question, lithium is one of the main factors. It's extremely important. And it's especially important if the Democrats actually want to do some kind of Green New Deal, which if they manage to do it, it's going to be a watered down version that they stole from the Green Party in the first place. And it's going to be a huge boon to the extraction industry, because in order to create all of these renewable energies, which again, I'm not against, I think it's good to move toward renewable energies, but we have to understand that they're not a panacea and that they make their own problems. And what are those problems? To make a solar panel, you have to do a lot of mining. And where are you going to do that mining? You're going to do that mining in Bolivia, and you're going to do it in Congo, and you're going to do it in parts of the global south that have been totally ravaged by imperialism. And lithium going forward is going to continue being a major issue in Bolivia. And look, the reality is that the Movement Towards Socialism Party won the election in a landslide. It's very clear that the US government and the OAS, they wanted to try to rig the election, but you can only rig the election if it's kind of close, right? If there's like a few percentage difference, but they won by over 20%. It was just such a landslide that they were incapable, that the US and the OAS and the right-wing opposition, they were incapable of stealing the election. So now they're going to go toward a few other tactics, 3 tactics. There's destabilization and the attempt of another coup, internally destabilization. So we see that now with the far-right forces called the motoqueros. We see like the neo-fascist groups that are on the streets calling for an annihilation of the votes. They're actually literally chanting anulación, which means like annihilation. So there's that going on right now, and then increasing violence on the ground in Bolivia. Then there's going to be destabilization from abroad. So the U.S. might impose sanctions. The U.S. might say that they're authoritarian because they're not letting multinational corporations access Bolivia's lithium, because that's what authoritarian means, is you don't let U.S. corporations control your country. And then they might try other forms of, in addition to sanctions, they might try to do kind of lawfare like they did in Brazil. And then finally, there's co-optation. And there were some concerns we heard from people in Bolivia that elements of the movement toward socialism party, the MAS party, elements are softer and they could be co-opted. They're not as deeply anti-imperialist. They're not as committed to social movements as Evo Morales was. So there's the concern that there could be a kind of something like Lenin Moreno, who was co-opted in Ecuador, although it's not going to be like Lenin Moreno, because the situation in Bolivia with the grassroots social movements is very different. But anyway, the point is that there are a few scenarios going forward, and the question is, would Trump or Biden be any different? Now, with Trump, it was very bald-faced, right? The Trump administration, multiple officials invoked the Monroe Doctrine, which is this 200-year-old colonial doctrine. So, I mean, they weren't even hiding it. It was just explicit, bald-faced neo-colonialism. With Biden, they're going to use the language of diplomacy, of international institutions, of multilateralism, working for the OAS and the UN. But it's going to be a continuation of basically the same policies. So the rhetoric might change, and they might not be so blunt about it. But the reality is that the same policies are going to continue. And look, and I don't say this in any way as a defense of Trump. Again, just to clarify, he's odious. He's a war criminal. Trump, along with Obama and Bush and Clinton and all other modern presidents, should be tried at The Hague for war crimes and a bunch of other crimes, corruption. But the reality is that, look, this criticism of Trump that you hear from like the neoconservatives, that he's an ineffective imperialist, it's kind of true. The coup attempts were so blatant in Nicaragua in 2018 and in 2019 against Venezuela with Juan Guaido, and the coup in Bolivia. They were so blatant. They were such blatant examples of imperialism and neocolonialism that it actually helped the left in the region, because it empowered the left, because the left had been saying for many years that the U.S. is trying to overthrow us. But when you have Obama in office, who is using a language of diplomacy and multilateralism, and he's the softer face to imperialism, the kinder face, it actually hurt the left, because it helped empower these neoliberal forces who say we have to work with the U.S. The Democrats aren't going to coup us. And now that Biden comes back in, they're going to try to do like this softer face of imperialism again. And it might actually be a little more effective. But again, at the end of the day, the reality is that from the perspective of U.S. voters and from the perspective of U.S. politics, the politics are not going to really change. The policies are going to be basically the same.
Thank you so much, Ben, for taking the time to talk with us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, Ben, and just to let you know, our very first show, I think we talked about AFRICOM. So we were on it then as well. So thank you for joining us, and thank all the knowledge you bring to the table, and hopefully we'll speak to you soon.
Thanks for having me. It's always a pleasure, and thanks for just letting me rant about all these facts, because the reality is that no one's ever going to hear this stuff on mainstream corporate media. So thanks for doing all the work that you all do.
Yeah, we love it, so thank you.
Same to you. Bye, Ben. Thank you.
Bye, Ben.
See ya.
All right, fam, let's break into it real quick. Let's go over the map. Do you have the map up, Johnny, so we can get into this real quick? Last night in the still of the night, we were sitting there watching it. Here it was about 1 o'clock a.m. in the Pacific time, and all of a sudden Joe Biden had 100,000 votes come in, pretty much in Wisconsin, and put him over the top. He was behind about 100,000 votes, and all of a sudden he was ahead by 7,000 votes. It was really crazy. We've been following elections for a long time, fam. We have said this before, that half the number, if Trump was ahead by 50,000 votes with that much reporting and Bernie Sanders was running against him, they would have called that. Yeah. Vice versa with Biden. When they called Michigan, he wasn't ahead by that many votes, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. But yet they still called it. It was kind of odd that they were pausing and they weren't calling these states.
All the states where he was leading.
All the states he was leading, which we thought was like, we were looking at it like, he can't make up this ground. It's way too big of a ground. But he did make it up in Wisconsin, and it was called. Now in Michigan, he was 200,000 votes behind. He's now ahead by 60,000 votes because somewhere in the night again, 200,000 votes put him over the top. We were talking about this article that you kind of put up where it was, there they are. Where it was 100,000 votes came in, all of them clearly marked for Biden.
Yep.
Something was going on over there. So let's start with the folder you had. So right now what we see going on is if if Joe Biden holds on to Michigan and gets Nevada, he gets 270 on the nose. It doesn't make a difference what happens in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, which are the 3 states that are leaning red. That hasn't been called. So right now we have a situation,
I have a question about that though, because why wouldn't Pennsylvania matter if he
gets Michigan, Biden gets Michigan and Nevada.
But it depends on what's called first.
Yes, but if Michigan and Nevada if he gets Michigan and Nevada, he's going to get 270 on the nose. What I'm saying is it doesn't make a difference if Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. Right now, Biden is leading in Michigan and he's leading in Nevada. Mm-hmm. So if that stands true to form, it's 270 on the nose. Biden's president-elect. So something has to give for this to change.
Yeah.
Let's go over some of the stuff you talked about right here.
Yeah. So
Anya Parampel.
Anya just put up this tweet, Pasta. If you want to read it.
As someone who has officially observed Bolivia's election just weeks ago, I can safely say that their system is 100% more transparent and democratic than what we just witnessed and are willing to accept in the United States of America.
And as we just spoke with Ben, I mean, this is entirely true. And I do have to specify. I'm not a Trump supporter in any way, shape, or form. And this morning, I was accused of being a Trumper because I'm like, this doesn't look right. There's something here that is suspect. You can tell me that you're going to get a certain percentage of Biden votes, perhaps a greater percentage of Democratic votes from a mail-in, but you can't tell me you're going to get nearly 100%, if not 100%, and that it wasn't weird the way the mainstream media refused to call states like Florida when they were at like 90-something% for
Texas,
Trump.
They waited on.
Texas. I mean, if the mainstream media were fair and transparent, I really wouldn't be a suspect. If we had a fair election system that was fair and transparent, I'd be like, oh, yes, this is fine. If we could view the counting publicly or at least have some sort of accountability to how these ballots are brought in, etc., then I would have a different reaction. But that's not the case here. So I'm always suspect of our elections. When Bernie Sanders was cheated twice by the Democratic Party, I just pulled up the tweets. We were like the only people talking about them. We were the only ones that were addressing the issue. Why is this happening? Why are the exit polls off? What's going on with these machines? What about the provisional ballots? We were told that the provisional ballots were going to be counted. All these things. So it's not like this is anything to do with Donald Trump. This is about election integrity. And in America, this is a sham. And so when we're looking at Joe Jorgensen's vote, right? Pasta, look at the timestamp and look at the percentages.
So you can see it's in Pennsylvania. It's 1203, and Joe Jorgensen has about 89,000 votes, 2.3 percentage of the votes. And then 12 minutes later, she has almost half those votes, 1.2 percentage at 46,987. Now, people might say that, oh, well, those numbers didn't go on top of Joe Biden's. They might have gone and switched off in certain counties that you were talking about, that it looks like Joe Jorgensen was going to maybe win a county or two over here. Well, take away that vote, and now that county goes to Joe Biden. He gets those votes. Or if Donald Trump was cheating on that end, it would go to Donald Trump. But there definitely is some cause for concerns when it talks about what happened with Joe Jorgensen right here. Where did those votes go? Who got them, and who did it benefit? And it's very, very odd.
It is odd because last night I was told by one of my sources that's in Wisconsin that the people there, the Democratic establishment that they were working with, did not even want to release some of these vote tallies because Joe Jorgensen nearly won in some of these counties. So I'm a little suspect after hearing that and then seeing these results the next day, how the voting was cut in that short amount of time, that much
was made up.
And it's a little crazy to me.
Yeah.
And these are the things that Donald Trump was saying. And of course he was getting censored for it.
How come every time they count the mail-in ballots dumps, they are devastating in the percentage and power of destruction? Last night I was leading, often solidly in many key states. In almost all instances, Democrat controlled, run and controlled. Then, one by one, they started to magically disappear, and surprise ballots dumps were counted. Very strange. And the pollsters got it completely and historically wrong. And you have a little picture up here of a Michigan that he was up by over 200,000 votes. And now, like we said, that swing went the other way. And now Joe Biden is leading in Michigan as we speak. Literally, he made up 200,000 votes in the still of the night. In Wisconsin, it was over 100,000 votes in the still of the night. Right now, Joe Biden actually has 60,000 more votes in Michigan, when Donald Trump had over a 200,000 vote lead. Fam, we've seen this before. I mean, we've been sitting there like, can Bernie catch him? He's only down 30,000 votes. Oh, no chance whatsoever. You're talking hundreds of thousands of votes. And the mainstream media is kind of framing it. Well, they came in these Joe Biden areas. Just, it's Milwaukee. It's Joe Biden areas. It's like, how come the mail-in ballots from Milwaukee got to the tabulation place 8 hours later? So, literally at 3 o'clock in the morning when their polls were closed at 5.
There was something that these people were doing in Wisconsin that it was a process that the Wisconsin Democratic Party was doing where they kept these ballots and then they were able to release them when they wanted to. So that is part of what the shtick is. Like they kept these ballots and then they decided when to release them, which is kind of to me like, why is that even happening? But let's look at this graph right here, Pasta, because this isn't, there's been multiple graphs, and of course, it's a possibility. It's but this is really strange. You can see how the normal curvature goes like this, and then all of a sudden it went straight.
He says, I've done hand ballot recounts in New York. Those vertical lines in Michigan and Wisconsin are not statistically improbable. They're outright impossible. And I said this before the last night. We were like sitting there going, oh my Lord, this is outright voter fraud, and the FBI must immediately investigate this. Yeah, maybe they'll get Mueller on the case. Nice little, the FBI is going to investigate this. Give me a break. Niko's tweet right over here.
Yes.
What's this one about?
So this one's about the fact that he's saying he added up the numbers, and then it's come out that there were more votes than registered voters.
Yeah. He said 3.6 million is a number that was literally just made up. The number is recent, as a couple of days before the election was 3.2 million. I looked it up, verified and re-verified. And 1.9 absentee ballots were already turned in before Election Day. So once again, here's a situation. Now they're kind of backpedaling, changing their words. Oh, there's 3.6. No, it was 3.2 just a week ago, and you verified that. So now you have more than 3.2 million votes in Wisconsin. What gives? How can you have more votes than voters, fam? And we were talking about this. Like, if you get 60% turnout plus, high 60s, it's like, wow, that's amazing. You're talking, from what they say with 3.6, that you got over 90% of the voter turnout. That's just a bunch of malarkey.
90%.
Yeah. That's
not
with the 3.6.
in America.
If you go by the verified number of 3.2 that you verified last week, you got more votes than voters.
Yeah.
But I'm sure everything's okay with our elections, please.
Yes.
Here's another one. We have up another tweet fan put up. This is from Catherine Rose Fisher. Apparently, I'm hearing that Michigan tabulates votes in bunches and by candidate. But we need time-stamped screen caps, of other candidates jumping in Michigan without the others changing their counts to confirm this. Like they said, that was the Joe Jorgensen thing. She went down in half. Crazy stuff. And Michigan's always been a cesspool for election fraud. It happened with Jill Stein. They've actually changed laws. Let's see what your candidate, Donald Trump, is saying.
So the Trump team is saying that the Trump campaign will immediately request a recount in Wisconsin, per the campaign manager's Bill Stepien. And they also said the next one that they are going to... states like Wisconsin are in recount territory. While they're confident Trump will win Nevada once all, quote, legal ballots, unquote, are counted. And, quote, if we count all legal ballots, the president wins, he said. So he said that as of this morning. They might have changed their tune since then. He says, he adds that the campaign believes Trump will have enough mail-in votes in Pennsylvania to edge out of a victory, insisting, quote, the math adds up to a 40,000 vote win for the president, end quote. But again, this is like saying only if if Biden doesn't get Nevada, which is kind of like, it should be like you should be able to count everything before you declare a winner, just in general.
Yeah.
But
there's a lot of crazy stuff going on the way they're stopping the counting,
Yeah.
they're halting at a certain time when they didn't
Yep.
get these numbers. Ballots are coming in real late. And I said this before too, fam. I didn't want to be right about the whole mail-in scandal, which I feel
Right.
I am right about right now. Like I said, listen, the Democrats before, historically, where they've cheated, because we said this before, election rigging is a bipartisan practice. One side doesn't do it. The Republicans don't do it more than the Democrats. They might have said before that the Republicans tend to do it in general a little bit more than the Democrats. But we said full-fledged this time, the Democrats are going to come hard, and they're going to come hard with the mail-in crisis, because Trump, unlike any other Republican who wants to purge people off the voter rolls, right? They want to disenfranchise Latinos, people of color. Donald Trump's ego wanted him to get those votes more than anybody. And
Right.
was I 100% on the mark? Trump also gained among Hispanics nationally, according to CNN exits. McCain got 31%, Romney got 27%. Trump in 2016 got 28%. Trump in 2020 got 32%. So I said Donald Trump's ego, he's going to say, I've done more for the black community than any president since Abraham Lincoln. He's telling you what he's trying to say. He wanted to prove that he was going to get more black votes and more Hispanic votes. And guess what, fam? 1,000% on the mark. Since 1960, he had the most non-white votes. You know, that's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And so when we're looking at this, we also have to take into consideration the recent shift in the in American politics, because we have seen the Democrats move towards being more of neocons, further to the right than ever before. I mean, when Democrats are discussing sometimes with Republicans, it's hard to see which is the warmonger and like which is a neocon and which is supposed to be the neoliberal. So while yes, historically there is voter suppression from the Republican Party, there seems to be a shift that is encompassing also the Democratic Party, because you're also seeing the marriage of people, warmongers like George W. Bush with the Obamas, with the McCains. I mean, this is something that has been happening as well consistently. And like, you have to take that into consideration when you're looking at, well, Republicans just, they suppress the vote. And they cheat and they rig elections. Well, it's like, if you're seeing the shift with the Democrats doing this too, why is it not possible that they do it? Specifically because they also already did this to Bernie Sanders. Why all of a sudden are they going to stop doing it? And what's to stop them from doing it as well?
Let's remember, the Republicans didn't cheat Donald Trump. They let him get through that primary and win. The Democrats cheated Bernie twice.
Right.
And they treated him hardcore because they knew he would win it all. Not just win the primary. They knew he was going to win it all, and they would all lose their jobs. All those Democrats, their way of living would lose, so they figured they would rather lose to Donald Trump than have Bernie Sanders win. Well, this time they had it in the bag, both in the primary, which once again was just disgusting. I still would like an explanation of what's going on. The fact that we have no serious transparent audit situation, no transparency in our tabulation machines. You know, I was telling one of my friends this morning, the power doesn't lie with those who cast the votes. The power lies with those who count the votes. And we can see this right now, the counting of the mail-ins, the tabulations, what's going on with Joe Jorgensen. It is just a messed up situation across the board.
Right.
And we really need to get it fixed. And don't think that Democrats don't do it as much as Republicans. In fact, I think the Democrats since 2016 have stepped up their game.
Right.
They felt that they were cheating in a certain election since George Bush. Instead of getting things correct and straight, they said, no, our establishment is just going to cheat better than their establishment. And that's what they're doing right now. They have become full-fledged cheaters, the Democrats, when it comes to the establishment. And like I said, fam, they think the ends justify the means. They think that they are morally entitled to run, that they are the chosen ones. Just like Donald Trump goes, I am the chosen one. So you can hear Nancy Pelosi going, we're the chosen ones behind Dore. And they cheated, and they're getting away with it right now.
Yeah,
So.
and it's like the same thing with the Monroe Doctrine. I mean, they think that they have the right to do this. They think that this is okay. And what's really alarming to me is something that also Ben mentioned, is like these people, a lot of people on the left are cheering this. They're cheering the censorship. They're cheering the cheating. They're like, oh, well, no, that didn't happen. Donald Trump, that's the Republican talking point. Donald Trump said this, so you can't even say, you can't even question it now, because not only are you a Russian, now you're also a Trumper. Now you're also a Republican. It doesn't matter that I voted for Bernie Sanders twice. It doesn't matter, like none of this matters. What matters is if you don't follow this narrative. So now when we're questioning this, it's definitely going to be difficult, because the only people that are talking about election fraud right now are the Republicans. And like I said, this is unfortunate, because we should have been talking about it. Bernie should have contested it, but he completely didn't. And so now Trump is a whole other story. He is contesting things. He has the money to do it. And this is where we're at. This is what Whitney Webb warned about. I mean, we're seeing these two factions come out, and we're going to see, for me, in my opinion, it's more dangerous that the Donald Trump space feels completely attacked and completely disenfranchised by the system, because it's like, well, now they get to weaponize that and be like, okay, well, this is, you guys rigged the elections against us, so we're going to go and we're going to start protesting, and you can't do anything about it. And it's going to put a lot of people on the left to oppose that. And it's going to be this very polarized situation where I agree with Mark. I don't think it's necessarily going to be a full-out civil war, but I think we're going to see a lot of unrest. I think we're going to see perhaps some sort of martial law if this doesn't get taken care of. And I think Joe Biden winning this is going to not sit well with a lot of people, and we're going to see a lot of that backlash come out. Why do you guys think that they were prepping these places and boarding them up? Because they knew this election was going to be a fought election, fair or unfair, for their preferred candidates.
Yeah, and I got to say that the Convo Couch, we called this across the board. We've been talking about election integrity issues. We were sitting here last night. We thought that Donald Trump was going to win this thing. We were looking at the raw numbers from the AP. That source right over there, and it was just like evident that Donald Trump was going to win this thing. But like we said, in the still of the night, here comes Wisconsin, here comes Michigan, and no matter whether you support Donald Trump or you don't support Donald Trump, whether you support Joe Biden or you don't support Joe Biden or Bernie Sanders, it's evident right now. We need to get our election system in play. It doesn't make a difference. We will never have anything. You want Medicare for all, you're not going to have it without election integrity. You want a Green New Deal, you're not going to have it without election integrity, because just like they cheat Bernie Sanders in the primary, they cheat Donald Trump this time in the general. And they'll continuously do that. They'll continue to fight each other. I mean, let's be honest. The lords of censorship and the main establishment wanted Joe Biden to beat Donald Trump so badly. They didn't want him in there. And this is what they did. This is the end result.
Right.
And at the end of the day, Joe Biden doesn't win. Donald Trump doesn't win. We all lose. And that's something that we have to take into consideration.
And I just got to point out something real quick, fam. The AP, who is the most trusted source in America, which is basically a conglomerate. They're real journalists. The AP are the ones that were spewing literal propaganda as of a few weeks ago when Bolivia had their new elections. And they were literally saying, we talked about it on the show, that Evo Morales was insinuating he was a dictator, that he wouldn't leave, that all of these things have been completely just debunked, right? They were saying that, and it was the AP saying that, and I'm like, well, how am I supposed to trust what the AP says when we're covering this, when Susan Wojcicki was on there saying, well, we're only going to take the elections from trusted sources? How am I supposed to trust the AP, the propaganda machine, when they're literally lying about elections in other countries when they can't even handle their own elections? I mean, that is the hypocrisy in American politics, and I am so done with it. I do not care what you call me. Election integrity is election integrity across the board. It doesn't matter if I don't like Donald Trump. If this were happening with Joe Biden, I'd be like, you know what? This is really weird. This seems like Donald Trump is really running away with this election. That's what they wanted you to think. Oh, that Donald Trump was gonna, run away, that he was gonna cheat with it, blah, 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 blah. But what I'm seeing here is that the Democratic Party and their affiliates in mainstream media and Silicon Valley are running away with this election. Yeah, they are. And the way they slow-rolled it last night, they were refusing to call Florida, they were refusing to call Texas. They waited, but as soon as the polls closed in California, on the West Coast, right away with 0% reporting, California, Oregon, Washington went on right away, Virginia right away. So they had this image. They had the scoreboard up the whole time of Biden ahead of Trump the whole time, and they never changed that. So the average person who really doesn't get involved in this situation, who doesn't look a little bit deep, and you don't have to look that deep at all to see that this is a bunch of malarkey, they're going to see that Joe Biden was in the lead, and if he is
now loses this election somehow by way of courts, if they change Wisconsin or Michigan, it's going to look like Donald Trump, once again, is going to be another ineffective president no matter what because of the soft coup that took place. That's the ironic thing when they were saying, oh, Donald Trump is not going to leave. He's not going to exchange power. He's not going to give over power peacefully. Well, we just spent 4 years with a Russian fairy tale of a soft coup of making sure that Donald Trump had his hands tied, especially when it came to Russia relationships. Yeah. So it's just disgusting across the board. Curious49, thank you for the Super Chat sticker. We love you. We appreciate you following us. It's always appreciated on the election table. Also, we have Anthony Reyes. I guess Greg Palast was wrong about how Trump stole the 2020 great coverage, by the way. Oh, yeah, I guess what? We called it a lot more accurate than Greg Palast. He said they're going to disenfranchise all these people, and I said, no, he's not. Because the game changed in 2016. Yep. It didn't come about disenfranchising minorities or people of color, whatnot. It became about disenfranchising political ideology. In other words, if you were on the left and you were a Bernie Sanders person, like you said, you pointed out, the heads of these Democratic groups, they knew who their people were. They knew how to disenfranchise their ballot. They knew who to take away and who to give to. So it's all about political ideology right now. And Donald Trump knew he had a lot of people of color, a lot of Latinos that liked him a lot better than his last two Republican predecessors, right? So he went and said, I'm going to try to get those votes. So he's not just going to try to disenfranchise people of color off the ballots because he wanted them to gloat into Biden's face and the neoliberals' face, saying, look, I got more people of color than any other Republican president. But we knew that they would stuff this ballot box via mail-in. We've been onto this shit for a long time. It was over a year ago, fam, I called the registrar and said, hey, who's making our mail-in ballots?
Yep.
Hey, where's the contract? Hey, how does this work? What are their primary duties? What can they do? Oh, well, it turns out they're in charge of printing, mailing, storage, data processing. Then we speak to an expert, Dr. Rebecca Mercury. I don't like to mention too many names, but Dr. Rebecca Mercury is one who talks about security when it comes into finances, checks, lottery tickets, and mail-in ballots. And she says it's a joke. All you have to do is emulate that stupid fob key that says which precinct it came from, right? And pretty much you can stuff the ballots with people who are no longer voting, if you harvest ballots, or dead people and all that stuff. And people are going, Pasta, that's never happened before. We've never had that situation before. Well, fam, we have a 1% audit. We have no audit, so they're never going to find out. If you never check your work, you never know what's going to happen. And right now, today, ladies and gentlemen, it's hitting us right in the face.
And people want proof, but it's like, you know, you guys prove that it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Because we can only tell you all of the suspect information, but we don't have access to these machines, to these people, to these these resources that are completely hidden from the American people. When Bernie Sanders won Nevada, it was hand counted paper ballots right in front of the entire media. That was it. Like, he won by a landslide. I guarantee you, if we had paper ballots across the board, he would have also won by a landslide. But that's the reality, is that we don't have that. And we also don't have open source. We don't have anything to really verify what's going on. We are literally going in blind, and there's nothing we can do about it. And so, yes, you damn well should know. I'm going to question it when the statistics and the probabilities are outrageous when it comes to this.
And when you have proprietary software and accounting machine where you have no audit system, where you can't even count the ballots, what goes in the machine and you have proprietary software might not give you the number of the accurate count of those paper ballots that go in there. That's why we need where it's casted is where it's counted. So therefore, the chain of custody can't be broken. I mean, the whole ballot harvesting thing is just disgusting that the Democrats didn't say anything about it because they knew they wanted to use it to their advantage to stuff the ballot box. But, I mean, we need to have checks and balances across the board, proprietary software, so we can see what's going on, and then a hand-counted in public, look at it, Donald Trump, 1.
And you might be cheering for
Biden,
this right now because
2.
you don't like Trump, right? You might be cheering for this right now because you don't like Trump. But wait in a few years when it's your favorite congressperson that you're so excited for. Wait in a few years when it's AOC or whoever it is that the left wants to run in 2024. Wait and then see if you care about election integrity when it happens to a candidate you like.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of down ballot candidates that we don't even know. That's the thing with no transparency. We don't know if Angelica Duenas really won. We don't know if Maria Estrada really won. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If we don't have
There's no measure.
transparency, how do you know? I mean, it's really affecting us on a local level because the establishment plays it across the board. It's like, oh, we're going to help out Joe Biden here, but while we help out Joe Biden in the process, we're going to help out Tony Cardenas. You know what I'm saying? We're going to do that. They do it for the lower level seats too as well, so they can maintain their power. And they can do it for all these seats, and we're getting screwed in the end. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. And this isn't anything new. I mean, Rob, who we've had on the show, is literally has proof that these people do this in the California Democratic Party.
Yeah.
So if the most powerful party in one of the most powerful states in the country, one of the fifth largest economy, if those people can do it, what makes you think that this can't happen at a national level when we use very similar machines that have the same issues? I mean, this is nothing new, and this is why Rob took his case to the Supreme Court.
Yeah. John, can we cue up the purity test real quick while we hook up with Jason Burmis, and we'll play that real quick?
Did you want to say anything, Johnny, on this?
Yeah.
Or?
Yeah, well, I sent him a Zoom link, but
okay.
So really quick, just looking at the map, if we look at the map here, we can kind of see if okay, let's say we do go with the what's it called? What the AP has right now. Let's say we go with what it is right now, right? So Wisconsin goes to Biden. They already called it for Biden. Michigan is still, it's 99% reporting. Biden has 60,000 more votes than Trump, but they haven't called it yet. Nevada is 75% reporting, and there are 8,000 votes apart.
Yeah.
Which is wild. So this is tight.
Yeah. And Nevada's one of those states they got 10 days after to count all these votes. So mail-ins can come in. They can have they have security measures, the Democratic Party. So it's going to be interesting.
Pennsylvania has 86% reporting, and Trump is leading by
400,000
400,000.
Yeah.
North Carolina.
Less than 400 now. Yeah.
That's interesting. So if you look at North Carolina, that's Trump is leading by 100,000, almost 100,000, and there's 94% reporting. And then Georgia, 95% reporting. He's leading by 80,000. But let's just say we go with what is on the map right now. No states flip. Nevada goes blue. Wisconsin goes blue. Michigan goes blue. Pennsylvania goes red. North Carolina goes red. Georgia goes red. I want to see what that looks like. And we have this thing. So blue, red. North Carolina, red. Georgia, red.
I'm seeing 270 to 268 if I'm speaking correct.
It would be Democrats 276, Republicans 261. So that would be a win for Biden if we go through what AP is showing right now.
276 to 261? Yeah. Wow.
So that is interesting.
Wow, that's crazy.
Now, you guys think that what was the sketchiest state? It was Wisconsin or
Wisconsin and Michigan.
Both.
Highway robbery.
Both.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Highway robbery.
That's 26 electoral votes right there.
Yeah.
That's wild. I didn't know they had that many.
It happened. It was so funny because we were sitting here, we were watching, and all of a sudden we're like, I was just waiting for them to call Wisconsin for Trump. And all of a sudden this came in. He was like 100,000 votes down, Biden. And he's up by 7,000 votes. And we're like, and that look on Cuomo's face, that Fredo son of a bitch. Just want to smack him. Burmis is here. Let's get him in. I want to thank you all for joining us for our election special on YouTube. Go over to the Rokfin, Rokfin, back it up. We got over 650 people watching right now. We really do appreciate it. We're going to bring you breaking information as it comes along. Right now we have the info warrior on with us, Jason Burmis. Jason, I don't know. Check your pockets. See if there's any money in it because the Democratic Party might have slipped their hand in there and taken it out. They certainly did that in Wisconsin and Michigan at the still of the night while everybody was sleeping. Your initial thoughts on what you just saw right there happen right in front of our very own eyes.
Oh boy. I kind of a lot to discuss, I guess. I think we saw exactly, what I was discussing with Whitney Webb and Steve from Slow News Day yesterday, and what I've been talking about, what I talked about with you last week, how we were not going to have a president last night, today, probably at the end of the week. I think that this is a psychological operation. They put the scenarios that we are now seeing come to fruition into the public arena over the last few months, especially the one of this red mirage, because if you were watching last night and you were paying close attention, there was never a point or a serious point where Donald Trump had more electoral college votes. There was always a path for Biden on CNN, on MSNBC, even on Fox News. They seemed to be playing it that way. No one wanted to call Texas. No one wanted to call Florida.
Yeah.
And then when it appeared, that red mirage that had been hyped up, it appeared that Wisconsin and Michigan were going to be the deal breakers. Forget about Georgia, right? Everything stopped. And you had Biden come out probably a couple hours before Trump, and he specifically mentioned Pennsylvania. He said, I think we're going to win. I think we're going to win in Pennsylvania. And at the time, Trump was up 700,000 plus votes. And I think that was a hedge of their bets. So obviously they can lose Pennsylvania and still have that path to victory. But if shenanigans are afoot in Michigan or Wisconsin, and one of the things that you're seeing going around social media that no one's been able to debunk is this magical 100,000 plus votes that showed up for Joe Biden when a third party candidate and Trump got none in the middle of the night in Wisconsin. Specifically, I think they're hedging their bets for the legal battle. So I don't think that the mugging and raping is quite over yet, because the American people haven't gotten involved yet. This is the long haul, man. This is why I moved to Iowa. I really think over the next few days and especially weeks, this is when the chaos ensues. I wish I had another outcome, but we're seeing both sides run with their narratives that have already kind of been pre-positioned into the people's minds.
Yeah, so Donald Trump is already calling for a recount of Wisconsin, but what suppose there's recounts and this gets delayed, do you see people, Trump supporters, going out to the streets and protesting this election and protesting how they were disenfranchised? And do you see perhaps the opposing side, the people who really don't like him and are okay with what's going on because they don't like him, right? Because they have Trump derangement syndrome, going out there and having like a little confrontation with them? Because we've seen that these buildings have been boarded up and such. So it seems to me like the establishment and the state is prepping for something like that, if not pushing for something like that to happen.
Yeah.
I think it's 100%, right? We haven't seen, when I was talking to Whitney yesterday, I said, Whitney, when do we start seeing possible chaos or violence in the streets, or the protests that we saw in Portland? She said, I don't think it's going to be right away. I think the only way that scenario would have been possible last night is if it was such a landslide for Trump that they could not mask it. And that is not what happened. Even though there were those big surprise states, they were not able to push that narrative. Now, as far as whether or not you're going to have right wingers in the streets, I don't think so. Again, I was listening to you guys at the top of the hour talk about Greg Palast. And one of the things that he was pushing in a now totally and completely debunked narrative is somehow there was going to be intimidation at the polls by the Boogaloo Boys and the Proud Boys. Did not happen. Complete fiction, So now what we have to be concerned with is a legitimate count of the vote. Okay, I don't know if that's possible. I don't think that's going to happen. People do need to remember, though, that in Wisconsin in particular, they did start recounting the votes last time, okay? And I saw it reported on Fox News, they found over 300. I had reported earlier this week it was 131 they had found before they stopped recounting them. It was the scandal with Jill Stein. So I think there is some legitimacy there. Again, I am still under the belief that they tried to steal it in 2016, but the margin was just too great. I don't think Trump lost the popular vote last time. I know there's a lot of people out there that vote down a party line or have TDS, but I am sorry. When you see how many people are out there in the streets for this guy in comparison to both other candidates, whether it be Biden this time or Hillary last time, it's just not comparable. And I'm sorry, Pasta, but I don't know what's going to happen in the next few weeks and months, but I can guarantee you there will not be a definitive president by the end of the week, probably by the end of next week. And as that progresses, I think that you're going to see frustration on both sides that feel like they've been cheated, because, you're going to have those people that may be justified, that voted for Trump and said, we knew this was coming. We were warned about it. And then you're going to have the left that thinks they're justified because Rachel Maddow and Anderson Cooper said he's going to steal the election. He's not going to leave. He's going to say these votes are illegitimate. So literally the narratives that both sides, if you're into that left-right thing, have put out are now playing out in front of us.
Yeah. It's kind of scary, too, because as we've been doing this little interview with you right now, we've had 666 watching for the majority of the time. Thank God it just went up again, but it was kind of scary. And we had a super chat contribution over here, Jesse L. Guys, I love your work, but you're coming off as Trumpist. And, I'm already getting ready to see this. Fiorella and I are now Trump supporters.
I'm
We're
sorry.
definitely Russian
Can I
operatives.
address that?
And please do, Fiorella.
Okay. Caring about election integrity does not make me a Trumper. Literally, I just said I literally was one of the few channels that talked about the Bernie Sanders and the exit polls and all the crap that they did to him. And Niko House has been talking about that since 2016. I mean, this is nothing new. This Trump derangement syndrome and this hyper-partisanship and this desire to overlook fraud just because it doesn't fit your political narrative, that's the danger, in my opinion. That is the danger that we're seeing, the okaying of censorship of Donald Trump just because you don't like him. I don't even like him, but why are we censoring him? And how does that not directly affect people like us, people like Jason and other people who are continuously censored left and right? I mean, this whole thing is, to me, a sickness that's going on in America. We're never going to get anywhere if we can't even have a discussion about the election integrity being a bipartisan practice if you're going to be polarizing it based on political ideology.
Yeah. Your thoughts on that, Jay?
I 100% agree. And, we could take the ideology of it tomorrow. If we had these benevolent billionaires and tech overlords, as they're portrayed in the mainstream, as many on the left actually deified them in these latest hearings, calling it a witch hunt. If they were so benevolent, they could ensure election integrity tomorrow. They could have done it last week. I'm going to say it again. The technology is there, guys. I'm listening to how long it takes to count the votes, and everybody's like, well, it takes about a minute for somebody to hand feed it through the machine and have it go. That's great. But the truth of the matter is, once again, the technology exists. I take a camera like the one I'm pointing at that currently retails, not even buying in bulk or surplus, retails for about $40 at Walmart, meaning you get them for like $10 a piece. You have 10 of them at every polling place. And then as you're counting them, you literally put down each vote, scan it in, and then you read off the names. You could have a program that actually has the count in the corner. It could be broadcast across the world. You could see where people cast their votes and then where the votes actually come from. So there's no fraud there. Game fucking over.
Yeah.
But guess what? They don't want that. They want mail-in ballots. They want gerrymandering. They want to put out false narratives and race bait people. Why? Because it pits us against each other on a street level. You against your ma, your pa, your neighbors, your friends, over what? Over a contrived plan to censor the majority of us when we go out, not the majority, all of us, when we go outside of a mainstream narrative that is literally written by and perpetuated by a predator class that could not give a fuck about you, whether you are a Republican or a Democrat, and I cannot stress that enough.
Yeah, they don't care. And the thing about it is, you're talking about solutions. We have all the solutions here. We were talking about, what the hell is Craig Pallas talking about? We have to look at this. If you simply looked at the HEROES Act and what the Democrats were trying to do, it pointed right in the direction that, oh my God, they're going to cheat with mail-in. They were trying to remove a provision, which it's going to come back into play, where 32 states would remove their signature verification checks. In other words, it would no longer be in play. Therefore, they can stuff the ballot box like crazy. This is going to come back into play. That's the reason why McConnell and Trump weren't even looking at the HEROES Act. They're like, we're not going to sign that. That's ridiculous. You can just send a ton of mail-in ballots. We don't have to verify the signature, and you'll win. So I think it's going to come into play. But if it's that easy for us to catch some what jerk off restaurant manager I used to be that now has a show. I mean, why can't the American public look at this and see, hey, we need to fix this because our elections should be the most important thing. The foundation of our democracy depends on free, fair, and transparent elections.
I couldn't agree with you more, Pasta. And let me just say this. You know, I got my first desk job in graphic design at a large scale print shop. I mean, when I say large scale, for the area, right? And when I did my mail-in, you know, I couldn't register in time for Iowa. I thought my vote might be better served in New York. Anyway, I'm going to show people what that looks like, okay? It's got the little Otsego County stamp on it, all that good stuff. I used to print that all the time. If I have one of these sent to me and I have access to a printing press, which is not that hard to do in 2020, not even a printing press, even a digital printer, you name it, I can print off about, I don't know, 10,000 of these easily in a week's time. Yeah. Each one individualized with someone's name and address, which, by the way, I wouldn't even need to like get a list. If I wanted to do the work, I could still do it within a week on finding out where people lived, how old they were, and whether they were eligible to vote, because most of that stuff is publicly available. And what's the worst that happens? I send in somebody that's not registered and it gets tossed away. You're never going to get caught. It is literally, you know, it may be 5 to 10 times worse than the, you know, Diebold and voting machine fraud that we've seen in the past, because at least then you had the exit polls, which would somewhat reflect what should have happened at the voting booth. There is no exit poll on one of these guys.
None. It's a gateway to hell. Jimmy Carter said the area most ripe for fraud is this mail-in system. You can take Fugazi names and addresses and send it in, and if you have that little key fob thing, it goes through the machine. You can stuff the ballots, and they were preparing to do it the whole time, fam.
And the thing is, it's like, I wouldn't be opposed to it, like I said, if we had a fair, free system where we could verify every single little thing and it would be open and track it and everything. Like, I understand technology and younger people want to really, you know, not have to necessarily go in there. I understand all that. But the best places in the world that have the best elections don't have a system like mail-in voting, like we were just talking to Ben Norton about. And Bolivia, Venezuela has the best elections, and their elections are fair and free, and we can't even have that in this country. In a third world country, they can have that. So what's really stopping us from having fair and free elections? It's the whole system, because like you said, it's if we continue fighting and continue polarizing one another, we're not going to look up and see who's really behind this whole situation. Who are the people really moving the pieces? And unfortunately for us, and this is something that Bernie Sanders failed to do, he didn't bring up the issue of election fraud when he was cheated in 2016 or in 2020. Now it's up to Donald Trump. So we'll see how far Donald Trump can take it. What do you think about that? Do you think that Donald Trump is going to become the emblem of election integrity?
I don't think the media could ever allow that, right? I certainly think that that'll be a narrative on one side of the spectrum. Whether that's the true narrative or not, I don't want to speculate, right? Because, hey, I'm not counting the votes. But again, when you look at Wisconsin in particular, I haven't seen anybody explain that huge jump on Biden and literally nobody else gets a vote. It could be easily explained if maybe, you know, there were several counties that came in and first they counted for their, it seems very bizarre. And again, it seems very bizarre that you literally have this narrative that's been put out there happening and unraveling before our eyes. I mean, you should have seen the fervor for which Jake Tapper sat there and went after Trump after he came out. It was like 2:30 or 3:30 in the morning, depending on where you were, and discussed the fact that, you know, he was ready to call a victory. And why did they stop counting the votes in these certain areas? And who called Arizona for these people? You know, legitimate questions that will be spun as illegitimate ones by CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS News, and even a lot of people on Fox News, like Chris Wallace. They've never given him his due. Again, when you look at the guy, and you just mentioned Bernie Sanders, I can't stress this enough. Donald Trump basically became everything Bernie Sanders wanted to be in 2016 via COVID 1984. He gave you free money for a long time. He wanted to give you more free money. Okay. Number two, he cut out the drug companies and their monopoly via an executive order that nobody on the left could have been passed. And nobody on the left even said, you know what? That's a good thing. Nobody said that was a good thing. Yeah, so I just don't believe that he can do anything, even if it's in line with the policies that are put forward by progressives, because of the narrative that surrounds him. He's a racist, he's a xenophobe, and all these other things, again, that are set to, pit us against each other. What they don't call him is a warmonger or a tool of the military industrial complex. Again, there's never a real valid argument against him. But as far as Trump and election integrity, or even standing up for the First Amendment and free speech, I don't have a lot of hope in him for being a martyr in that, because he's failed miserably with his Justice Department, Assange, and WikiLeaks. And again, how many people know this week that more revelations were made via the phony Mueller investigations that vindicate WikiLeaks, and again, put more shade on this false Russian narrative we were all fed?
Yeah. I mean, we talk about a lot of these things. Jay, we got to get out of here. Some of the things you were mentioning too as well, like we talk about the criminal justice situation with Joe Biden has to stand behind the 1994 Crime Act. Donald Trump actually signed the First Step Act into law. Van Jones was bragging about it up and down, left and right. The left never says anything about it, but we'll just have to wait and see. But everything's set up last night. The way things are going, it does look like the Donald Trump fans might get out into the streets eventually, the way Wisconsin and Michigan was just stolen from them, and the way they slow-rolled calling Florida and Texas for Trump. It feels like they're building up the animosity to try to get people in the street going at each other. Jay, thank you so much for joining us. We love the Info Warrior, and hopefully we'll speak to you soon. All right.
Thank you, guys. And just because you mentioned Van Jones, I got to end with this. Van Jones is just another shill out there. He tried to come out for 9/11 truth back in the day, and they eviscerated him for it in the left. And then he was lockstep. They did the same thing to Joy Reid. A lot of your listeners don't know that on the progressive arena, but go type in Van Jones or Joy Reid, 9/11 truth. They both watched my film. They both know what's up, and they remain silent to this day. So if you think they're going to save you via an election, think again.
Yeah. Thanks again, the Info Warrior, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We want to just say thank you to Dia Co, who sent us a great super chat contribution. Thank you. It is always appreciated on the election desk. We're going to keep an eye on what's going on, and we will get back to you after this very short, important break.
Temp staff, but the drivers, every driver I've seen have been perm staff.
We're here. This is where all the mail-in ballots come, and he's going to give us a little tour and tell us what goes on.
There you go. So right now, As I was saying, all ballots will come in here, and that will be both those from USPS. Again, they're brought in by our team. They're not brought in by USPS. We'll take our budget truck out there today, pick up, and then we're also bringing in the ones from the vote-by-mail drop boxes. The first thing we're doing is going through and sorting, just looking for damaged ballots and any out-of-county ballots, so we could forward those to the county. And then we're also just making sure all the fronts are front, barcodes are all readable, all that, because the next step is automatic signature verification. We'll walk over here.
1 second. I have a couple questions over here. So they're not counting whatsoever. We're just getting make sure they're all right.
No tally will happen until November 3rd, 8 p.m.
Okay, on election night. So let's talk real quick about the budget trucks and whatnot. Are these staff that you have right here, are they year-round staff or are they new staff? Are they hired specifically for this since it's a new
The
system?
ones I've seen coming in are our perm staff.
Permanent staff.
Yeah.
Okay.
The ones unloading can be temp staff, but the drivers, every driver I've seen have been perm staff.
Okay. What about the protocol and what they have to do to go pick stuff up? In other words, you're saying that all the mail-in ballots go to a P.O. box, right?
I'm not
Mail-in ones. USPS. Do they bring them here or do you guys have somebody go pick them
Go
up?
pick them up, and that's why they're bringing them here in the budget trucks.
Do you guys have a protocol for them, what they have to do as far as,
Do all that stuff. That would be one you have to write in because I just know the basics of here.
So you don't send somebody out and say you have to be back at a certain time where you did? I mean, if I went to go pick up ballots, I can go and...
Like I said, I don't know what their protocol is. I know what the protocol is once ballots arrive.
Okay.
So,
Do they check in here to go to work or do they sign in or clock in at a different location?
I think they're all from here. I think they're from here.
So they clock in here, go to work.
And then
All right.
ballots in.
So we obviously don't have big tallies and tabs on them what they're doing. We just, when they get here, and we handle business when they
That's
get
not
here.
obvious. Like I said, I don't know what their procedure is.
Okay.
You need to talk. You need to submit that in writing if you want to know what their procedure is.
I thought you would
Yeah,
possibly
no,
know that.
again, I know what happens to I know the path of the ballot once we get in here.
The path of the
I can
ballot.
walk you through the path of the ballot.
Gotcha. Thank you, Phil.
Anything else, you're just going to have to submit it.
No
in
doubt.
writing.
I got you.
Here's one of our automatic signature verification devices. You'll see it's scanning the signatures and it's comparing it to what we have in the voter database.
Yeah.
Signatures that are good, it spits out on the top. Signatures that it questions come out on the bottom. Okay. Tolerances for this device are very tight, which is good, right? So if it spits out, it's good, great. However, you know what happens if you set your tolerances too tight, you can get some false negatives, right?
Gotcha.
Everything that it questions by law has to be reviewed by a human. Okay? We have to have human eyes put on it, and that happens over there. We don't just do one set of human eyes at the registrar just to be on the safe side. We do 3 sets.
Okay.
So we need 3 people to review before any further action happens to that ballot.
Okay, so this goes into this machine right here. It verifies the signature and it spits it out if it's good, or what if it's bad if it's not one? Does it get down below?
Again, the top section right there where you see it coming out, that's the good ones. That little bottom box, you see one down there, that's one that it has questioned.
Okay.
Okay, and those are questioned, not necessarily bad, it's just questioning. Like my grandmother, rest in peace, when she was old, it got shaky signature.
Gotcha.
Looked the same, I could tell it was hers, but a device like this may have a little, say, no, that's shaky, I'm gonna question it.
Yeah.
Okay, if it's good, they'll go back and get ready for extraction.
Gotcha.
If it's questioned, it'll come over here.
What are the reasons to question the ballots? The shakiness, whatnot, and what do we use?
Anything it can't read, if it doesn't match it, if it can't find a match in the database, then it's questioning it.
Which database is that? Is that the e-poll?
database. The
voter database. How often is that thing updated?
They're updating all the time as we get voter registration forms constantly updating. We get reports from, like, say, DOJ on felony reports or coroners on deceased persons, so they're constantly updating.
Because that's the thing a lot of people are talking about, that there are people that have passed away or moved that are still on that database, whatnot. Do you guys where do you guys make the ballots at?
The ballots are printed. We have a print company that prints them. Again, that's information you have to get. Has nothing to do with the path of the ballot once.
Gotcha.
I don't know.
Gotcha.
So here we see them confirming signatures. So they'll have the scanned signature from the envelope on the left and what we have on the database on the right. Okay?
All right. So if they're good, or this is the double check area here.
The double, triple check.
Triple check area.
Now, if we get one that doesn't have a signature, or we get 3 people say, no, this signature doesn't match, right?
Yeah.
Then a letter goes out to that person that day.
Yeah.
So we'll print a letter, send it out to them, it explains why their signature wasn't accepted, and it gives them opportunity to correct that with a signature box there. They can send that back in.
Gotcha. So we got to get a chance just in case your ballot gets rejected to get another
Or if you
shot.
forgot to sign it, you got an opportunity to do that.
How many ballots come in per day over here?
I don't know. We could request that number, though. They do a data dig. I know we're at about just over 1 million processed so far. Or
And how long?
Received, I should say. Since we've been going since about October 7th. Ballots went out on the 5th, so since about the 7th, early October.
Yeah.
So that's how many we've received so far.
And once again, Would you know what comes in more? Is it the drop boxes or is it more of the post office, would you say?
Oh, I don't know. I have to look at the numbers.
Okay.
Again, if you request those numbers,
I got
they
you.
can pull those numbers for you.
Yeah. Whatever questions we don't get from you, we'll get from
Yeah,
from guys. I'm
absolutely.
sorry for hitting you with
No,
everything.
no,
I just
that's okay.
yeah.
That number you have there too, they have a team of folks from the election side that are specifically responding to these requests.
I'm just the thing I'm most curious about right now is who the picking up and delivery of the budget people. Like, who do they check in with?
Mm-hmm.
What's their protocol? You know, I would think that they would come check in with you, say we're going to go out to here and come back at a
I
certain
don't
time.
manage this operation.
Yeah.
All I do is manage media and observers,
I gotcha.
help the guys out. Yeah.
Gotcha. Is there anybody who would know about those things about the operations?
Potentially, but when we have millions of ballots coming in, that's why they have me here, so that way we don't pull the managers from their operations. They're working.
Because that's a valid question to understand the chain of custody, to say who's picking them up, where they're going, just to make sure they can't go stop at Carl's Jr., smoke a blunt, chill out for a while.
Sure, totally legit. These are envelope opening machines.
Okay.
It basically pulls the envelope, slices it open, and that prevents our workers, our ballot extractors, from having to use letter openers and such. Okay?
Gotcha.
So they'll
No
get a
cutting
batch-
their fingers.
No cutting your fingers. They'll get a batch from here. It'll come over here. You'll note that we have 4 boxes here.
Yeah.
So they're sorting. Once they have the envelopes, they're sorting by. First, we keep empty envelopes. So once the ballot is extracted, we have empty envelopes there. And please make sure we're not close enough that you're getting any personal information off there.
Gotcha.
The ballot that's good will go right into the good tray. And you'll see one of the supervisors come around periodically, and they're pulling the good ones to get packed and start sending off to TOC.
Gotcha.
And when I say TOC, Tally Operations Center.
I know.
Bad habit of government to speak in acronyms.
Gotcha.
Remakes.
Yeah.
So if there's a damaged ballot, and I'll show you a poster that shows what damaged ballots or what a remake would constitute a remake. And then snag, and that's something like, for example, you get the envelope and there's no ballot in there.
Yeah.
You need to record that, right? If I've documented that I've provided you, your batch has 100 envelopes, and then you go turn in 99 ballots, I'm gonna say, hey, where's that 9th one? Well, your log shows that one did come in without a ballot. It was a snag. Oh, great, we have it right there. We have it logged.
Gotcha.
One thing I do also want to point out is that, you can't see it here, that the employee, oh, right here we can check. Our logs are completed in gold pencil.
Gold pencil.
Gold pencil.
Yeah.
Not just because we're the biggest in the nation when it comes to elections and we consider, no, it's because
But we're not the gold standard.
we are the gold standard.
Yeah.
The tally machines won't read a gold pencil mark,
Gotcha.
right? So if you had a dishonest person say, oh, look at a contest that wasn't marked, and they tried to mark it, it wouldn't even read, right?
Gotcha.
So you'll know nobody here is using black or blue ink.
Gotcha. I'm curious. Good. Well, he doesn't have all the answers we need. He's not going to know about the drivers. We'll ask a little bit more. Ready for extraction.
Ready for extraction, so I'm simply pulling them out.
Gotcha.
So there's your 4 stages. Let's check out this poster. This will be a good one for you to check out.
Okay.
Give some examples of what constitutes a remake.
Yeah. Are there cameras in here in the facility filming all?
Streaming the activities, so we have 4 live stream cameras.
You have 4 live stream cameras, Johnny. One over here.
At the exit, one over there where they come in, and one at the far corner where they're doing signature verification and data entry.
Okay, so these cameras that you set up are the only cameras that are really pretty much here for security, is what
No,
you're saying.
these are not security. These are for our live stream.
For
So,
live
folks, we started this a couple of years back, and it's especially helpful now with the pandemic going on. So if someone wants to observe what we're doing, but from the safety of their home, they can live stream.
Gotcha.
Now, we do have security cameras all over the place.
You do? Okay, cool.
Yeah, so you'll see the little bubbles all occasionally, the little black bubbles, just like a casino. You always have that eye in the sky.
Gotcha, Philip.
Okay.
So what is this here?
So this is a sample. This is a poster that kind of shows what constitutes a good ballot versus something that must be remade. Here we have a ballot. Person followed directions, bubbled it in, not a problem. That's going to pass. This would also be a good ballot, right?
Yeah.
The voters telling us, hey, I don't want any of these people.
Yeah.
But they didn't mark anything here.
Yeah.
What our tally machine is reading is here, not here.
Okay, so
So
what's
that'd
this
be
here?
okay. This is your QR code. This identifies what precinct that ballot's from, right?
Okay.
So the tally machine needs to know what precinct it's from because Pomona may have measures, I think they have measures, that Long Beach doesn't.
Okay, so this here is just for the precinct. This doesn't identify the voter.
No, we have an anonymous ballot. right?
Yeah.
Anonymous
Okay.
voting. So there's
what
no
about
identification of the
What
voter.
about this right here? So this is the only thing that really has my security to make sure these are valid ballots when coming to me. In other
This
words,
is what tells us what precinct it comes from.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's how the.
What about the security of the ballots, the authenticity to make sure that they're a real ballot? Because if I can copy this barcode and put this on a Fugazi ballot, then I can hand it in, and it looks like I can get by with that.
I don't think so, because what I've tried to do when I was playing with the machines, and we tried to photocopy ballot, we were doing demo centers. You may recall I had a team out there doing demo sites where we had introducing the ballot marking devices to the community.
Yeah.
If I ran out of ballots and we try to photocopy them, it doesn't read.
So this is the only form of security that you know of right now on a ballot to make sure it's authentic.
There's other things on there. I know it has to have like certain marks for the
Yeah, I
device
saw
to
this
read.
mark right here.
I know it has to have certain marks for it to read and such. This primarily tells it where it came from.
Okay.
Okay.
So these are remakes here.
This would be a remake. Here, the voter has told us, hey, I want this guy.
Yeah.
But the voter didn't bubble it in.
Got
So
it.
we'd have to say, okay, voter intent is very clear. We take it to a remake department, they'll remake that. This would have to be remade because it wouldn't be able to tally it.
With
The
the
device
barcode.
wouldn't know where it comes from.
Got it.
This, people would say, oh, well, isn't that the same as this fill? They spilled, but they just covered up the words. Well, actually, since it does cover that, it could be construed as a vote.
Gotcha.
So we want to remake that. And here, simple voter error, right? Oops, I messed up. No, I mean, they're very clear. They don't want this.
remake, yeah.
Remake. The device, the tally device would count both, in which case it wouldn't be able to count either.
Got it.
So we need to remake for that voter.
Got it.
Sample a snag, 2 of the same page,
Got it.
right?
How does that happen?
Husband and wife filling out, for example, husband and wife filling out their ballot together, husband
Yeah.
and husband, whoever you may have.
Yeah.
We fill it out together. We go to pack them up. I grab both page 1s inadvertently. You grab both page 2s, fold them up, put them in there.
Gotcha. Okay. So pretty much when you're verifying over here, you're only verifying signatures, pretty much. All right, but what if they're possible somebody gets sent 2 ballots and it goes through twice? What's the device to stop it from getting counted twice? Because I've heard that like they've sent out multiple ballots at times by accident.
Once we scan, we show that you've received your ballot. We won't count another one.
Yeah.
So, for example, same thing. If someone sent it in,
Yeah.
and then shows up at a vote center,
Yeah.
and says, "Oh, I want to vote here."
It's already in the computer.
Yep. When they sign in, it'll show as already voted.
Okay.
In which case, hey, you already voted. In which case, now you have to do a provisional. We offer you a provisional ballot. You say, "Oh, that wasn't me." Great, provisional ballot. It'll come out in the signature.
Yeah.
That provisional will go through. If his person's signature matches, great. We'll still hold it. We'll hold it because we want to make sure all VBMs have been processed. So, hey, Phil voted provisionally. He didn't surrender his vote by mail. Did a vote by mail come in? Wait till we finish. All vote by mail's done. Did Phil ever submit one? No, we never scanned one from Phil. Great, we can count that one.
Okay. So,
And if
Yeah.
you show up at the vote center and you haven't mailed it, we'll see that there also. So what we would be able to do then, someone says, oh, well, what if I go vote and then I mail it later? Well, we remotely spoil that on the spot. So, oh, okay, you don't have your vote by mail to surrender. We see we haven't received it yet. We're going to go ahead and spoil that. That way, if it does come in and get scanned, it's going to show up as a spoiled ballot. This person voted at the polls.
okay.
So here's our ballot remake. We'll go on the side. 'cause it's
Gotcha.
quite-
My bad.
No, not your I tend to walk that way. So what happens here
Yeah.
is one person will recreate the ballot. So based on that precinct, you're going to figure out where it came from, and they'll recreate a blank ballot. This is for ballot remake, right? So a ballot came in damaged,
Okay.
had some of those marks, something like that. This person would take first thing they do is when they remake it, they'll have a blank ballot. That blank ballot comes out with the serial number. Okay, first thing you have to do is transfer that serial number over to the original ballot.
Okay, so now I'm getting a little confused. This section right here is for like the remakes or the snags, or if there was an issue, whatnot. We didn't cast the person's vote, so this is their checks and balances to make sure that they get the proper vote in.
Yep.
So
And that way that person gets their vote counted, right? Ballot comes in damaged from the post office. The voter had no control over that. They still want their vote counted. We need to remake that ballot for them. And all the process is outlined in California election code. So they'll remake it, come out with the serial number. They'll write the serial number on the original and the remake.
yeah,
Someone will transfer all the votes over.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever they had, only what they had there. And then someone else will review it.
Yeah.
A third person will review it, make sure they didn't change anything, make sure the same information, change, add anything, delete anything, any of those options. And then they'll rescan them side by side.
Okay.
Okay, so post-election, if the lawyers come in, campaigns come in and say, hey, we want to see all the remakes, we're able to provide them with the originals, in which case they'd see a serial number on each. And we put up a screen so they'll be able to see, oh, there's the digital image. Definitely I'm looking at what they created that day, and they can confirm that. The original and the remake are married for life. Okay, so for whatever the retention period, they vary by election, state, local, federal.
Gotcha.
Whatever the retention period is, they'll be together. When they go to be tallied, the remake will be tallied, then it'll be put back with the original, and that's when they go to retention.
Gotcha.
Okay, and then the final step, down here.
Gotcha. Most of this staff here is hired for this time of year, I would assume, with this shit going
Yeah,
on.
a lot
I mean,
of-
what was it like with the hiring process, with the fact that we're in the middle of COVID and now we're going to mail in?
It's tough getting people. You know, a lot of people are concerned about safety and stuff. So you do see when you come in, we have all our safety protocols here, masks required. That's part of the reason we are here at Pomona. I'm sorry, bro. That's part of the reason we are here at Pomona, because you've seen us at Norwalk. This takes up half a floor.
Yeah.
However, half a floor with everybody sitting side by side. Here we have to have social distancing, so we need a larger facility. And also, more ballots, more vote by mails going out this time too. So there's gonna be a lot more to process, so the space helps.
Yeah.
The final step is ballot prep, and they're prepping it to send it off to the Tally Operations Center. This is where they'll put them in these boxes.
Yeah.
So each box holds about 1,000 ballots.
Yeah.
They log it. They'll put a security seal. Let's see. Do these have it yet? You'll know on the corner once they fold them up, maybe down here.
Yeah, I'd like to know more about this process. I'm assuming that there has to be two people transporting these ballots at all time.
Same thing. Always
Is there a camera on them at all times, or is it just once they leave the facility, they're out of sight, out of mind?
facility, but we do have a security seal on every box. You see she's applying it there.
Yeah.
Numbered security seal, and that's for chain of custody. Somebody's going to have to note that seal when they get to the other end. So chain of custody logs all the way through.
Has the registrar thought about putting little cameras in each side, each truck, so the chain of custody is completely under control once it leaves this facility till it gets to the tabulation?
I don't have any idea if they've thought about that or not.
But they don't currently have cameras, what I'm saying, so.
Yeah, no, we don't.
All right. There's no tracking on the truck?
I don't know if budget has GPS tracking. I don't know if we have GPS tracking.
Okay.
But all ballots are secured, and we log what's going out. So we know exactly what's going out. When they do arrive at TOC, they'll verify that number before they take custody of it. If that has been damaged, then they go along with
How do they check the numbers and stuff to make sure that when it left here, it's the same box, it's not a different box? You said they'll check something.
security seal. You can't peel that seal off.
All right. What's the sticker on there? Is the sticker on something there that just makes sure that they can validate or sort?
That sticker is the security seal. It has a serial number on there.
Gotcha.
You try and peel it off. Like, I don't know if you dealt with security seals. You try and peel, and the shiny will come off, and it'll start messing up the writing. Or if you open the box, it's obvious you just cut the seal.
And then you'll have the data here that this box left at this certain time. And
All that.
do you have like the tracking stuff that we can look at and stuff just to see it? I'm sorry.
Here we go.
Okay. So this is a log of when they leave here, right? Gold pen, gold standard.
Gold pen. We don't want anybody trying to make any changes.
All right.
We only hire honest people here, but just so you know, it's gold pencil.
So how does this work right here? So this left on November 20th or something? That's not even
That'll
today.
show what serial number went out. So this number will get a date assigned to it. Whenever this one goes out, probably today.
Yeah.
It's going to have November 23rd. October 23rd.
Why's it got November? You guys got November. It's October. That's the election.
Oh, it's what election it's for. Election and back number. Here's the date.
Okay.
Yeah. And let's not touch stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry. So
Yeah,
this will say that it went out right here, but doesn't say the time.
We got to back up. 'Cause
Yeah, sorry.
We got an employee here.
Well, it doesn't say the time on that ballot when the box left. That's all I'm just curious about right now. I'm big on the chain of custody. So pretty much this just says it left on that date. Doesn't say the time. It doesn't say the time it arrives over there. So all right. So it's a little.
But the thing you want to worry about, once it arrives, whether it takes 1 hour or 2 hours, LA traffic, that the box arrives intact and that seal has not been broken.
Oh, I got you.
Right? So
I got you. I just want to make sure that if it leaves here at 10 o'clock a.m., it doesn't get there by 4 o'clock, because what could happen with that between 6 hours between now and
But
then?
again, you could hit a SIG alert. You know, I've been in a SIG alert where they had a jet fuel spill on the freeway, and I was there 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
So you could be that, again, once they arrive, as long as those boxes are intact and that security seal is in place, you know nothing happened to them.
I hear you. I'd be more comfortable with cameras in the trucks and everything like that and stuff. 2 people teams, but that's just my personal opinion.
Well, it is always 2 people teams, like I said.
At all times.
At all times. Same thing with the ballot drop boxes.
Yeah.
Those are not picked up by USPS. Those are always picked up by county employees, 2-person teams.
And you think those are employees? They're not a third party by any chance with the drivers?
Nope, those are all employees.
All right.
And every employee we have does go through a background check.
Okay. Beautiful.
To get fingerprinted and get through the DOJ.
Gotcha. That's fair.
Many of these folks are also recurrent temporary employees, right? They'll work election after election for us. For some people, it's a great gig, right?
Yeah.
A couple months of work, have some time off. I had an outreach team once that would work an election, and they would actually all get like a cheap hotel up the street from work so they could walk, save money, live on Cheerios and peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah.
And then when the election was done,
Done.
they were young and they were traveling.
That's awesome.
Right? And then right before the general would come back, hey, Phil, we're out of money. The general's coming up. We ready for outreach? Yeah, come on back. So
Phil, what do you know about the contract who makes the ballots as far as, do you know who it
I don't
is?
know any of that. No,
No?
I don't. I honestly don't.
All right.
Like I said,
Yeah.
I do the outreach. So
The P.O. box you don't know about?
PO
where
box
it's
is
at?
probably whatever it's on the back of the envelope. You know.
So you don't know where it's at then? Or
Self-addressed.
who can go there?
I
That's
suppose
none of
it's
your
USPS.
thing?
Yeah, it's not my thing. Again, you
Yeah.
send that in, they'll let you know.
I thought you would
I'm
know
sure
that
it's
stuff.
authorized guys. I'm sure they have to send names of who's allowed to go there. I mean, look at just to get on base here or on campus here,
Yeah.
we have to have your name. So I'm sure USPS has, because they have more than ballots there too. I'm sure they have some protocols with who's allowed to show up there and stuff.
Who do we talk to get more information about that so we can see that? Is it Jeff?
No, it's
No.
election observer line.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll call that to get that information as far as who picks it
I
up.
would email it because they actually have folks there responding to those emails specifically.
Okay.
Yeah, and then that's election managers are overseeing those emails and stuff. So
Yeah.
that would be your best bet. If you call on the phone right now, we got a lot of public calls coming in.
And the same people will know about the contract as far as who's got the
They
contract.
could find out. They could find out. Yeah,
Okay. All right.
absolutely.
Is that it for the grand tour today?
So the other things I want to point out for security reasons.
Yeah.
Like I stated, all ballots will either come in or go from this. No ballots will leave any other direction. And employees, when they enter, must enter from this entrance.
Got it.
And when they leave for break, lunch, whatever the case may be, can only exit from one exit, right? So when it's lunchtime, we don't have people going out at 5 different directions,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
We have a controlled crowd. We're able to see where folks are going.
Gotcha.
That's it. At this time, you guys could set up if you want to film some stuff. We just got to stay 6 feet from our folks.
Gotcha, Phil.
We can film the equipment going.
Yeah. How long have you been doing this for with the?
I've been with the registrar's office since 2005.
Okay.
Election specific since about 2012.
So you're ready to take over in 2022?
I'm ready to retire in 2020.
Gotcha. All right. Well, thank you so much for helping us out with everything. You know what I'm saying?
I really encourage folks
Yeah.
to come down and see it.
Do you have any
Election law
questions?
changes from state to state, so people
It's
want.
county to county, state to state. Do you have any questions?
Even in my own neighborhood, I live over in Glendora. I was looking on the next door app. People say, "Hey, wait a minute, my ballot didn't come with the security sleeve, right?" Because they saw something on TV. Again, state by state, we were able to eliminate the security sleeve here.
And the voter rolls, you don't have a lot of knowledge of that either, too, as well. How it's updated, how it's going on. Because you did mention something that, like, coroner's office, if somebody
Yeah, I know
deceases.
we have to get the reports from them, so that's one way we get it. So, another way, someone writes us and says, "Hey, I got my dad's ballot. Oh, send us a death certificate. Let's see. We see what we can do, and then we'll take care of it from there."
In this particular situation with the COVID going on, they sent out mail-in ballots almost to everybody on the voter rolls.
Everybody that's registered and eligible.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
But you do have systems to double check to make sure they don't vote twice. However, that e-poll booklet, we don't know the updating and keeping of it exactly because
So they're constantly updating. Like I said, registrations are coming in every day, so we're constantly updating. As far as folks that are passed away, felon, those types of categories, we have to sometimes rely on other agencies, rely on a person. Like somebody moves away and they don't tell any government agency.
that happens often in LA.
So somebody moves away, they move to, especially right now, right? Somebody moves to Arizona, Nevada. They have 4 major elections that they'll still, by law, continue to get that ballot. After the 4th one, then they could cancel them or make them inactive.
That's the part of the overflooding with the ballots that some people are concerned about.
Again, if I got 5 ballots at my house and I sign all of them in somebody else's name, okay, now I'm a felon. And also, none of them are going to count.
Gotcha.
Right? Because this signature
You have the
verification.
that's what the main thing you do in a signature verification.
Right? Because when you're signing, that becomes a legal document.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So that's the big deal. And that's why it's so important for us to hey, the law says you got to have humans verify. That's why we say not just one. That could be subjective. We need 3. So.
Gotcha. All right.
So anything you want to set up, if you want to set up, film for a while, that's fine. We could do that. Again, your best bet, straight up, is going to be that email address.
Yeah.
That'll get you.
I mean, those are I'm a little surprised the fact that you're not in charge of these guys coming in and coming out, that we're keeping tallies on these drivers. We know where they punch in. We know where they go.
In each of these offices that are keeping an eye on these things.
Yeah.
Whole operations.
Yeah.
Every operation has multiple floor supervisors,
Yeah.
so they are keeping an eye on folks. Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, the drivers, that's the main thing for me.
Yeah.
You know, because they can go and do whatever. If there's no eye on them, there's no camera on them. Sure. How do we know that's an area where we can have some,
Right.
you know?
If you want more security, again, that's something you could petition for, I guess. But again, your big thing is that security seal.
Yeah.
You know, like I said, if they hit traffic and they took 8 hours to get there,
Yeah.
highly possible in LA.
Yeah.
Right? They take 8 hours. When they get there, as long as all those security seals and those boxes are not damaged, we should be good to go.
Gotcha. So, thank you so much, Phil.
Not a problem.
I
And
do.
I'll give you the tally operation schedule
Yeah.
also. Right?
Give me your business card if you have one too, as well. Welcome back to the Convo Couch, ladies and gentlemen. Pasta Jardula here. This isn't a rant. This is going to be an interview, but I want to break it down real quick. There's a lot of people out there this morning calling us Trumpists, whatnot. You know, I have made it kind of out in the open that me personally, I'm not going to vote for Donald Trump or Joe Biden, that I would probably prefer Donald Trump for 4 years rather than sweat years, 8 years of Joe Biden. Now, the reason why I was on that position is I believe the only way that Joe Biden can win this election, judging by the crowds out there, was if he cheated the vote. And I've been saying this for a long time. Election rigging is not just done by the Republicans, it's not done by the Democrats. It's done in a bipartisan manner. And at the end of the day, I break bread or I talk to people who care about election integrity over everything else. Now, there's a lot of ways to suppress and cheat the vote. One of the biggest ways is they disenfranchise young voters with long lines, faulty machines, keep them out there disinterested, and therefore they never think their vote counts anyways, so they don't bother to vote. That's why in the last election, we had only 50% of the electorate to vote. The way this election, I believe, was cheated last night, we'll get a little bit more to that later, is a mail-in process. The way they have a lack of security, there's no tracking. I've actually talked to experts in the field who've kind of echoed that sentiment. And the biggest elephant in the room we talk about a lot of time is the proprietary software within our machines. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. The power doesn't lie with those who cast the vote. The power lies with those who count the vote. And in 99.9% of our tabulation machines, the machines that give us the results that we have to just blindly trust, have something called proprietary software. Now, when I started this channel with my partner Fiorella and Jonny Tsunami, we embarked in a little bit of election integrity activism because we thought it was one of the most important things. And we were also horrified by the way the DNC, the Democratic Party, had cheated Bernie Sanders in 2016, and they followed it up with cheating him in 2020. And a lot of times, like people like Greg Palast out there, who's been all over everywhere, said that Donald Trump was going to cheat this election by disenfranchising voters and removing from the rolls, how wrong he was. We had pointed out that Donald Trump wanted those votes, and he wanted to prove to everybody that he got more non-white voters than any Republican president. And he did so, in fact, in this last election, more than any Republican president since 1960. But at the end of the day, this isn't about Donald Trump. This isn't about Joe Biden, whether you like either one or you hate either one. It's about our elections, which are the most sacred thing when it comes to American democracy. Yes, our elections. And if we allow this to happen right now for Joe Biden to cheat, Donald Trump, then we are opening up Pandora's box to let anybody cheat at any time. And if we okay cheating, they're going to cheat us when it comes to our progressive candidates like Bernie Sanders. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. When it comes to our elections, it's not who has power in the White House who controls our elections. If you understand our elections are broken down by state. You got to pay attention to the state and the counties. For instance, in LA and California, we have Alex Padilla, who openly supported establishment candidates in 2016 and Hillary Clinton, and then in 2020 by Joe Biden. So even though Donald Trump is in the White House, he doesn't have complete control of the elections. The elections are run by the counties, which are then appointed by the state, the secretaries of states, and now federal law mandates it's up to the states to deal with it and not the federal government. So there's a lot of ins and outs here and whatnot, but believe you me, it might work out in your favor this time if Joe Biden takes the White House. But if we allow this atrocity to keep going on time and time and time again, it will eventually come back and bite us in the ass no matter who we like. Our elections should be the most sacred thing we as Americans do. That's it. It's one person, one vote, a representative government. And one of the biggest elephants in the room we need to talk about right now that might not play into such a factor in this particular crazy election with the COVID and a lot of mail-in ballots, but it's our proprietary software. Listen to what I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen. Proprietary software runs rampant in all our tabulation machines. There are a few little pockets in areas of New Hampshire where they might have open source, but open source is the key. If we believe that we want to advance our elections one day to one day vote online with our cell phone, we need to embrace and hold on to what's called open source software. I'll say it again, open source software, which is exactly that. The software is open for people on the outside to inspect. So if we have a nefarious player, which I never believe it's Russia, I believe it's the legislation, but whatever you believe, whether you believe the Russians, whether you believe it's a nefarious player, if we have an open source software, we then have eyes and transparency in our elections. When I started this whole quest of election integrity, somebody introduced me to this little, sharp, crass son of a bitch named Brent Turner. Brent Turner is not only an election integrity activist, I consider him a friend. He laid it out to me plain and simple. Listen, Pasta, you look at the information for yourself, you tell me if you believe in the science, and you make your own determination. Now, just like our media, our activists and certain groups are co-opted by establishment people, so are election integrity activists. And I've been through a lot of them, seeing them, talking to them, hearing them, watching what goes on behind the scenes. Everybody I've talked to that Brent Turner has pushed me to has been spot on, perfect, and awesome, and honest. Whether it be Dr. Rebecca Mercury when it comes to our tracking of these ballots, when it comes to mail-in systems, or Alan Eckert, who actually has the prototype and invented the open source machine, to Tim Canova. Everybody we meet through Brent Turner is a solid person. He's done the work. He's been spot on. And I say, you pay attention to Brent Turner's science, you don't pay attention to his attitude. And it's kind of special that right now, my friend Brent Turner has a new film that just came out, a small documentary. It's quick, it's fast, it's jumpy, it's easy to watch, it's entertaining. I don't necessarily believe in a lot of it. Like I said, I have a disagreement when it comes to foreign agencies trying to come in and fix our elections. But the fact remains the same. If we don't have open source software and it's proprietary software owned by these big corporations, we'll never know if we had a fair election or not. So with no further ado, I'd like to introduce my good friend and election integrity activist for open source, Brent Turner. How you doing, Brent?
Hello, Pasta. Good afternoon.
Did you like that interview, that introduction for yourself? This little spark plug? This guy with an axe who beats down machines?
A couple words stuck out. Crass, which is interesting, crass. And then actually Alan Deckert is the fellow that designed what we call the Deckert design open source paper ballot election system. So I just wanted to get his name correct. The name of the movie, the documentary you referenced, is The Real Activist, and that is on Amazon.
Awesome. We're gonna close out the interview today by showing the trailer, by the way. So people, ladies and gentlemen, sit still. I watched it. Like I said, I don't agree with everything in it, but I think it's very solid and on point. And the main thesis of the movie is open source versus proprietary software. And I even like the fact, Brent, that you even include paper ballots that could be audited or counted after to even ensure the count. You want to tell us, our audience, a little bit about that?
Well, actually, first of all, I wanted, and I'm surprised you haven't mentioned it yet, but I wore a special outfit for you today, Pasta, and because of the documentary coming out and myself being featured as part of the subject matter, the glasses and the look, this is what people do when they have, when they get featured in documentaries. It's called going Hollywood. So I just wanted to mention to you that I'm keeping a new look, and I didn't want the crowd to be confused and think that I was like this before, because I wasn't, but I am now.
Well, when they watch the video, they're going to see how the rock and roll star you were. So
that's right. So all seriousness aside, this open source component is a necessary element of an appropriately defensible voting system. So in other words, it could be considered a crucial element, but I think it's best termed a necessary element of an appropriately defensible voting system. No system being 100% secure, but in our humble opinion and the humble opinion of a lot of top-rated hackers, this particular system called the Deckert design would be almost impossible, if not impossible, to hack successfully, because it has a good amount of redundancy, which includes the paper ballot, the voter experiences, and we utilize and this may be breaking news for you, by the way. I'm hearing that some, and we haven't verified this, so I haven't made it public, but I'll just mention it to you. We're hearing some places in northern Michigan are experiencing issues with their pen. The pen that was made available by the officials was not appropriate and thusly resulted in a high rejection rate on the scan machines. And so we're looking into that. I don't know if that's just gossip or what, but on that point, the system that Alan Deckert designed would involve a completely open source, no corporate owned software anywhere near the voting system. And the voter experience would be to press for the button that says George Washington, and then a printed ballot spits out that clearly says George Washington in print on it. And then that ballot is handed to an election official who puts it in a glass box, and that box is guarded until the end of the voting session, at which point the ballots are taken out, put on a table in front of the audience, the public, and at that point the counting process begins, whereby a ballot is held up, witnessed by a camera that is projecting on big screens, and the vote, George Washington, is announced. Then the ballot is inserted into a open source scanning machine, and that projects a incremental count of George Washington +1 on another big screen viewable to the public. And then at the end of that entire process, for people that missed it the first 3 times it was counted, the first time being by the announcement of the count, and the second time being the scanning of the count.
Yeah.
And then we'll hand count the entire 100%, and that's the ideal situation for smaller batches.
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
When you have Los Angeles or a place like that, of course you can't do a hand count because it's physically impossible within the allotted period of time. But what you can make sure of is that you have general public license open source software in all the tabulation systems. And we do advise having what we consider to be a perfectly marked ballot rather than hand marking the ballots, which causes a rejection rate. And also, a lot of people don't know it, but when you hand mark the ballot, oftentimes that ballot is actually remade by a staffer who remakes the ballots more perfectly to avoid the rejection. And that's a dicey situation because that can happen in the middle of the night in the back rooms.
Yeah. Well, what about those people who said, first of all, I want to point out that we both have the same mentality of where the vote is casted is where it should be counted. I think we differ a little bit that I want, once the ballot marking device is made with my ballot, I put it into the glass box. That box is then taken, and I want them going immediately into an open source software and then hand counted, audited after in the public eye in that same spot.
We have no difference of opinion.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of reality.
Yeah.
Some people think that all technology should magically disappear, and if you click your heels together enough times, that will happen.
Yeah.
Well, back here on planet Earth, we're trying to displace and disrupt Microsoft and other corporations from controlling our elections. So there's work to be done, and we can't dilly-dally with, farcical stuff.
Yeah, I'm the same way. The computers are not going to fly away. I want to vote online one day, so I want to be able to start working with open source so we can do that. However, when it came to California, where we thought we were going to get some open source, Alex Padilla was running up and down the state saying, we got open source, we got open source. You cornered him at an event. I cornered Jeff Klein. We got this all on film where they said, yes, it's open source, but as soon as we said, where's the source code, they couldn't give it to us. So now it seems to me that the legislation is trying to actually change the definition of open source. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, obviously, a bunch of schoolboy, schoolgirl legislators aren't going to be changing the definition of open source. This is well defined, and there's international standards, and the fact that the County of Los Angeles was given $300 million to deliver an open source system. That particular effort was spearheaded and initiated by Open Voting Consortium, again, Alan Deckard, and I was helpful with that. That was 13 years ago with Supervisor Antonovich leading from the supervisorial side. And the fact that that 300 million got allocated and that Padilla and Dean Logan basically, I guess the word is absconded with the money. I mean, the money is gone. The system they pretended to be open source was not. And of course, that did tremendous damage to the United States because the effort there was the flagship effort for the United States, and the resources were there, and that's a horrible criminal situation that I'm hoping somebody takes time to look into. Why did that money go south? Where did it go?
Yeah.
And who's directly involved?
Listen, our elections are owned by corporations across the board, whether it be mail-ins or the tabulation machine. And like you say plain and clearly, Brent, everybody's getting greased. And everybody's getting their hands in their pocket. They're getting money. It's going to contractors. They're taking that money. Give us a one-sentence definition, or maybe 2 sentences I'll give you, of what actually open source is so our audience can grasp what exactly open source is.
Well, open source is a publicly owned software that does not have the restrictions to oversight that a privately owned software would have. So the licenses and the proprietary interests disallow the public from looking at the current software that counts the votes. Open source would allow many eyes on the code, and thank you. I had a little choke moment there, and I'm trying to recover. A public software system would allow many eyes on the code, and for that, the security is enhanced, and the whole creation of the code from the beginning moment all the way through tabulation and audit is a public event with as many eyes on the process as possible. So this is the exact opposite of what we have now, where you have a black box and you just have to be faith-based that the scanned count of the ballots is the reality.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I don't believe it anymore. And it's very easy. If you have the keys to the kingdom, you go through the back door, you change it, and you give whatever results to the people that you want if you control that district.
Let me just say this, Foster, on that note. The problem then with the audits, which Rebecca Mercury, I think you spoke with as an expert, who takes exception to a lot of these pretend experts that we see in this particular arena, that the ballots, unfortunately, are also under the chain of custody control of the dark side, and those could be manicured so that when you go in for your recount or your audit, it magically reconciles, but that reconciliation is actually artificial at the direction of the controllers.
Yeah, that is why, because I have said this before, I don't believe that machines manipulate an election. I believe humans manipulating machines manipulate elections. And that's why I want, right out of the box, into the machine, I want to count before any human can have a chance to change that. And then we just do the public counting and the audit right in front of people on TV, live streaming. Brent, I think your movie is great. It couldn't come at a better time right now that we said Election Day. to talk about this. Do you have anything to say before we play the trailer and get people over to go watch this sucker?
No, other than I appreciate you continuing to pay attention to the issue. You are one of maybe a party of one, that person that, you know, I continue to have good conversation with, even though you know that I was pushing for a Biden victory, thinking that would bring light to the world, and you had a different strategy. But this is a nonpartisan issue, and we hope that Republicans even get involved, understanding we all want a free and fair election.
You know, with Donald Trump, the talk of censorship came to the table because they were censoring him. And I don't want to sit there and stand with Donald Trump, but if the Republicans try to pull the curtain back from what you have been saying for many years has been going on, the manipulation of the tabulation machines, so be it. And I'm sure you'll agree that you don't want Biden to win if they cheated this sucker. We just want the actual vote count to go. And same with me. Whoever won the election fairly, the will of the people is the most important thing we're talking about here, Brent, because they don't just cheat the White House. They cheat all the houses, the Senate, and this is both parties that do this. And this is something that we got to get the eye on, because if we want a Green New Deal, if we want Medicare for all, if we want to end these regime change wars, we cannot have it unless we have election integrity. And it starts with eliminating the elephant in the room, and that's the tabulation machines and proprietary software. And we got to pull a Brent Turner and go open source. Thank you so much, Brent.
And AOC is aware of this, by the way. We briefed her office. They've all been briefed, so you can call them on it every step of the way.
Hey, Brent, when you're talking about AOC, hold your breath. It ain't happening. We love you. And we're going to play your trailer. Ladies and gentlemen, you can get it on Amazon, right, Brent?
Correct. Amazon Prime.
How long is it? Like 32 minutes?
30 minutes, I think, exactly. And it's a pretty fast ride with a little fun. And I don't mind being made, you know, to look the part, as long as the message gets out and people realize it's not about the messenger. It's about the issue of security and transparency.
Absolutely. I wanted to introduce you as the messenger because I really like your style. You might not like Brent's personality. You might not like his rhetoric, but you can't deny his science. Let's take a look at the trailer of The Real Activist. Thank you, Brett Turner.
Here's some bad news. I think there's something wrong with the election systems.
The 2016 election was hacked. I believe vote counts were changed.
Russia targeted voting systems in all 50 states.
Chances are, if you're an elections official anywhere in the U.S., you've heard of Brent Turner.
It is painfully obvious why the sanctity and security of the vote counting process is the paramount civil rights issue of our time.
In 2017, the DEF CON Security Conference tested current voting machines, broke into all of them actually, and said it was a national security threat.
Experts say one way to make sure those systems cannot be hacked in the future is to make the computer code that runs them open source, available to the public for all to inspect.
Had we all listened to Brent Turner years ago, we probably would be in a better place in Washington, D.C. right now as we speak.
The fact is, you don't know how they count the votes because the software is a corporate secret.
I don't think that most citizens know that most voting software is controlled by a for-profit entity. If they did, it should horrify them that players who have skin in the game actually own the software that's running the election. It's a huge scandal.
How do you monetize something that's an inalienable right for people? That's sickening to me.
Both political parties receive money from Microsoft. Everybody's getting greased.
This should be something that is owned by the people, seen by the people, accountable to the people, and without any secrets involved.
If you believe in democracy, you should be pushing as hard as we can for open source election systems. It's the guarantee that your vote will be counted as cast.
If we give up on that, we give up on the nature of our Constitution and the nature of our state. And that's just as horrible an idea as I can think of.
You have to fight right now. You can't wait and think and say what if. Do something, get up and act. You have a duty to the children, you have a duty to the world, and you have a duty to yourself.
Yo, we'll be all up on the front lines. Who keeping it real all the time? And who the one that's driving all the change?
We had an inspection on the facility. You can ask someone. That's covered inspection. Yeah. There's a court case going on for the election contest, for the election that took place here at the night of the election. So we went to the court, we have given them notice. And so who do you guys gave notice? To registrar Dean Logan.
So you're here to see someone from the register?
Yeah, so since the machines are here, we need
well,
to...
with that thing, that sir, I don't have any contact for them because they're doing separate things from what we doing here. So I have no...
So you have no information about any inspection today?
No, sir. If this has to do with register recording office, they don't give us any information.
So you have no idea if there's going to be any inspection today? Nobody has related anything?
No,
so
sir.
Can you talk to any official here who's reasonably in charge?
That's the thing. Official from register recorder.
Or from this building, any administration official?
Okay, let me check this out.
Thank you. Actually, the point is, everybody forgets it's all for the people, you know? It's all for the people. And it's taken away from it. Tell me why it's today. It's taking my nights and day off, my resources off, my personal funding on it. I'm not asking anybody for anything other than public togetherness. Because if we don't take them to task, if we don't bring out the voice of the people, then we will lose the future and then for children in our friendship. Because then it will become a pattern and it will become a practice. It will become the law. Practice becomes the law, even if it's wrong. So we could have stopped it right now. And now that we have proof, now that we know that election fraud has taken place, we have come down to this place where we were supposed to have inspection today. And they refused inspection, but I'm still here to make sure that I can present myself and say we were there. Because they might later go and say, oh, we changed our mind and we actually waited for you.
Yeah, bullshit.
But you guys didn't show up. So we're here to show our right, our constitutional right, our right under the common law, and our basic right as a member to bring out our voice. And the most important
is why is it more difficult to vote in LA County than it is in some place in the Middle East? This has been going on for way too long. Just to get a ballot, a crossover ballot, it's all bullshit to make it difficult for people to vote. The whole process is corrupted, and I showed you the fact that they switched 40% of LA County voters to permanent vote by bill without their consent or knowledge. And they can't even, I had on a helicopter, I also asked Senate Public Records request, and it's like mental gymnastics with the explanations that they're giving. There's no solid answer, but the fact is people were changed without their consent or knowledge. And then I could tell you that even in a more white, affluent neighborhood like Lakewood, a gentleman that runs the city council who is a poll worker, he said that a lot of people were coming in and they were getting provisional ballots because they were switched. And he says, I've been doing this for years. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah.
And it was because of that.
Deprivation of rights, intentional.
It's a voter suppression and election.
Yeah, and the suppression to a limit where people have gone out screaming away that I've heard them saying, I can't vote. I've been in line for 3 hours. I saw women saying, hey, I've heard people saying our IDs were asked and we never expect that's a requirement. And people just put on their jeans and go and vote. Yeah. And after 2.5 hours in line, say, where's your ID? ID? The hell with it, And those kind of things matter. But people don't know there's another very, very important factor. And that factor is counting the ballots. So they might put a smoke screen and show everything is perfect up front, but they start counting the ballot 10 days before the election. That gives them the opportunity to change the results. The law is very clear. It says you can only open the vote by mail ballots, which are about 60% of the total vote. So if you mess with the vote by mail ballots, you already have decided the elections before the elections.
Yeah.
And people like us should not have to struggle to find out the truth. It should be very clear that you have a problem. Yeah, we are here to help. What do you want to see? Here you go. Everything is clear. But it's the opposite right now. Obstruction of justice. So we are here today just to look at the machines, and nobody even knows there was supposed to be an inspection. And although we were told that we're not going to allow you, we came anyways to see what the situation was. And up till now, we are waiting. It looks like nobody has any idea what's going on, or if there was an inspection in the first place to have taken place, or supposed to be here today. And this is a big deal. We are talking about the primary presidential federal election. So this is not good. If they don't allow us to look at the machines or whatever excuses they have, that means they are violating our rights. That means they are hiding something. And if the elections go on, without any transparency or accuracy, that means we are losing it. That means the whole thing is a sham. And that means the reason I'm out here is the people in charge should be replaced. Basically, we want these people to be replaced by people's choice. Even that should be an election. Registrar Dean Logan, who's there right now, who's heading this thing, who has dozens and dozens of complaints against him, who was the election person in Washington State in 2004.
Isn't that funny? That's where the contract from K&H is.
Yeah. See, he resigned from Washington under the corruption charges and so whatnot. Are you?
Sorry, want to go through? My bad.
I think what we're just seeing here is just a pattern of Los Angeles County and their lack of transparency and their manipulation of our elections. We're seeing that not just voter data and voter registrations are being manipulated, but these machines themselves have been proven to be easily hacked and the outcome manipulated itself. Now we're also seeing that they actually were counting and processing votes 10 days before March 3rd. So what we're seeing is a constant pattern of fraud being perpetrated by the County of Los Angeles, by Dean Logan, and this is a continuation of what we've seen in Dean Logan's history in the state of Washington, where he quit under corruption investigation. So what we're really seeing is that our democracy is being hijacked by the establishment in Los Angeles County, in the state of California, and this is nothing it's unique to us. This is something that we were able to observe because we're candidates, because we're paying attention to these things. So this is happening throughout the country, and people need to pay attention because literally our democracy is at stake. And here we are putting our time, our bodies, and our reputations on the line in order to protect the vote. Because regardless of who you vote for or where you're voting, your vote should be counted. And this is what we're here to do, to protect your vote. Because stealing a vote is an act of violence. And if we stand around and allow that to happen, the only other result, unless we have a democratic way of making this be resolved, is for us to rise up and to have a violent revolution. This is exactly what we're trying to prevent. We're here speaking up and bringing up these injustices to the light because these things need to be fixed in order for our democracy to really to prosper. And I think that in this day and age, we're seeing in the last couple of years that thanks to the progressive movement, thanks to Black Lives Matter, thanks to people calling for defunding of the police and other institutions of racism and of violence against the people, is that democracy is literally being being hijacked, and this is not party politics. This is actually bipartisan, and this is something that's being perpetrated by the two-party system, by the Democrats and the Republicans, because they are the ones who are most to benefit from it. So we, the people, need to rise up because it's not as simple as blue versus red, right versus left. It's actually right versus wrong. And we need to stand up and do the right thing. And if we don't speak up now, like Raji said, we're setting a precedent where we the people are saying that this is okay. And even though that this is wrong and it's illegal, if we don't stand up against it now, it sets a pattern and it makes it so that we are no longer able to speak up and protect our elections. So this is something that's very important for us to not let go, and for you to join us in this fight, because it's very important, and we are sacrificing a lot for this, and we really can't benefit, we can't have a successful outcome without the people's support, and this is very important. We can't go out there and pushing people to vote if the vote themselves, the vote itself is not being counted, and we can't trust the voting system. So we need to make sure that we're protecting election integrity as a whole, and that means Dean Logan and Alex Padilla has got to go.
It's so funny too. I just want to say, because you two, you're going after, like, you know, really people who are connected really to the intelligence community of sorts, you know what I'm saying, and when it comes to their vote. So I think they would protect your candidates more than anybody, you know. And Maria Estrada over here, she's seen blatant rigging of elections, you know, everything from her, anytime she has an election, whether it be an ADEM or a regular election, they're going to cheat her and stuff like that. And I know a lot of people out there that don't take it too serious, but this is where it begins. If we don't get past this process, we're not getting to anything. So are you trying to say something, Raj?
I'd like to say here that people don't have time for this. You know, they do their thing, they come and vote. I saw people stand in line for hours. I went to 10 different stations, voting centers, because I wanted to get in and get out quickly, because I had to get the election night. I couldn't find a place which was less than 3 hours. I spent 2 hours personally in line to do to cast my ballot. But when I spoke to people the next day, people expect us to do what we are doing right now. This is our job. They say, we did our job. Now, if there is any kind of hanky-panky going on, obstruction of justice, fraud, you do your job. You go ahead and fight this for us. And that's what we are here doing it, because it is not a hoax, it's real. Election fraud has to stop, because we are role models of the world. Role models of the world, but the people who are representing us are not the role models. And the people who are representing illegally are the ones who have not been chosen. The results are illegal, the elections are illegal. Plainly illegal and fraud, and that's why we're here. That's why the matter is in the Sacramento courthouse, because I've stated that these elections are plainly illegal, because there's a law, and the law describes that the vote count will start after 8 p.m. election day, not 10 days before the election. Not early, 10 days before the election. And then they've been just dodging the issue. Sometimes calling these machines 2-in-1, sometimes calling them VSAP, sometimes calling them a network, sometimes completely denying the fact there is a tabulation machine as well. So they'll call it tally, they'll call it tabulation, they'll call it
something else.
They're trying to change the language to make it.
They're just trying to change the semantics to obstruct justice, to just fool us all, to fool the American people, and it's been going for a long time. It's got to stop. It's got to stop now.
I want to talk to Maria for a second. Maria, we talked about how these other countries, their elections are bad. Their elections are bad. What do you have to say that when you've been such a witness to these LA elections here?
Well, it's just, I said it in front of Padilla's house and in front of Dean Logan's house, and how could it be that not just in the United States, but in supposedly progressive democratically run California and LA County, that it's harder to vote here than it is in some countries in the Middle East, and it's just true.
Yeah.
And the fact is that the more you ask about it, the more they give you the runaround, and they do avoid it. I did ask for emails between Governor Jerry Brown, Dean Logan, Padilla, Anthony Rendon, even Gavin Newsom, anything related to voting registration, changing of any of the voter information, and I received a bunch of redacted documents. So they're hiding something, and the fact is as supposedly a free democracy, we have the right to see that information. That is not privileged information, and everyone should be totally open to this. They should be totally willing to let us see this. And if you notice, none of the establishment people are disputing any of these elections. Not Anthony Rendon, not Tony Cardenas, not Brad Sherman. They're all quiet about it because they benefit from this corruption. And the fact is that, just as I said regarding Alex Padilla, he was
coming here. Hold on.
All right.
Are they coming? Hold on a second, ladies and gentlemen. We're sitting here at the Probation Department, International Service Department, Auditor Controller. These are where the machines are, and the people have come to exercise their rights and inspect the machines.
That's why we are here. I'd like to point out why we are here. The fact is that I've been requesting the registrar office for evidence saying not only what happened at the front end, which is a total smokescreen, is more importantly, the fact that the votes were counted 10 days before with the machines that are accessible and that caused fraud election results. Thank you. Oh, they're coming? Okay, good. Yes, good. Send us some information about the contracts and this and that. The thing they haven't given us is their login info. I want to know what time we logged into the system. I want system logs.
Hi. I actually work internal services department, so I do.
What's your name?
Jean.
Jean.
I don't work for Register Recorder. I'm trying to get a hold of them because they do not have anybody on site.
They have nobody on site?
Not here. They're based at
No.
Norwalk.
Yeah, right here.
So usually, if you're here for like media coverage or something, you usually.
Let me tell you why we're here. There's an election contest in Sacramento Courthouse, and we were going through discovery because the machines were here election night, and they did the vote count and whatnot, and then we found that those machines can do scanning and counting at the same time. They started counting 10 days before against the principles of law and election codes. We went to court, and then we've been asking for discovery, and we've been denied discovery under one excuse or the other. And finally, we were able to file exactly the way they wanted, and today was the date of inspection. And right here.
And I'm sorry, I wouldn't be over.
I know, I'm informing you. We're here just to show cause and presence that we're here, and to be able to make a friendly presence in the voice that we were here. I didn't want to know 2 days later that why did you show up? They said. You're going to take that?
I could take that. This is actually.
Yeah, please.
Hello. Hi. Hold on.
Yeah, let's do that. So this is amazing, such an important day. Nobody's over there at the registrar Dean Logan's office, and these people are innocently trying to find out what happened because the lady just came in. She had no idea, and she very pleasantly is trying to approach the people on the other side to give us answers. And that's why we are here representing the people in public interest, in national interest, to figure out remove these obstacles. All we want to see is the vote count machines or the vote count system, how they were able to manage to use them 10 days before the election, because it is obvious, it is very clear that the elections was decided, before 8 p.m. election day. The election was decided, before March 3, and they started counting the ballots. And this is what happens. The moment you break the law and you start counting ballots 10 days before the election, now you have the room. You have the room, an opportunity to change the results. It is not something new. Our history is full of it, and that's why they made these laws. So to assume that nothing can go wrong is not true. If that was the case, then there would be no courts, and there would be no election courts, and there would be no laws. But this has happened in the past. Election results have been overturned by higher courts. Election recounts have taken place because these things happen, especially when people are in office and they become influential. They don't care about consequences. All they want is to hold on to power with special interest, and that's why we are here to stop that.
They are trying to get a hold of something around here to meet you guys. I can give you, you probably haven't already, Mike Sanchez, who's their media contact.
No, we don't know.
Oh, okay.
We were dealing with the registrar's office, Dean Logan.
Yeah, he's like the media and communications contact.
Okay, what's his number?
So usually, his work numbers. And his cell phone is Sanchez.
Yeah, I mean, for media just to come in for this, we didn't necessarily need to contact them. It's any type of public outing. We're allowed to come in or any inspection, so that's why we didn't even bother to contact them.
Yeah, so that's the part that, like, I'm sorry, I can't.
No, you're very kind.
Yeah.
What's your position here?
I am the facility manager, but there's 4 county departments that are based here. So that's why I wouldn't be able to let you into like their area, because it is a secure area.
Still the equipment in the election rooms where they were.
I'm sorry, say that?
The equipment, the vote count machines are still there.
As far as I know, yes.
Yes. So that's why, and they know it since the last 3 months.
On there.
So we've been asking them
that's
again.
what I'm not familiar with. So
yeah, and that's what's shocking.
And that's what I said. Like they're based, at Norwalk and stuff, but they're back and forth between the two. But like I said, with anything with the press
I understand your
related,
situation and your position, but it is surprising to all of us that you are not apprised of the situation that there was supposed to be inspection today.
Yeah,
like,
you guys should have been notified.
Facility manager, at least you should know that there's supposed to be inspection, or it's being postponed, or it has been rescheduled.
we generally are, because usually the access goes through us when
Yeah,
somebody is
that's what I'm
coming in.
saying.
So that's what I'm saying. We're not notified of it.
Yeah, you're not.
So it
That's
is
the word.
out of the
You're not
ordinary.
notified.
You would also agree that it's kind of out of the ordinary for an expected inspection that could be informed to you guys, right?
She was not notified. She
For
doesn't
us,
know.
yeah. Because anybody can even, like if the vendor's coming in to do any kind of work or something.
Right, but you guys would just get a heads up, right?
What do we call, like, let's just say that we when we get this order, we're gonna get a court order. And we wanna make sure that we have the ability to come in. We're gonna come with police, but we wanna be able to have you be aware when we come so that you know that we're coming.
That would go through Mike Sanchez.
Mike,
Through
okay.
their media and communications.
Okay, sure, thank you.
She said there were 4 facility managers?
Yeah.
She's the facility manager, but there's 4 departments
Yeah.
in this building.
She answered a very significant question here. Did the,
I have to get going, so I'm sorry.
but Angelica, did you see the word? She said the machines are still there.
Yeah, they're there.
So they're there. So for them to say they moved them to another facility or another room or another department or on the floor, that's false. The manager of this building, this facility, is saying those machines are exactly where they were.
Exactly. So you were lied to.
So I was lied to that they've been moved to another floor. They've been moved to they've been dismembered or displaced or disassembled. But that's not true. They're exactly where they were. So we're here for the public. We're here for the nation. And the reason we are here is to see the most important function of our society
is that the elections are fair, clear, transparent, and legal. Right now, the situation is the March 3 elections were plainly illegal, plainly fraudulent, plainly, unacceptable. And people are making their noise through social media. People are coming out in the streets. I get people in my office in dozens every day to find out what happened. But the fact of the matter is, Angelica is here, I'm here, we are fighting for the people. We will bring the truth out. No matter what, we will put our nights and days and we'll bring the truth out. And that's why we're here. We're still hoping that someone from LARRCC, Dean Logan's office, will come here and explain to us the situation.
There you go.
And under the legal authority.
So what happened now? I can't tell you, it looked like you're kind of smirking. I can't tell.
He's filming me, so you can't say that. No, I'm smiling and I'm happy to come out here and talk to you. If be willing to provide up your phone number, so I could give it to Mike Sanchez and you guys can talk, because I feel like I'm in the middle and they're in the middle.
Yes. We appreciate your cooperation.
Sure.
And in the way pleasantly there's no intention to, make you the target of this visit. The idea was we were expecting somebody from the other side.
RCC.
Correct. And really, like I said, all I'm trying to do is help you with that.
Thank you.
And this is usually what we do. And like I said, it's not just for, your visit. It'd be like any vendor that comes in. If it's work for them, they have a contact.
But Jean, you have to realize we're here for public interest.
Okay.
And the main reason is to simplify the understanding of what's going on. Okay. So we were given this understanding that there will be an inspection, and then they sent us a letter just 2 days ago that various excuses and this and that, and I said, if I didn't show up, they might say, actually, everything worked out, we waited for you. So I had to clarify that and come here. The media was already informed,
So
days ago, months ago.
They didn't know that you were coming today?
No, they know.
Oh, they do.
I emailed them
Okay.
already that they said that we're not ready. I said, no, unless there's a court order, my legal inspection is today. And they said, yeah. So they said they would be going and getting one, but they didn't get one. So I assume there is no court order. And we really appreciate your cooperation. The way you're expressing and communicating with us is like we are both on the side of the public interest. The only thing is that I was assuming and I was hoping that at least there will be some idea that there was an inspection due here today. But you don't know
There
that.
may be, but again, that's not my department.
Right.
So
No,
it would have to be somebody up
No,
there.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to document here, that we were not notified and you were not prepared for that. It's not your fault. But the fact of the matter remains that you have called them and they're looking for someone to come and communicate with us, and that the machines are where they were supposed to be, and we will come again because I had notified them that if they have a court order, we will go away. If they don't have a court order, then they have to show us, because it is due today. So that's why we're here, just to clarify the situation. And they don't have
Are they sending somebody over though, or?
That I'm not sure. So let me give them your number and then.
Tell them we're being pain in the asses, we're not leaving till they come over. Say somebody from RCC needs to come over here, and that's important. That's what we want.
All right, we'll do. So
Thank you, Gene.
There, I guess. 323.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we'll do.
Yeah, we can go over to the dean's office if you want.
Yeah, that's the next step.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they want, we can go over to the
Yeah, we can go to the. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, first it was someone's coming here. Now she's saying, well, here, just have a phone number.
She is have somebody call in, and then we'll say, because I made this arrangement like this. We are the candidates. The press and media already knew this inspection, so they are here also to make sure that everything is clear. But now it appears that nobody has any idea. Like, I was trying to tie her up down with this statement that they haven't notified you. Mm-hmm. Not for today, not for yesterday, not for anything. Mm-hmm. So basically, it's not that there was supposed to be an inspection. Now they just decide they never made any attempt.
Mm-hmm.
This is what
they would have told her maybe a couple of weeks ago, hey, there's an inspection coming. And then 2 days ago, they would have been like, oh, you know what?
Yes.
It's not happening after all.
Yes. So the intention is what I'm trying to lay out, is there was never an intention to do any inspection in the first place.
They're just toying with us. They're just playing with
And
us.
also, what does the media have to do with the media? You're here, it's your
Correct. So
procedure here.
Yeah, for the
So why
media.
doesn't she put you in contact with the person above
Thank
rather
you.
than media to
media.
media? This is about the media. This has nothing to do with the media. They're irrelevant.
So this is why when that person comes, this is where we're going to start that.
No offense.
Media to media.
Whatever. That's a huge
But this is good. You were assured I didn't want to get into complicating the situation. Since she was getting somebody, I said, okay. Because that person still is LARRCC. You understand? The moment she said LARRC, it's okay, let him come. Because then he is going to be responsible now. He's putting himself in,
True.
bring yourself in.
Yeah.
And then we said, and I kept telling her, we are candidates are here.
Yeah.
So she knows, she's told them that the media is here. And I just clarified the thing that if they're doing their role, we are doing our role. They're there for the public to bring out the update, and we are here to find out the rights of the people. You know, so there are two different roles here, but if they choose to send that person, so
Then
be it.
that's the person.
So be it. And then they didn't stop us there.
Yeah.
Let us in. It's a big thing. Because they know they were wrong. They didn't even inform them. They just played with us by sending me an email saying, oh, you are not going to be allowed entry.
the machines.
They're not going to be allowed. Is there a fact I'm not going to be allowed entry? Why would I not be allowed entry? I have legal right to be there unless you have a court order. So they need a court order for me to stop me. I don't. As far as the inspection is concerned, they are the one who need the court order to stop us. I'm under my legal rights, under the rules of the discovery, under the discovery laws of California, to be here. I am here on time. I have notified them, given them enough notices, given them extension of time, accommodated every request, and elections, November election are coming up. I'm running out of time.
They're running the clock out.
Yeah, they're running the clock out. And today they needed a stay order from the Sacramento courthouse to stop me from showing these machines. So we don't want any burdensome operation here. We just wanted to look at them, the vote count machines or the system, the VSAP or the tele system, whatever they call it. Just look at it, how they're connected, because I've already showed it to the experts. The experts have seen the diagrams and they're saying this whole operation takes place all together. The scanning of the ballots, going down to the computers, and accessibility is instant. So basically this whole thing was already fabricated before election day. The results were already out there, and the election therefore is plainly illegal, completely fraud, and it has to be set aside. It has to be set aside, as I've put in the court. And right now, our presence here, with other candidate, with the media, with the press, and without any knowledge to the people who are here. The people in this building, the management have no idea there's supposed to be any inspection today, yesterday, 10 days before, today, tomorrow, nothing. They have no clue. So that means there was no intention in the first place. They just waited, and 2 days before the inspection, they just sent me a notice that we are not ready. You're not ready because you don't want to do it. You just want to run the clock out.
Yeah.
And that's the purpose here. And I hope the courts will look at it, all the effort that, the people want to see, bring the truth out. Accuracy, integrity, validity, and the legality of the election is in question.
Mike Sanchez, what can I do for you?
So I hear you decided to visit one of our facilities today. Is that true?
Well, today is supposed to be an inspection today, and there's some candidates here, and we came to follow them and alert the public of what's going on for the inspection.
What inspection are you referring to?
The one that gentleman Raji Rab had today, unless they have a court order, he's supposed to have an inspection today, inspecting the machines over here in this building that we're sitting down waiting. So as being just, citizen journalists of the press, we're here to inform the people and show them the machines.
Understood. So I'll leave with a couple things. So our office, all of our offices, including the one that you're at, are closed to the public. No one's allowed inside unless they work there.
Yeah, we were told today that when he goes to the inspection that he had every right to bring people with him to document the situation, so we were told that we were allowed to be here today.
Is he there now?
He's right in front of me waiting to inspect the machines, unless there's a court order.
Understood. I just wanted to get a sense of what was going on, because I think right now you're communicating with the management who owns that building, and they don't technically work at our office. They
Yeah.
they're separate and apart from us. So
Gotcha.
understand where you're coming from. There is no, I mean, I don't know the details about this. I'll be completely, transparent with you.
What about somebody in D. Logan's
But
office?
I know that right now there's no one allowed inside our building.
Okay.
And
I mean, unless you guys have a court order, he's supposed to be allowed an inspection today. So that's why we understand it's COVID and we would take all the precautions. We have our mask on and everything, and we're fine. So, yeah. Well, sure. Cool. I mean, is there anything else you need to tell me about today's situation and stuff? Because if this is your number, I'd like to contact you because there's a bunch of questions we have for Jeff Klein and Dean Logan for statements they made on the record. And we would love to show them because they kind of got some things wrong throughout this whole present. And as a independent news channel, we've documented everything. And we have a lot of questions for them in this last election that just doesn't seem right. Perfect.
What we're talking about is, I have zero background on it, and I don't know anything what you're discussing, so I cannot answer any questions that you have right now.
Okay.
What I can tell you is what I know, and I know is our building is closed. I know that we are going to alert council that you are on site, and as far as I know, I don't know about if any inspection that's going to take place today, so.
So you don't know about an inspection today either, huh? Okay. All right.
And the building over there is closed? Like, no one will be there?
Can we come over to your building right now?
No one will be there. No one will be there?
Nobody's over there that can come over here, or?
Nobody is available to go to that office, the facility that you're at, correct. The same rules will apply if you come to the no office.
You think both the machines are here?
We're not allowing anybody inside.
Yeah.
Of course, I can't.
Is there anyone at Dean Logan's office?
I can't tell you where you can go.
Oh, absolutely.
I can tell you that if you do show up to our no location, security will obviously not let you inside. But,
Okay.
I'll let that rest with you. You can decide what you want to do. But just for what we're
Machines are here. Can we just have a look?
Yeah.
the facility management at the officer that currently is, there's nothing to see.
Well, the machines are still inside, right? Can't we just go look at the machines if they're still inside?
No, sir.
Okay, so you will not allow us to look at the machines inside. Okay. I understand.
Again, as I mentioned, we're in COVID, and
Yeah, I know. Yeah, nobody's allowed inside. But once again, he has a scheduled inspection for today. And unless there's a court order saying no inspection, then we have every right to be here. We've showed up. We drove down here to alert the public, to show transparency. All we want to do is see this stuff. I know you're going to contact council, but unless you have a court order, we're supposed to be able to go in there today and show this stuff. I mean, show the machines.
Other people
So
are coming in.
we have candidates here, that they want to be able to tell their voters and the people out there in their districts, that they were able to see the machinery and go through with their discovery process. So I mean, unless like I said, unless there's a court order, I would suggest you contact council because right now we're Gotcha. I got you. Thank you so much, Mr. Sanchez. All right, so we're here. They're not going to let us in. There's no discovery for today. Unfortunately, unfortunately for them, no court order was given. So I'm here with two candidates, Angelica and Raji Rob. Angelica, what did you think about today?
I think there's no surprises. I wasn't really expecting to be allowed to inspect the machines today. But I think that it's important that we were here today to speak up for the people and to defend democracy and to make it clear that these shenanigans are not going to go on unnoticed and that we're not going to give up and that we will be back to inspect those machines.
That's right, Raji.
Thank you so much, Angelica. She almost said everything there. But the fact of the matter is they did say that they will not allow us in. And the reason we were here is because I told them, unless you have a court order, we will be there. Because I wouldn't be surprised if we wouldn't have showed up and they would have sent us some kind of a email saying that we waited for you and we had made arrangements. So basically, we found out one thing, that the machines are here. We found out the other thing is that they had no intention for any inspection today because the management official here have no idea they were supposed to be inspection today, yesterday, tomorrow, or anything of that kind. So I'm glad that's come out. We're going to fight for this. we are here for the people. The idea is to bring public into the election and to make it clear, fair, and transparent. There has to be consequences when people go out and make criminal acts, do fraud, and discount the election as completely illegal. And that's why we're going to expose the election results. We'll make sure that people get to know the truth. And I think that's how we close our session for today. We were expecting at least some kind of cooperation for them to come out and at least talk to us. But the LA RRCC communicated over the phone with the media saying that they won't be able to show up and they have no court order to stop us from going in. So there is no law in practice, but we are here. We're here to protest this, and we will continue to fight this for the people.
So that's it. Pastor Jardula over here with Angelica Duenas, Raju Rob, some of the people. Maria Estrada was here earlier fighting for election integrity. They didn't let us in. They didn't let us see anything. But this battle has just begun because our elections are the most important things. We'll speak to you later. Convo out. All right. We need.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Convo Couch. This is the rant station, and I have a couple things to say on the state of American politics as well as the election. Right now, we really don't know what's going on because as of yesterday, we were following the elections, of course, because this is what Pasta and I do. This is our specialty. And we kept seeing different numbers depending on where you turned. And I have friends who are completely apolitical texting me, you know, CNN is saying one thing, NBC is saying another thing, Fox is saying another thing. What's really going on? And that's the problem with our system is like, it depends on where you get your information, what the information is, number one. There's zero commitment to the truth. There's zero commitment to a non-biased attitude, so much so that when channels like ours are completely non-biased, people don't get it. They're like, oh my God, like you're, you know, one day they'll call me a Trump supporter, another day they'll call me AOC. And it's kind of hilarious to me because to me that says that we're doing the right thing. If you can't figure out where we stand, maybe that's the way news was supposed to be. Maybe that's the way that CNN, MSNBC were supposed to be. They were supposed to be non-biased. They were supposed to be non-partisan, right? That was the whole fucking point of the Fourth Estate. Now, they're supposed to hold the government accountable. The Fourth Estate was there from the beginning to be an oversight of the three branches of government, right? The executive, the judicial, the legislative. They're supposed to be looking over those sectors and also the police state. That includes the security state. It also includes any of the agencies, the intelligence agencies like the CIA, etc. But what we've been seeing, especially with the Julian Assange case, is the fact that that's no longer the case. I mean, Julian Assange right now is still in prison. He just had to witness the death of one of his friends, the suicide of one of his friends, and he couldn't do much about it because he was in prison. He can't talk to his lawyers. He's had a kangaroo trial. Yet millions of Americans are so hyper-focused on this election, completely ignoring everything around it, the censorship, the bias, the corporate overreach, right? We don't live in a democracy. We also don't live in a republic. We have no democracy in this country. We live in a system that's an oligarchy, late-stage capitalism, and it's falling apart as we speak. And we can see it fall apart. And those of us who are pointing it out are attacked. In Julian Assange's case, he was painted as a Russian asset. He was painted as somebody that was a threat, of course, because he was to the security state for exposing U.S. war crimes, for exposing the lies behind the establishment. And the reality is nobody cares about that because it's not something that is as tangible as, say, healthcare, or something that's as tangible as, say, rent cancellation, especially in an age of the pandemic. So the security state, the military industrial complex, and these agencies get away with going after people like Julian Assange. By the same token, these same agencies control our media. The media is controlled by 6 major companies. We're talking about MSNBC, CNN, Fox, Disney. All of these people are controlled by 6 different conglomerates. And these conglomerates donate to political candidates, depending on where they fall. A lot of them have recently been donating to the Democratic establishment. There seems to have been a shift to in the Democratic Party towards going towards the right, becoming more neocons, becoming more pro-censorship, becoming more imperialist. And there's really very little difference besides the superficialities of the politeness of the Democratic Party. For instance, the Democratic Party people ask for help. They'll tell you no. The Republican Party will also tell you no, but the Democratic Party will say no, but Black Lives Matter, LGBT lives matter, and you know what? Here's a smiley face and a rainbow on top of it to make you feel better about it. That's the only difference. In action, these two parties operate via a symbiotic relationship where they influence one or the other. For instance, if you go on Fox, you're going to hear them frame Antifa as this really violent, really awful organization that's there to take down all these cities and loot and riot. when you actually attend these protests, and we cover them on this show, on this channel, you realize that the vast majority of these protesters are not Antifa. They're also completely not a monolith, so they all have different tactics, and they all come from different organizations, but they are united in the cause for, let's say, reforming the police, defunding the police, and fighting for Black lives on different metrics. They don't all agree, like I said, on the tactics. That's what you get with Fox and some of these alt-right sort of narratives, especially with immigration as well. You know, we have the whole Mexicans are coming in, these immigrants are taking our jobs, etc. Then you have the mainstream media, CNN, Democratic channels that are more geared towards the moderate Democrats who really push on theories that are conspiracy, like Russiagate. Rachel Maddow spent the last 3 years lying to the American people and being paid a nice sum of money to do that, not because she is somehow invested and interested in the story, but it is because she was told to do. Many whistleblowers who have left agencies like CNN, which, by the way, there are at least 15 spooks that have worked on CNN, and we're going to talk about that later, that have direct ties to the CIA and the intelligence agencies. This isn't a joke. This isn't a lie. But these people are not journalists anymore. These people are propagandists, and they're paid to tell people what to think, what to believe, and to set the tone of the narrative. If you want to fit in the liberal bubble with Rachel Maddow, CNN, MSNBC, all these people, then you believe in Russiagate. You believe that Donald Trump is, of course, the most dangerous president in modern history, even though policy-wise, George Bush and Reagan were actually far worse. But you don't pay attention to that because you just get the narrative that they tell you. There's a reason why these people are constantly in our television 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They have the money, they have the reach, and they've even begun taking over YouTube, because now YouTube is owned by Google, and Google has been censoring people who don't go and play into that narrative left and right, whether they're on the right or whether they're QAnon. And I don't like QAnon and I don't believe in QAnon, but should they be censored? No, because that just comes and affects the left, which has been happening largely to channels like ours, channels like, Slow News Day, channels like Richard Medhurst, channels like Jimmy Dore. All these people have been censored in one way or another by YouTube because of the coverage we give. And in this case, in our case, we've covered election integrity, which, by the way, one of my friends told me that her professor used it for their class, naming it as one of the best election coverages that they had seen. And this was during the primary, where, of course, we noted the rigging of the primary in favor of Joe Biden against Bernie Sanders, which, of course, has led us to this moment where we're neck and neck with Donald Trump and Joe Biden. So, again, this is all connected, right? You cannot separate the censorship from the election fraud, from the corporatocracy in our government, from the fact that the vast majority of our politicians are bought and paid for by these same media conglomerates, by these same corporations that donate to whoever fits their needs, to whoever is gonna butter their bread. That's a fact. You can literally look that up, but we can show you the receipts that these connections are there. There's nothing conspiratorial about those connections. When it comes to election fraud, however, the whole system comes together as a whole to make you out to be a conspiracy theorist by simply just mentioning election fraud or saying the word rigging. I mean, for the longest time, politicians, even those like Bernie Sanders, have been absolutely reluctant to even mention election fraud because they don't want to be pushed as one of these weirdo conspiracy theorists who are saying, oh, it was rigged. They don't want to have that sore loser badge over their head because it discredits them. We saw what they did to Tulsi Gabbard. Now, Tulsi Gabbard, like myself, in a way, is an independent thinker. I don't agree with her on everything. In fact, she's not a socialist. She has said this many times, and I consider myself one. But what I do agree with somebody like her on is the fact that she looks at things independently, regardless of emotion. She looks at things logically and makes a decision. I won't always agree with her decision, but I will definitely appreciate the fact that she makes these decisions independently and isn't influenced by, say, someone's political ideology. I don't agree with the vast majority of the things Tucker Carlson has said. In fact, I disdain a lot of the immigration issues, the way he frames that, the racist rhetoric that comes out of him. But I don't think somebody like that shouldn't have leftists on. In fact, people like Glenn Greenwald got attacked for going on shows like his, and people even have been attacked for going on shows like Joe Rogan, who has never voted Republican. So that to me is ridiculous, and it shows you the state of America where we're at. And this is fascism in itself. This is a form of crypto-fascism, because if we think about it, now we can no longer talk about election fraud because you are a conspiracy theorist. And now that Donald Trump and the right are addressing it because it fits their political narrative, but they're addressing it, now anytime we bring up election fraud, even though we've been talking about it for years, it's going to be pushed into the right. It's going to be a right-wing talking point now when you're addressing election fraud, when you're addressing censorship, and when you're addressing civil liberties. For the longest time now, libertarians have been doing it more than, say, the Democratic establishment or the full-throated Republican establishment. So that is definitely also relegated to a right-wing kind of talking point. So when you talk about censorship, it's like, well, who cares about our civil liberties? Who cares about freedom of speech? That's just irrelevant. Only right-wingers care about that. Well, it shouldn't be. That shouldn't be the case. And this is what it's turned to in America, this polarization of, oh, you're either a Trumper or you're either on the right side and you're supporting Joe Biden, even if Joe Biden is the architect of the very system that gave us Donald Trump, even if you're that. And what's happened in the last 4 years is we've regressed as a movement. So we went from having a Bernie Sanders run on a more independent-minded, anti-imperialist, anti-establishment narrative where he was heavily attacking the Democratic Party in 2015 and 2016. He had Tulsi Gabbard as his foreign policy advisor. He was winning the white working class in the South and the Midwest. To 2020, after the Hillary Clinton fiasco, after no matter how hard they tried, they lost to Donald Trump, after the Russiagate and all that, Bernie Sanders joined forces with the corporatocracy in the Democratic Party, making a union with people like Elizabeth Warren, people like Center for American Progress. 80% of his campaign, if not more, was the vast majority of the establishment, the establishment consultant class, right? They were not grassroots. Even though he ran his campaign as if it was grassroots. It was grassroots on the volunteer level. It was grassroots on the very lower levels of the totem pole, field organizing, for instance. But when it came to the leadership in the campaign, it was largely controlled by the Democratic establishment. And it showed, because he lost a lot of ground with independents. He lost a lot of ground with people who really just didn't see him really take on the Democratic Party. He started talking more against Donald Trump and focusing on that. Instead of focusing on the cancer, he focused on the tumor. And so now he lost, and he still didn't contest the election. So people kind of lost faith in him in a lot of ways. And so now we're at this point where the left in America is really fractured because the vast majority isn't even the left. The vast majority fall into the centrists. In fact, Bernie Sanders on the world scale is a centrist. And as somebody that is actually on the left, that is actually an anti-imperialist and an anti-censorship, it is a very small group of people. Like, this is a tiny, tiny contingent of people that have been talking not just about the domestic issues, but we have been talking about Julian Assange. We have been talking about a lot of things like foreign policy and how we got into this mass immigration issue where we have the right using these talking points that are completely false when they talk about immigration, when they talk about people of color, when they talk about socialism, as if Bernie Sanders is a socialist, as if Joe Biden is like Che Guevara or Fidel Castro, which is completely false. And then by the same token, we have Joe Biden basically calling Donald Trump a socialist, basically calling Donald Trump a communist. So it doesn't make any sense. It's not a logical thing, but it works because a lot of America lets themselves get carried away by the emotional aspect of things. And so we've come to a point in our society where we can't even have a normal debate and talk to each other because you're already making an opinion as to somebody being a right-winger or somebody being like a communist just based on their belief. And unless we actually fix that and actually educate ourselves with the truth, which is the fact that we live in an oligarchy and that these two parties are two sides of the same pillow and they exist in one big aisle only to serve their political purposes, but at the end of the day, they go to each other's weddings, they hang out, they are friends, and they have more in common with each other. Nancy Pelosi has far more in common with Mitch McConnell. Dianne Feinstein has more in common with Lindsey Graham than you do and I do with either of them. So why should we actually waste our time paying attention to these politicians when really this isn't about Joe Biden or Donald Trump? This is about having a sort of semblance of truth and veracity in our election system, number one. Number two, having some semblance of being able to talk to each other, because the only people that benefit from us going at each other and potentially ever engaging in some sort of civil conflict, whether it's the alt-right and the Proud Boys versus Antifa, the only people that lose in that dilemma are us, because we're not getting any economic things out of it. We're not getting a real movement out of it. We're just getting these polarized screaming matches. And I've been to these rallies where people face each other, and it's really not productive unless you're talking and listening to each other. And so the thing we have to do is stop having that reactionary take, especially on the left. And a lot of the people who consider themselves progressives have this immediate need to cancel people. Oh my God, I disagree with you on this. You're canceled. Oh my, you have to go. And then when it comes to the right, they get so reactionary when you talk about race, when you talk about immigration. And so why are these issues such trigger points to these people? It's because we haven't been able to actually discuss the truth, because the truth is embedded in a bunch of rhetoric, in a bunch of falseness, and a bunch of superficialities, and that is perpetuated by the mainstream media propaganda. And so when we talk about election integrity on this show, it may seem like we're on one side one day and on the other side one day, because our coverage is consistent. It is consistent to the truth. And that's what the mainstream media was supposed to do, and that's what they failed to do. So a lot of you don't recognize it when you see it. You think it's gonna be one-sided. Just watch a few days later and you're gonna see the other aspect of it, because it's not a black and white issue. Things are complicated, things are often in the gray areas. There's a lot of nuance, and Americans in this day and age seem completely unable to discuss nuanced ideas. They more likely wanna pick a team, pick a side. And that's why the two-party system, the duopoly, has been so effective in hypnotizing people and tricking people into believing that it's just two teams, when it's actually one giant aisle, one giant oligarchy. And instead of calling people a Trumper or calling people a communist, maybe, just maybe, start understanding where people are coming from, where they're getting their information, why they think what they think, and let's start looking at the facts. Nobody is innocent in this system, especially not the United States of America. A lot of us have been fed propaganda from the inception of our birth, from the moment we were taught that Christopher Columbus discovered America in 1492 and that he was a wonderful person. That is obviously not the reality. From the moment that we started talking about the Monroe Doctrine and started talking about manifest destiny, from the moment we portrayed Malcolm X and Fred Hampton as these radicals, instead of really talking about who they really are, which were basically civil rights activists that did a lot for the movement, which is the reason why so many people are here today. And if we don't re-educate people, in a sense, away from that empire education, people are going to continue in the stupor. And the people we do have to attack aren't necessarily your neighbor who's a Republican, or your neighbor who's a communist, or your neighbor who's a socialist, or your neighbor who's a libertarian or an independent. The people you should be angry at are the oligarchs, the establishment, these media conglomerates that control all of our lives, that control what you believe, and that control nearly everything that gets played out. And those are the people we need to start holding accountable. Know who the CEOs are, know who Susan Wojcicki is, know who Jeff Bezos is and that he owns the Washington Post. Know these things because these things are not all separate. In fact, they are very connected to each other. And that way, we focus on the real enemy. Like I said, you and I may not have the same beliefs, but we have far more in common with each other than we do with these corporate elites.
Sir. First call. Tulsa crew. Here we go. Hart's location. Wow. Jeez. 1772. Granted 1772.
1772?
That's awesome.
We made it.
Nice. This is awesome. This is fucking awesome. Go ahead, I get the door.
All right.
So walk into this room. Yeah, this is not allowed in this room. It's gotta be in this room.
Do you have your camera so we can use it again? What's that? Do you have your camera so I can put it in?
All right, these are the change forms. Okay. You got the change forms. Those are.
Okay, now I have to ask you to stay outside this room because this is gonna
You got really, sorry. You got really searched for her name, but she's down here below Michael Ellinger. At least she's above Ben Lieberman.
Welcome back to the Convo Couch, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at Hart's location, which is in North New Hampshire. And what's special about this location? It is one of 3 towns to vote first in New Hampshire, the primary. They always do it during the general, but they even do it for the primary. This particular town has 43 registered voters. The other towns are a little bit smaller, but this one is big for that size. And what it's all about, it's really symbolic. This is where the United States started. This is where we had the battle in Concord, New Hampshire, so much history. And now Hart's location gets to vote first today. And you're gonna get results right off the bat. Who will win? Bernie, Tulsi, Yang, Buttigieg, Warren. We don't know, but we are here to cover it live for you on the Convo Couch. Tune in as we get the results and we'll give them to you later. Welcome back to the Convo Couch, ladies and gentlemen. I am Pasta Jardula.
And I'm Fiorella.
And we are here at Hart's location, New Hampshire, northern New Hampshire. Fiorella, what are you thinking about this tonight? This is pretty cool, no?
This is really interesting. We thought there would be absolutely no one here. Johnny was driving down and he's like, I don't think there's going to be anyone here. I think this is the wrong road. And look at all these people that are here. It's crazy. And I just found out that if they don't vote, there's a guy that comes and hunts them down to make sure they vote. So if you live in this town, you have to vote. So this is why they have such a turnout all the time, and they have more people than usual right now. So
we got C-SPAN in the house. There's a little mainstream media over there, NBC, but the Convo Couch looks like we're the only independent media in the house with the MCSC network. Niko's over there commiserating. It's going to be a fun time. In less than a half hour, in about 20 minutes, the first vote will be casted, fam. What are you expecting over here? You've been around town. You see these people. What are you thinking?
I don't know. I don't know what to think. I think there is some Joe Biden here from what I've been hearing. I think there's going to be some probably less Sanders supporters here. That's what I'm feeling from the demographic of the people here. I feel like it's going to lean a little bit more conservative. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see what's going to happen. But we'll hear the Convo Couch. We'll keep you updated. As soon as we know, we'll let you know. Welcome back to the Convo Couch, ladies and gentlemen. Who am I with here?
Nancy Holmes.
Nancy Holmes, where are you from?
Hart's location.
And that's where we're at. So how many times have you done this before in the past?
Oh, 3. I've been here full time about 15 years, but we've owned the property for 45.
Yeah?
Yeah, we built our house.
Well, that's awesome. Are you excited about tonight's vote?
Oh, yeah, it's always fun.
Well, I'm so glad you're here. Do you think you got a couple people in mind? I don't want to know who, but you have a couple people in mind?
I have a couple in mind.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and hopefully we'll get to see who you vote for, and good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Timekeeper will announce the countdown, and we will go when he says. Okay, Wes will orchestrate the lineup. We are going to have people part the waters a little bit for the voters to line up.
maybe 8 minutes or so of, we'll start lining up.
Okay, it's 1:15 now, so we've got
Right.
15 minutes.
Good.
That's what I say. I appreciate you being so weird and looking up the weirdest things ever, because I would have never thought about this. I would have never like, oh man, let's go watch the first votes ever be cast. Yeah, that's a good idea. Never. Never
Oh, yeah. Yes. Can a Republican vote in the Democratic primary? Right. I can Republican could switch their.
They would have had to, not tonight, they would have had to do that previously at the last checklist session.
So the Democrats must come and vote, but the independents, they're kind of like, you don't track them down as much, or yeah, you do?
But we have to account for all of our voters.
Yeah.
So, in order to hold the midnight vote and close the polls, we have to account for 100%.
From the Convo Couch from California, and my partner's from Miami.
Well, welcome.
Would you like to interview with us?
I'm Tom East from the Comedy Daily Sun, so I'm covering it, but they nicely, because I covered it when they brought it back in '96. So they asked me to be the honorary time. So I know new journalists aren't supposed to get involved, but it's an honor to get to be the official timekeeper. You know,
That's awesome.
It's an awesome responsibility.
So you said they brought it back in '96. How long did
96. Yeah, they did it for the railroad workers originally because they couldn't vote during the day.
Yeah.
So they did this in '52, and then they got tired supposedly of all the, press. No offense, right? So anyway, and then they brought it back. Ed Butler and Les Schofer run the Notchland Inn, and they're the moderators and selectmen. They, with the townspeople, brought it back in '96, and so it's happened every 4 years, and they compete with Dixville Notch and Millsfield. So it's great, and they take a vote at town meeting that they want to keep it going, and so far they have.
That's awesome. So how long have you been the honorary timekeeper for?
The last 3 cycles, and so what I was told, they got 13 Democrats, 15 Republicans, 16 independents.
And it's awesome. Can a Republican vote in the Democratic primary or no?
An independent can vote in Republican, but a Republican can't.
But a Republican could switch their...
Not tonight.
Not tonight.
Not tonight.
They would have had to do it.
All right.
But so
at the last checklist.
Right.
Okay.
So an independent has, the ability to go either Democrat or Republican.
So the Democrats must come and vote, but the independents, they're kind of like, you don't track them down as much, or yeah, you do?
Well, we have to account for all of our voters. So in order to hold the midnight vote and close the polls, we have to account for 100% of our voter checklist. So we send out a letter a few weeks before the event, and we ask people to reply either that they're going to vote in person, that they are going to vote by absentee ballot, or in some cases places, people will choose to exercise their right not to vote, and they sign an affidavit saying that they're not going to be here. And that way we've accounted for our entire voter checklist, and then we're able to close the polls.
You said you had one voter outstanding. Did you find that voter?
No, so that vote, well, the one voter I was looking for is here. So everyone who's on our checklist is present and accounted for, or has voted absentee, or has signed the affidavit saying that they're not going to vote.
So we can say play ball soon, right?
We are soon to be there.
Ah, awesome.
Yep.
Are we lining up?
We're getting there.
I think that Tulsa's gonna do well here. They were like, I think that Tulsa's gonna do well here. One was like, I don't know. He's like, no. He said, I think Tulsa's gonna do well in New Hampshire. And I think it was one of the residents who said it. Uh-oh. We're gonna see. We're gonna see, man. They know that she's been spending a lot of time up here.
Am I the first Hispanic here?
The city select. Oh my. The town select said that the town has noticed that Tulsi has spent a lot of time in New Hampshire. The town, this town of 41 people, noticed. So it's gonna be interesting.
It's the message of aloha.
Heads up, everyone. The moderator would like to speak to everyone.
If you can line them up while I'm doing it.
Okay, it's great. This is Les Schoaf. He's our moderator. He is the master of the election tonight. And I am going to be lining up voters alphabetically. Kelly, you're going to be behind Nancy Hayes.
Okay.
Dora, you're going to be behind Kelly.
Kelly.
Troy,
Get to be behind.
you're going to be behind Dora. I'm going to be behind you, Troy. John, you're going to be behind me. Christine, how's this working for the checklist?
The checklist.
We're going to go first.
You're all going to go first?
They will revolve through.
Okay. Michael, you're going to be behind John. Is John? That John. All right. Yeah, and let's see. Got Nancy. Katie's voting up front. So, John, you're gonna be behind Michael. Where's Guy? Is Guy outside?
Yes.
He was out.
Do you want me to get him?
Yeah, would you please?
So
everybody know where they're going to be in this lineup?
No, Mark.
Okay. And I'm between the two of you. And Guy, you're second to last in the line.
Oh, really?
Well, we're winding up now. You're going to be in front of David Shagru. So you're right here between Maria and David.
For those of you who've done this before, it's basically the same routine. For those of you who haven't done it before, you listen up. You are already in line, and we always ask the eldest resident to go first, which is actually Nancy Holmes. But Ed Butler is going to precede her because we're also going to use the
one for all.
Yes, the booth for the disabled this year, so we can use it within an actual election. Okay, may the force be with us. Now, as you come through, you'll come this side of the table, and you'll tell the gals at the checklist your name. Even if you think they know your name, tell them your name. Tell them which party you're voting for, and they'll give you the ballot. Then go to any one of the available booths and mark the ballot. Fill in the little disc, just like in school. And no, computers aren't checking it, but they keep telling us, and that's what all the signs say. Fill in don't put X's, don't put swirls, color it in. And then when you come back around, so you're going to go counterclockwise, come this way. I'll be standing here, hopefully, and you're going to hand me your ballot, and you're going to tell me your name again. And I'm going to repeat your name again as you hand me your ballot and put it in the box. And this is so the checklist can check you off coming in and going out. And hopefully at the end of the night, while you're all going home to bed, we're going to match the ballots with the names, and it's all going to work out. Okay? Any questions on that? As you go out after you've voted, you'll be given one of these, and we'd hope that you wear it, if not tonight to bed, tomorrow morning when you go out in the public. All right? Any questions?
5 minutes to go.
Thank you. Tom Eastman from Conway Sun is doing the timing for us again. Ed, Nancy, if any of the gals are moving up to vote, they're trying to rotate between you so we can keep moving at the table. This whole thing will be over in less time than it took me to tell you.
Just a note that the ballots are not in alphabetical order. So take a minute. Right now, they're hanging up to sort of locate
There are
where
sample ballots
your
here.
candidate might
There.
be on the list so that it will take you less time to actually fill it.
And the Republicans and the Democrats are both loaded with candidates.
Yeah,
this year, so take a look. And for those of you who asked, they're not only not in alphabetical order, but they're sorted different places around the state. So our ballots would not necessarily be in the same order as the ballot in Claremont. Okay. The other thing, Paul, as soon as Tom gives us the notice that we're ready to go, I'll open the polls. You need to stick around long enough for everyone to have voted, because then I need to have a motion to close the polls. And we'll take the motion, you'll vote yes to close the polls, like you said, hopefully, and we'll do the tally. We'll do a preliminary total, and that is because we have to stay to certify the vote, and that may take quite a while. But we should give you, we had a 99% chance of getting it right, so. Oh yes, if you're undeclared voters and you're voting, declaring a party when you come in, you can get a what do we call this? Election party affiliation change form before you go out. And you can fill this in after the election tonight or return it tomorrow. This puts you back to undeclared if that's what you want. If you want to keep that party affiliation through the national election in November, you don't have to do anything, because you will be registered under the party that you took tonight if you don't change back, okay? Any other questions? Observations? Okay. All right, folks, we'll cut chicken down.
Can we do it? Kelly, who cares about the count? I know. I'm not gonna outer though. It's not 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yo! The voting begins.
Long time.
Good luck.
Can't cross the line.
I definitely start that.
Source, camera in. Just making sure you see the other camera in the room.
Troy DeGallo. Troy DeGallo. Kelly Corner. Nancy Holmes. Thank you.
We'll do it after. Well, here, if you want, you can take that.
Hi, good, how are you?
Mark Tindor.
Mark Tindor.
Are you an undeclared voter? Okay, down the way.
John Gallagher.
Are you an undeclared voter?
Republican.
You don't need a slip.
Dora DeMarco. Mike Linsky.
You guys undeclared? The line's done?
I'm gonna go.
Maria.
Undeclared?
Ed Butler. John McKinnon.
John?
Have you voted? You're Nancy Richter.
I think so. Go ahead, Susan. Yeah.
Mostly Democrats. I spoke to a third of the people voting, around 6 people, and all of them are voting on the Democratic ticket. You can, of course, vote if you're running primary issues, but it seems like most people here are voting again for that Democratic ticket. The top issues here, healthcare, climate change, and most importantly, everyone that I spoke to said beating Donald Trump.
Susie, go ahead. Susie, did you vote? No,
She's already said everyone's undecided, at least claiming they're undecided. A lot of people tell us they will let us know.
Last one.
Susie Wilder.
Okay.
Your attention, please. Hearts location, has everyone voted that intends to vote?
Yes.
All right, may I have a motion to close the polls?
Motion.
Approve, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Closed.
Close.
Time to the polls close. All vote 3.
Now we have
3 minutes.
Count them. I'm going to count them.
Can he come in there now? Excuse me, sir. Can our guy come in now?
Not yet. We're about to count the ballots. Once we have the votes and announce the total, you can come in.
Oh, understand.
You don't need to worry about that long. I just wanted to make sure that.
Oh,
What do we got now for the?
Get you a guess. 4 Republican, 2, 3, 5 Republican.
17.
Yeah. Those are Republicans, these are Dems.
Looks like there's more Republicans than Democrats.
These are Republicans.
Okay.
Say that again.
No, these I'm just sorting.
Oh, okay.
You can open them.
It needs to be sorted.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to work on this file.
Do you have the print sheets and the blue sheets for the tallies over there? Maybe you can get those out. You sort these out now.
Okay, so we're just, you can just put them in all
Okay. What about those? They need to be unfolded.
These are the
Republican votes and Democrats.
take a pencil.
That's a vote for Tulsa.
All right.
And we'll just tip off.
Okay. Yep. Ah, let's kick this.
It's a vote for Biden.
There you go. Yep.
Okay.
All accounted for.
All right. And if as we count them in, separate them into absentee, and so that we can total them out faster at the end. So, because it says absentee.
That's it. Oh, okay.
All right. So are you going to do Republican or are you going to do Democrat?
I'll do Democrat. I'm going to do absentee ballot. We've got this.
All right, so you want to read off first?
Here, a little bit. Just read off and I'll mark down.
These are more of the Dems. Okay, so they're all. Yeah, so I don't need to worry about just the count right there. And separate them by groupings, so if there's a recount, we can just do it right away. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Mary Maxwell. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Bill Weld. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Bill Weld. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Bill Weld. Just write it
Yep. Well, you can see we're counting now. It looks like a lot of those right-hand ballots were Republican ballots. The ballots are these sort of pink to reddish ones. The Democrats are the blue ones. Standing up there is Katie. She's the town clerk. She's married, actually, to Les, who's the moderator. He's currently counting those Republican ballots. Again, we should have a result here in the next few minutes. That will be the unofficial result, at which point they will unceremoniously boot us out of this smallest room in New Hampshire, and they will certify those results. And look, as Steve was saying, a lot of these candidates come up here and they meet these voters frankly because this news cycle will go for like 17 hours, and those results will just be scrolling on the bottom of the screen. So people here, not just the candidates, take this very seriously.
Okay, what is Elwood? So I have.
Right.
And one Mary Maxwell.
Obviously.
Your totals. So what you're saying here is you got 6 two senators, 1 state, 4 more. We're close to results. 1 Biden and 1 Catholic. All right, so the preliminary vote is on the Republican ticket. Bill Weld for, Mary Maxwell 1.
I'm just going to put the microphone right here.
And Donald Trump 15.
All right, so Donald Trump has won the vote here on the Republican side, 15 to Bill Weld, 4 to Mary Maxwell out of Concord, New Hampshire, 1 to
And on the Democratic ticket, Klobuchar 6, Sanders 2, Tom Steyer 1, Elizabeth Warren 4, Andrew Yang 3, Joe Biden 1, and Tulsi Gabbard 1. There's Tulsi.
Who got 6?
So that's Amy Klobuchar. Amy Klobuchar 6, Elizabeth Warren with 4 in second place. Andrew Yang finishing in third place with 3 votes, Brian. So on the Democratic side, Amy Klobuchar has taken Hart's location, and Donald Trump has taken it on the Republican side.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Convo Couch, MCSE Network. I'm here with Niko House. Niko, your first reaction about Tulsi Gabbard getting on the scoreboard and Buttigieg getting shut out, and more importantly, Klobuchar getting the most votes with 4.
Well, I'm not surprised by Klobuchar.
She got 6.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by Klobuchar. Klobuchar's practical, and although you might not agree with her approach, she is genuine. You don't question whether she's has nefarious intentions, but she just is who she is. You accept it or you don't. I'm not surprised by Tulsi getting a vote. I feel like it's very impressive considering how much she's been oppressed and suppressed this entire election, that her reach was able to get all the way up here. And it's amazing. And people still genuinely like her. There was no animosity towards her from either the Republicans or the Democrats in this town, which is awesome to see. Now, Buttigieg getting 0.
Stop smiling.
No. Buttigieg got 0. Oh, Tulsi tied with Biden, who's supposed to be in third place right now? Yeah. Roughly third or fourth place. Yeah. So, if her reach was able to reach this far, and then Buttigieg, with all the money he spent, with all the claims that he is in first or second place in any given area, it's interesting to see that even with all the money he's been getting, he got 0 votes, because these people up here, like a lot of New Hampshire voters, they want somebody who at least can pretend to be genuine, and Buttigieg can't even manage to achieve that. So I think this is a pretty huge indication of what we're going to see going forward. Not necessarily like the breakdown of the percentages, because I would say this is probably a conservative town, but if this is an indication of how much the establishment is not going to perform how they thought they were, this might be some bad news for them, but good news for us.
Convo Couch out.
Welcome back to the Convo Couch, everyone. Pastor Jardula here. Sorry for the long delay. I figured what would happen with last night, we would just kind of give a little story and talk about what happened. This election lies in the balance right now of what's going on in Nevada. In other words, Joe Biden simply needs 6 more electoral votes to get him over to the 270 mark and become the president. And listen, I know a lot of you out there cannot stand Donald Trump. I know you despise the man. I mean, I didn't vote for him in 2016, and I'm sure as hell not going to vote for him in 2020. I never did. I never thought about it. Donald Trump's policies in Latin America are racist and demonic. His sanctions kill millions of people, or they have killed millions of people, because that's simply what sanctions must do, and that's what they do. But we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture here, okay? And we mustn't lose sight of what is at hand. And that is that the most precious practice Americans have is our right to vote and choose our leaders. Our forefathers said it once before. 1 person equals 1 vote. Okay? And that's the most sacred thing we have to talk about. So let's talk about what happened last night. It might seem very logical that in certain areas like Michigan, in Milwaukee, in Wisconsin, where they're heavily populated Democratic areas, hundreds of thousands of votes would come in for Joe Biden. I mean, after all, they hate Donald Trump, right? But that simply isn't the case, because elections just simply don't move that fast and that far. We're talking hundreds of thousands of votes. We have seen and witnessed in other primaries when Bernie Sanders had half the distance to get to his opponents, whether it be Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden, been called, and called early. So it is almost mathematically impossible for those elections, primarily in Wisconsin and Michigan, to move that fast and move that far. I mean, and why oh why would Donald Trump allow cheating to go on when he controls the White House, right? I mean, he's in charge. Okay, why would he tell these precincts to stop counting? Well, first of all, to understand what happened, you have to understand how elections work. They're not controlled at a federal level. They're actually controlled at a state-by-state level, meaning the Secretary of State has more power in their state when it comes to our elections than the federal government and Donald Trump have. And that's just something we have to completely accept. So now we at the Convo Couch have been calling fraud and election rigging on every stage and every facet of our elections, whether it be a Democratic primary or a general election, okay? We think that the actual suppression in the front of the House, the way you vote for primaries, especially when progressives were running, were just absolutely the worst. They let people wait outside for 4 to 6 hours. We talk about the tabulation machines too as well. The way they're proprietary software, and that's something to think about because it's black box voting and we can't actually look at it. But in this particular elections, I want to pay attention to the areas where we see a lot of inaccuracies. Once again, I don't like Donald Trump, but we have to point out what these things are. First of all, the first thing we were told is that we only had one source that we can use as an independent media show to bring you the results without being censored. And that was the AP, the Associated Press. And I want to point out something that they said. It says, the AP does not make projections or name apparent winners. If our race callers cannot definitively say a candidate has won, we do not engage in speculation. However, they engaged in speculation right away when they instantly called Virginia when the polls closed, when they called Illinois when the polls closed, California, Washington, Oregon were all reported a winner for Joe Biden when he had 0% reporting. So they do engage in speculation. Number 2, I'll say it again. Federal elections don't swing that far, that fast. 100,000 votes like that. In fact, we saw reports that in Michigan, 100,000 ballots were found with all of Joe Biden's name on it. I mean, every single one of them had Joe Biden's name on it. That simply does not fly. And despite having a mail-in system for many, many years, okay, if we got 60% in a general election, 65%, we would say, that's amazing, that's great. Remember, we've always had mail-ins for a long time. But you're talking about 85, 90%? That's just unheard of. And you got to factor that into the equation. We found another report that said in 7 Milwaukee wards, they reported more votes than actual voters. And Biden netted 146,000 of those votes in Wisconsin. But guess what? He only won the election in Wisconsin by 30,000 votes. So we have to look at that science. Now, I don't want to harp on everything all day and start just saying that the Democrats cheat, or they cheated. Because I've said this before, election rigging is a bipartisan practice. And we mustn't lose sight of what's really important. And that is that the fight for transparency must outweigh everything. And if we allow this type of rigging and cheating to go on, and we ignore the one person, one vote practice, which is the most sacred thing we can do to protect our democracy, we are actually giving in to the fear of a Donald Trump or another Donald Trump, and we are not exercising our American rights. This battle that we have over here, there are a lot of election integrity activists like myself who have brought a lot of solutions to the table. We can't ignore the numbers that happened last night. We talked about the fundamental issues when it comes to the mail-in ballots. There's no security, there's no tracking, and these are very easy fixes, but why? I ask you why. Why do Democrats and Republicans across the country refuse to address these simple solutions that will help and secure our elections even further? The only answer is that they both want to benefit from these inaccuracies and nasty practices. We mustn't lose sight of what's going on, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have a smoking gun to show you. You know why? Because there is no smoking gun that we can look at. In most of our elections, we have a 1% audit. And in fact, in some states, there's not even an audit required. We talked about the software they use. It's proprietary, called black box voting, meaning we're flying in the dark and we can't even look at our own damn elections. No matter what, ladies and gentlemen, whether you like Joe Biden, whether you like Donald Trump, we can't get lost in the fact of what really happened last night. And that's the fact is that we do not have sound, clear elections. We need to get together and we need to fight for transparency. If we allow our emotions to get over the fact and let Donald Trump to upset us so much that we can't call balls and strikes accurately, we're going to end up with something worse than Donald Trump. And that's just the cold, hard fact. So I invite you out there, ladies and gentlemen, to put your feelings aside about Donald Trump or Joe Biden or what you think needs to happen and focus on the main thing that we need to fix in this country, and that is our elections. We need to fight for free elections. We need to fight for fair elections. But more importantly, we need to fight for transparency because we have none of that. For Pastor Jardula on the Convo Couch, Convo later. We'll be back. Welcome back to the Convo Couch, everyone. Election special edition. Pasta Jardula here.
Fiorella.
And Johnny Sue is still pinning on those 1s and 2s. Fan, I figured I'd come back with a little of my game show voice because it's getting a little cray-cray right now. We've had a long 36 hours. It's been kind of nuts. We're going to go over a little bit of the quick results, just in case we didn't get them to you. We had some great guests on today. Ben Norton was here, Jason Burmis, Mark Sloboda. What a fun day to talk to these people, but it was a little bit of a crazy night. Not because we didn't get the results we wanted, but we just didn't get the fair election, I believe, that we hoped we might get. I think we called it for a while right now when it came to the mail-in ballot situation. Our concerns that they're not transparent, there's no tracking. Something we can all get around, whether we like Donald Trump or Joe Biden, is the fact that we should have one person, one vote. And to do that, we need to have security, transparency, and honesty in our elections, and we just do not have that.
Right, and the sadder thing is now that if Joe Biden and the Democrats run away with this, they are going to basically make it so anytime you talk about censorship, anytime you talk about election fraud, it's a right-wing talking point now because Donald Trump has taken it upon himself to contest some of these results. So if you mention at all the fact that these results might be skewed in any way, you are a Trump supporter. And so now bringing that up, if Joe Biden does run away with this, people are going to ignore the fraud that happened and they're going to continue not holding Democrats accountable. In fact, Democrats literally said that the left was to blame for it being this close, that the Bernie contingent, that these people who voted third party were to blame. They haven't learned a damn thing.
No.
So for me, I hope that the Democrats would learn a lesson if they lost. And so now that they're not losing, in fact, they're gloating and cheering, and not just like the Democratic establishment and those people that support the Democratic Party, but a lot of like quote unquote progressives are cheering this whole situation. Even if Joe Biden is the architect of the system, they're forgetting who he is in an effort to own the Republican right, and they're mocking some of these people who are fighting for election integrity. So now it's kind of like taboo to talk about it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that is a problem. Already this morning I was told that I'm putting out there Trump conspiracies.
Right.
By simply calling out the mail-in system for what it is, and by simply calling out the black box tabulation machines for what it is, and that is a corporately owned entity where we do not have any transparency, and we then get no liberty. And really, if you give up a little liberty for a little security, you deserve no liberty nor security yourself, right? It was the Ben Franklin quote we talked about, but that's what we're doing right now. We're giving ourselves up, God bless you, and putting ourselves in a position to actually have somebody worse than Trump.
Yeah,
I'm saying,
absolutely.
Yeah, his name is Joe Biden.
No, I said it I said it in a tweet that I posted. Like, if Democrats get away with this, with manipulating the election to not only get Joe Biden in the primary against Bernie Sanders, to also get him in the general, if Democrats get away with this, we're going to see the right come back with a vengeance. I mean, if Donald Trump can't do it, if he isn't able to fully contest it, we're going to see the right come back with a vengeance in 4 years, and they are going to nominate a more theocratic, more neo-fascist right-winger into the party. And right now, the worst case scenario is that we have a Republican entire Congress. We have the Senate and the House are Republican owned right now.
The House has gone Republican?
Yeah. So,
wow.
So the reality is that this is actually a really bad scenario. You're getting a lot of people angry at these results, and then you're getting the other side mocking it. So this isn't going to end really well for us.
Well, that's the whole problem, is that a lot of the neo-progressives and the institutional players went along to get along. You know, they wanted to sit at the cool person's table, so therefore they turned a blind eye when it comes to our elections and stuff.
Right.
You know, the fight that should have been fought, we've said it before, was in Florida, when Jared Beck had the case, you know, representing the Bernie Sanders supporters, who said that the Democratic Party ignored their charter and did not give people a Democratic primary, and therefore they should have to either refund the money or pay or reverse the results. They didn't just argue that they cheated, they argued that they had the right to cheat, that they can go into the back room filled with cigar smoke and pick whoever we want. Right then and there, fam, when it came to election integrity, we should have planted the flag. Bernie Sanders should have been there. He should either walk to the Green Party or demanded that we have clean fair and transparent elections. He told me one day, not me personally, but he told a group of people, I'm one who, whether you believe it or not, wants the vote to count. Well, not really, because you ignored it in 2016, you ignored it in 2020, and this is what we're left with. I still do not believe that Joe Biden won the primary, nor did these numbers that are coming in that we're going to talk about for the results of this general election are valid or true. And there's just so many different ways. And I think we can all get behind the fact that if we have to go forth with Joe Biden, we as still citizens of this country should push for clean and fair, transparent elections. We need to get this right. If we don't steer the ship right on this one, we'll be lost forever, fam. So I hope we do get this right. Let's look at the map. Wisconsin, last night, heat of the night, 100,000 votes down. We watched it live. All of a sudden, 100,000 votes down, 7,000 votes up. Now, fam, we have seen an election in Michigan, in Wisconsin, in these places where it's half that amount where they've already called it for Joe Biden because they said it was impossible for Bernie Sanders to catch up. Now here's double the amount.
Right.
And people just think it's logical that all these votes come in from Milwaukee that are a Democratic-controlled area that are going to put Joe Biden 100,000 vote swing. It's almost improbable. So, I mean, I don't know what you have to say to that, but we also, John, do you happen to have that Milwaukee, the 7 wards Milwaukee one from the last video I did available? There was something we saw a report that said, and I just want to pull it up real quick. I should have put it in here, fam. I'm so sorry I was doing this other one. But this is something that's crazy. It said, analysis, 7 Milwaukee wards report more than 220 presidential votes than registered voters. Okay? Biden nets 146,000 votes in the city. Now, 146,000 votes he got right there. The numbers in Wisconsin come back. Joe Biden won the election, right? Less than 21,000 votes. So that 146,000 votes, where there were actually more votes cast than voters, mail-in ballots. That's what you get if you don't have any security. Any thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, it's, we said it in the last show, right? This is like, it doesn't make any sense statistically. That's impossible. Even if you don't count that amount and you make it 3.2, it's like a 90% average in a country where literally only like 40% of people vote. It doesn't make sense. Even at the highest turnout, you wouldn't get that number. So obviously there's something there that could be argued in a court of law, but I don't, like, again, it's going to have to take a lot of perseverance. It's on Donald Trump's part and a lot of support on his people's part. I mean, they're already outside protesting, but they're also getting mocked by everybody else, even though this election issue, regardless of how you feel about Donald Trump or his supporters, is an important thing that should at the very least, be questioned and looked into based on how it developed. Yeah,
if we allow this to happen now, we'll allow it to happen at any time. Michigan, this is another one, fam, right here. Donald Trump, it's been called from Michigan. He called about an hour after Wisconsin.
You mean Biden?
Excuse me, Biden. Why do I keep on saying? I keep on thinking that, because we were saying last night that Trump's going to win, Trump's going to win. We were looking at the numbers, and now it's Biden. So Michigan was called for Biden. And here's another one from the red state. It says, update, mistake points to data error. Very odd. Michigan found over 100,000 ballots, and every single one of them has Joe Biden's name on it. We talked about this in the morning show as well.
So, Pasta, why are mail-in ballots not secure?
Because, number one, we don't have basic tracking on them. The security on the ballots itself is not really hard to mimic or copy or make a fake one of. So therefore, you can get a person like Johnny could probably get with his friend and hang out, get the one key fob piece on there, copy that, put it on a ballot, almost copy the ballot, make up a fictional name, send it on in, and they'll accept it. There are no checks and balances in place. Jimmy Carter said this in 2014. The area most ripe for fraud is the mail-in ballot situation. That's why I've always been against mail-in ballots, unless it's a special situation. I've always believed in tracking, and I've always believed in eliminating ballot harvesting. If you get at mail-out ballots and people have moved, or they're dead, or they go to a nursing home, a person can go around and collect those empty ballots, those extra ballots, and then go to one of those little Dropbox spots, fam.
But isn't there ballot tracking? Don't they have a way to track your ballots?
All they do is if you sign up for tracking in some states, they call you when the ballot is received. They don't even tell you if it was casted or not. So that doesn't happen in every single situation. When we talk about tracking, we know when Amazon is right down the corner, about a mile away, making a right turn, coming to deliver your
your babushka hats, whatever you're getting and stuff. So why can't we have that same thing with our ballots so that when our friend, Granny Kelsey, goes to the door and gives the mailman the ballot, he hits it with the gun, bloop, we know it's in the mailman's hand. We now protect the chain of custody, and we know when it was dropped off. So we know it when it goes from point A to point B. The whole time it has eyes on it. Because if you fracture the chain of custody, which is one of the most sacred, important things to running fair elections, meaning that the process of the ballot is in a controlled environment of all times. By having ballot harvesting, you eliminate that. By having mass mailouts, you eliminate that. So when we saw ballots being picked up from the mail-in center in Pomona in California, they were put on a truck. They're then taped by a box, and then they're received on point A. So they go from point A to point B. What's going to happen in that time while those ballots are en route? What can happen if there's a nefarious player? I said, Johnny, they can undo the tape, take out some ballots, and seal it up. Johnny's like, they can just switch out the box.
Yep.
They have no real serious tracking. You know what I'm saying? Those ballots are out of the eyes of the public. That is why a lot of election integrity activists like myself advocate for where it's casted is where it's counted. Because once you get it out of that vote center or that polling place, anything can happen, fam, and you can sway an election any way you want. That is the big problem with these mail-in ballots right now. There's just too many areas for fraud. Once again, fam, I don't have an audit system, so I can't show you.
Yep.
Same way I can't look at the open source system because it's proprietary, I can't show you. I can't give you the smoking gun. All I can do is advocate to everybody on the right, on the left, in the center, if you're green, if you're blue, wherever you're at, that we need to push for fair, transparent elections.
But people don't really seem to care about that, do they? I just don't feel like people care about fair elections. And if they do, it's only when it fits their political narrative. For instance, some of the progressives cared about it when it was Bernie Sanders running the election or running against Joe Biden. But now that it's Donald Trump versus Biden, they're like, oh, well, no, Biden, we prefer Biden. So they're completely ignoring the issue. And there's just really not an election integrity movement in this country. I just don't really see how we're going to get people to care, especially with this. Like now, like I said, it's you can't even talk about it without being called a Trumper.
Yeah, no, I know it's disgusting. It's like when your mama puts you in the corner and says, stay there for 2 hours, and an hour later you want to come out, and you say, hey, listen, if you come out now, when you come back, you got to stay there for 3 hours, and you take that deal, right? If we allow this to happen now, because as liberals or people on the left, it was eliminating our opponent and stuff like that, it's going to come back and bite us in the ass tenfold, right? I mean, it's going to really, really affect us down the road if we don't say, hey, no matter what, the vote of the people must stand. One person, one vote. That's it. That's simple. Even if we don't like Donald Trump, if the people elect him, we have to stand by it. That was the disgusting thing with the whole Obamagate and the Russiagate from the Donald Trump situation, right? You know, they took it for granted. They didn't fix that election. Hillary Clinton thought she had it in the bag. She thought there was no way she would lose to Donald Trump. She lost. This time they prepared themselves, you know, to cheat their way into victory if they can, because once again, it's a bipartisan practice from the Democrats and the Republicans, along with the corporately controlled media, right? You know what I'm saying? Their objective is not to have free and fair elections. Their objective is to cheat better than the other guy. It's like cartel wars. That is it. Red cheat here, blues cheat there.
And who is a congressperson that introduced a bill not just on securing our American Elections Act, but also ballot harvesting?
You know it's Tulsi Gabbard. Everybody knows it's Tulsi Gabbard.
Not everybody knows that.
Everybody should know it's Tulsi Gabbard. But that is another point to bring up. If the Democrats really did care about free and fair elections, they would have eliminated ballot harvesting. You don't let a person get between you and the ballot box. And that's what happens when you have ballot harvesters.
But according to the squad, that is a right-wing talking point.
Well, that's why the squad is not my squad.
But that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I mean, we're getting entirely... The Democratic Party is not just defeat... It's not just, you know, the Democratic Party where they're vile and corrupt. They've managed to co-opt the progressive movement, to sheep herd it back into its own party, to make it part and unison. So now you have people like Ilhan Omar and AOC pretty much saying the same thing that the Democratic establishment is saying regarding elections, completely zero mention of censorship and Julian Assange. And so what we're seeing is the marriage of the Progressive Party of the progressive wing, basically with the establishment. And we have no progressives. We have no friends in Congress. Tulsi Gabbard is on her way out. She's also been speared as a Russian asset, as an Assadist, as a fascist even.
Not a fascist, but you've been speared as a
Oh yeah,
Russian
yeah, the
asset
same thing. It's
Trumpist,
because when you can't basically, when you have an independent mind and you're not like, easily following a narrative, they're going to smear you. And that's what they did to Tulsi Gabbard. And let me tell you, Tulsi Gabbard, a lot of people ended up liking her. A lot of people who were not political did like her. But it was the Democratic establishment that ended up smearing her and pretty much ousting her because of her attack on Hillary Clinton. So what I'm saying is, I don't really see a pathway forward when it comes to our election system as long as the Democratic Party exists, because we can't fully oppose the fascism of some on the right if the Democratic Party always impedes us from doing so, if they continuously co-opt everything we're trying to do.
Yeah, especially with their crypto fascism and stealing this election right here is what I firmly believe. We saw this in real time, fam. We were like, all right, we know elections. We've seen so many primaries, so many general elections. We've been following this stuff. These are holes that Biden was not going to be able to dig himself out of. But they had a plan, and that plan worked. And it's just so crazy that you see 100,000. We watched it live. 100,000 votes come in from the Milwaukee area. There were mail-in ballots. How did they come in 8 hours after the polls closed? It's like they were stalling. That's why the AP wasn't calling it. And we have to talk about the AP's relationship with the corporations, the media's relationship with corporations. Now, on the map, just really quick, just to say Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia have not been called. They're all getting really close. I think that the elites are kind of holding on there so that if Wisconsin or Michigan does get reversed, they have another state that they can poach. So right now, those states haven't been called. Also here in Nevada, they have a law, and that's something to understand too as well, people. When it deals with election, people are like, well, Donald Trump controls the White House. How the hell is they going to have cheating when it comes to our elections? The federal government doesn't control our elections. Our elections are controlled on a state-by-state process, a state-by-state basis. And the process with dealing with the counties is what goes on. So the Secretary of State actually has a lot more power than the President of the United States when it comes to dealing with our elections. In our case, California, Alex Padilla has more power with our elections than Donald Trump does. And that's just the way it goes. Donald Trump, if he wants to do anything, he has to do it through the courts, and that's the way our elections work. So now, the corporations we're talking about with the AP. Last night, the only source that we can use was the AP, the Associated Press. Otherwise, we might have gotten censored. We were told by your good friend Susan Wojcicki.
Which is bullshit, because they spew conspiracy theories all the time, left and right, regarding other countries and their elections, like Bolivia. And they continuously lie. So again, this is just crap, because they're lying, and there's really, I don't see a way to defeat the corporate media unless you also take down the Democratic establishment, because they're continuously tied to each other. And a lot of people think, well, at least we are getting rid of fascism. Well, at least we're getting rid of Trump, possibly. At least, a democratic victory. Isn't a democratic victory better for progressives? That's what they say. But why is it not? I mean, isn't it better to have a Democrat?
Back, isn't it? No, it's like going one step forward, two steps back, because the establishment gatekeepers are the ones who are not allowing progressive change. We say this all the time. Nancy Pelosi does more to combat and stop progressive change than Donald Trump does. She doesn't even let progressive change get to the goddamn floor. Not to the floor. And with all the squad and all this virtue signaling and all this little mirage that they're putting up, that like, oh, we want rent control now, cancel rent, whatnot. Oh, we want a bill for this to give this stimulus and stuff.
But they don't do anything.
To do something, to do the right thing, you got to put Nancy Pelosi on blast. Why isn't the squad, Ilhan Omar, and all them with all this bill about canceling rent, go to Nancy Pelosi and say, Nancy Pelosi won't put the bill on the floor. If Nancy Pelosi puts the bill on the floor and we sign it in the House, the Republicans got to get it over in the Senate. And if they deny it, they're going to have to look their American constituents in the eye and go, hey, man, we vetoed the bill for canceling rent while they passed it over there in the Democrats. Or if it happens in the House and happens in the Senate, then Donald Trump, the president at the time, would have to look people in the eye and say, I'm sorry, I vetoed a bill to cancel rent. But they won't do that. They'll just go and yell at Republicans. They'll never hold their own party accountable. Why? Because they're working for their own party. They capitulated. They didn't oppose the Democratic establishment on the left the way the Freedom Caucus opposed the Republicans on the right. The Republicans got their own Tea Party member in the White House for doing it. They made Boehner cry and quit. I keep talking about it.
Yeah, you do.
It's still, because I want it to happen. If she's going to be the Speaker of the House again, fam, what are we going to do? We're going to let her control everything? Before we get to this part, let me just read these 2 quick super chats. I'm sorry for going off. Just had some coffee. Shannon the Gray, thank you for the super chat contribution. It is always appreciated on the election desk. You guys have been streaming hella hard. Honestly, TYT have become a little too cringe lately. Anna, not mentioning any names. You and Jimmy D are my current favorite progressive show. Thanks for all of your hard work. Well, thank you, Shannon the Gray. And from our good friend, Glory Jones, my favorite right-wingers. Love you, Glory Jones. She's the best. Your favorite right-wingers are here. Now, fam, let's talk about this here because this is important because a lot of people say that they think that the media is only and all about clickbait and only about hot stories. Meaning, in other words, if a story is that hot, like election fraud, they would automatically pick it up. No. Who controls, who runs the military, because they have long gains down the road. They're not going to be that myopic and take a story that's going to put them in bad behavior with a corporation that butters their bread. They got the long game. They're always pro-war, I tell you that much. So,
okay, so so the media is not dependent on what story that is of best interest that they want to pursue. Maybe at a small level in a little independent media, you look at a story and you can pursue it. But when it comes to the big media conglomerates like CNN, MSNBC, and their affiliates like Disney, they are controlled by 6 companies, right? And you can show the graphic. And this is the illusion of choice. Oh, you can choose what you see. But there's actually 6 media giants that control about 90% of what we read, of what we watch, and of what we listen to. And some of these we have a GE, who have owned Comcast, NBC, Universal, and Focus Features. Then you have News Corp, who owns Fox, Wall Street Journal, New York Post. Then you have Disney, ABC, ESPN, Pixar, Miramax, Marvel Studios. Then you guys have Viacom, MTV, Nick Jr., BET, CMT, Paramount Pictures. Then you have WB, which is Time Warner, and they control CNN, HBO, Time, Warner Bros. And then you have CBS, which has Showtime, Smithsonian, NFL, Jeopardy, and 60 Minutes. And I think it's even gotten smaller since then because a lot of these end up working together. And then if you guys look at the next graphic, you can see exactly these same conglomerates right there. NBC, Disney, and the billions of dollars that they're worth. And now each of these has their own CEOs and their execs and those people that work under them. And if you look even higher and you look at what the lineup is with the New York Times, you have the Council of Foreign Relations, you have the Bilderberg Group, and there's all these people there that work under these systems. And you get this illusion that, oh my God, Fox is different than CNN, and then CNN is so much different than MSNBC. But at the end of the day, all these people are billionaires, all these people are oligarchs, and all these people have an agenda to meet that serves their interest over yours. And they also have the politicians bought because they have the money and the power and the influence. This is why you don't see independent media get on honest independent media, get on places like CNN, MSNBC, or get jobs there, because you have to commit to only talking about what they let you talk about. And when you talk about the military-industrial complex, when you talk about the allyship between the military-industrial complex, it's as simple as CNN having propaganda for Raytheon and Boeing right after they do a show, right after they do a commercial. Why? Because they're going to spin a narrative that, for instance, the Syrian chemical attacks were real, and that these crazy terrorists, from the Assad regime, gassed their own people, and that these moderate rebels weren't tied to Al Qaeda, that they were just moderate rebels, really innocent, and that the white helmets were good people. And so they spin their narrative. Why? Well, all of that goes to prove the point that Bashar al-Assad is a terrible dictator and he needs to be removed.
Yeah.
Right? And so we continue framing these things, whether it's Russiagate, whether it's the Syrian chemical attacks, whether it's 9/11, everything like that is served for a purpose, and it's served to make somebody get rich through power, oil, resources, and of course war.
Yeah, and I think one of the most saddest thing that's happened in this last 4 years is that the neo-progressives or the progressives, I should stop saying it anymore, people on the left the people on the left, I don't want to be insulting, but people on the left have bought into this whole CIA, FBI are the good guys. I think Hollywood had a lot to do with that. I was really pissed off at the Jack Ryan series, which kind of told the story that the Venezuelans were working with the Russians.
Right.
Even I, rooted on Rocky IV against, Ivan Drago for Russia, everything they had. I didn't even realize until years after when Rambo Part 2 that I was actually rooting on the Mujahideen, which is some of the worst jihadists out there, when they were helping them against the Russians. So I think Hollywood has a programming effect, but the fact that the left, a lot of people on the left have now not only just accepted, but really held like people like James Clapper and John Brennan and all these spooks, and excuse me, in high regards, when it used to be the left that used to question the CIA, they used to question the FBI. Now they're merged together. That's what Donald Trump has done. So I understand the frustration from some people out there who just kind of get mad and yell and try to explain their point of view, because a lot of people just capitulate and kind of fold in to that tribal mentality. We're on the left. We got to defeat Donald Trump. Therefore, any means necessary, even if we have to lie, even if we have to tell stories. And at the whole time, we're kind of duped to manufacture consent for all these companies that are on that side of going after Donald Trump. We manufacture consent for them to continue to bomb places and pick the leaders they want. The fact that they put forth Joe Biden against Donald Trump just speaks volumes, and it's not a better choice at all. If anything, nothing systematically will change. And in fact, I think censorship will get worse, because the left now, with the CIA and all this stuff, they've been duped, and they have an authoritarian streak inside them, fam, that is quite scary.
And if you want to pretend that there is no bias in media and that it's just dependent on the stories they pursue, the reality is actually very different. According to a Harvard study that by Bradley, professor of government and the press, Thomas Bradley in the press, according to the study by Thomas Patterson, Harvard Bradley professor of the government and the press, the news coverage of Donald Trump's first 100 days is the study that they did, and they noted that only Trump was the topic of more than 40% of all news stories during his first 100 days, 3 times the amount of press coverage received by previous presidents before, but also that the coverage he received set a new standard of unfavorable press coverage for a president. And the Harvard Kennedy School's Shorenstein Center of Media, Politics and Public Policy said this, and heavily influenced for decades by the Council of Foreign Relations, which is the CFR, Harvard would hardly likely be the source of a study showing improving such mainstream media bias, but nevertheless, this 19-page study was released to the public and it really proved beyond all reasonable doubt that the mainstream media quote, fix is in to portray Donald Trump as in a worst possible light. Nobody's saying that Donald Trump is innocent. I mean, Donald Trump has done a lot of things that have hurt the American people, that have hurt the economy. His rhetoric has been really damaging to specifically people of color, immigrants, etc., and has pretty much fomented this idea of comfortability with white supremacy. But policy-wise, and foreign policy-wise in particular, he was no worse. If not, he was actually better than people like George W. Bush, who got us into the war in Iraq, which led to the death of 2 million Iraqis. Barack Obama, who was the fracker-in-chief, took us from 2 to 7 wars. I mean, we can go on and on. We've said this before. Donald Trump is the symptom, while Biden and is very much the architect of the system, wrote the Patriot Act, wrote the 1994 crime bill. People don't pay attention to that because the media doesn't talk about it. They're just going to talk about how awful Donald Trump is and look what he said and he made fun of somebody. And that's what they rely on, because if they actually talk about actions and policy, then you're going to know the truth.
Yeah. And they get you caught up on what's going on. Stormy Daniels was the first kind of trick. The way they concentrated on these stupid stories, they concentrate on the rhetoric, and they're just anti-Trump. So you don't pay attention to what's going on in policy, especially when it comes to people who are friendly with the media, like the Nancy Pelosi's, who allow these policies to go through. They push them on the left. It's not Donald Trump all the time. A lot of times, a lot of this policy that's pushed forth that really hurts the working class and people of color are Democrats. You know, Democrats have been tied since Bill Clinton to the prison industrial complex. We talked about Joe Biden signing that bill, but people like Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Chuck Schumer, who had money in the prison industry, also made a lot of money. Don't get me wrong, the Republicans stood by and they let that shit happen because they wanted to be tough on crime too as well. But that's the real reason. We have to accept the fact that we don't have an opposition party to the right. Okay, we have a capitulating, lying, manipulating, pull the wool over your eyes, manufacturing consent, pieces of douchebag party on the left, and that's what we should call them from now on. You got that?
And it's not even the left, and I definitely want to harp on that point. It's not the left. They're both two Republican parties is basically what we have. So when people are so proud that they're a proud Democrat, I'm sorry, but you're literally on the right, because you don't realize that this party is just a mirage. It's not real. It's like Pasta said, it's not real opposition. It's just not real. And recently, of course, Donald Trump was attacked from getting COVID, after getting COVID. And of course, when the Hunter Biden and the Burisma stuff came out yet again into the news cycle. And then of course, with the Hunter Biden and the laptop scandal came out, the entire media conglomerate, all the way from the social media giants like Facebook and YouTube and Google to the mainstream media, MSNBC and all, Washington Post, got together and spewed the same narrative. This is fake news. We shouldn't talk about this. And they censored the hell out of everybody talking about it, including the Donald Trump himself. And so we're at a point where, again, you cannot even question the status quo narrative, or you are going to be smeared as somebody that is either in agreement with Trump, who has been continuously, maligned. I mean, not for not good reason, but he has been. Or you're going to be completely discredited as a Russian or as something else regarding foreign policy. So that to me is a really big issue, and it's a really big underlying problem in our system right now.
I think the cancel culture over the last 4 years has been elevated, and the elites have to be happy. The fact that we're at each other's throats, red versus blue, and not paying attention to what really is going on behind the scenes is really dividing us, and they're going to benefit off that no matter what. They use the media of the propaganda of the mainstream media to get their message out. And they pay these people a lot of money to spew these lies. Meanwhile, they try to demonetize, shadow ban, and censor any type of independent media who's bringing you a different point of view. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. What happened last night with Twitter, censoring the president's tweet, was really, really disgusting. It's up to you, the public, to decide what is false and what is true. I know it might not seem logical, but that really is the truth. We have to do that, because if we open up Pandora's shit box and allow ourselves to start going ticky-tacky, let's remove away Alex Jones, he's terrible, then that opens the door to remove us and other people who might have a different point of view. It's not up to Silicon Valley to decide what is truth and what is false. It's up to you, and that's why we shouldn't censor, and we should have an open, fair, and free internet and news media. Go ahead, fam.
And so why should people even pay attention to the Republicans talking about election integrity? Isn't it more important to just forget about it and and just get rid of the Republican evil guy in the White House and live to fight another day, as so many have said?
Yeah, if you let the ends justify the means, that's it. I mean, it's terrible. Like I said, you're going to get something worse than Trump. I think Dick Medhurst said that and stuff. If we keep playing this game, fam, and we don't care, if we don't call balls and strikes, and that's always been my problem.
What do you mean by balls and strikes, Papa?
You have to call things honest, no matter whatever pitch it is, whatever subject it is, even if you don't like it. If it's a ball, you call it a ball. If it's a strike, you call it a strike. If somebody tells the truth, whether it be my friend, your friend, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, whatever, the truth is the truth. And the lie is a lie. And that's the way it is. You have to call things for the way they are. You can't just say, no matter what Donald Trump says is a lie, and no matter what Joe Biden does is okay, because you want Team Blue to be Team Red, because if you do that, you're hypocritical AF, and you allow all the other craps and demons and everything to seep into our policy and our politics right now. And that's where we're at. We're at a tribal-based mentality where we don't even want to call balls and strikes and call facts when we see them. It's just orange man bad, let's go blue team. A very bad predicament to be in.
And it's a very binary point of view that just doesn't serve any purpose. So going along with this and the media conglomerates, there are at least 15 former spooks who have worked for or work at now at CNN or MSNBC. So let's take a look at them. They hired Andrew McCabe. He was a retired FBI and CIA official. And he's the 10th ex-FBI or CIA official hired by the network in recent years, with MSNBC having hired 5. A vast majority of the 15 CNN/MSNBC analysts have pushed the now debunked theory that the Trump campaign conspired with Russia. We could talk about Rachel Maddow as being one of these people that spewed that theory. Then we also have, I think,
by the way, McCabe
others.
fam, he acted very dishonestly. He got caught with a text that says we have a backup plan in case Donald Trump wins or is winning and whatnot. So this is the point we're talking about.
Yeah.
The fact that what he was doing was illegal was wrong. And it's going against the will of the people. In other words, saying if the will of the people elected Donald Trump, we have a backup plan to take him out. Okay. But since he was anti-Trump, he can be taken on MSNBC and go, okay, spew your narrative, spew your bullshit, because you're given a platform. Even what you did should be highly illegal. You're talking about going against the will of the people, but since Trump is bad, we're going to bring you on and let you spew your bullshit.
So while the Democratic Party may not be in power, while Donald Trump may have the executive branch and they may have the Senate, that doesn't mean that the Democratic Party isn't, and the establishment, because more importantly than the Democratic Party, it's the establishment, isn't entrenched in the media. Like we said, they put their own narrative. And so because they don't have the 3 branches of government, they take the fourth estate, right, which is the propaganda machine. That's how the Democrats have power. You can't say that the Democrats have no power. They have power through the propaganda machine of the fourth estate, the fake fourth estate, because that's not the real journalism that's going on. Another guy is, of course, CNN's Jake Clapper, who is a director of the National Intelligence under President Barack Obama, and he was the top official. And he, of course, has been peddling the Russiagate conspiracy theory as well. And there's just so many. James Baker, who's a former FBI general counsel.
John Brennan.
Legal analyst. Josh Campbell, aide to James Comey. Asha Rangappa, FBI special agent. Stephen Hall, former CIA Moscow station chief. And an outspoken critic of Trump, Phil Mudd, a former FBI and CIA official. And you guys can look through these. I mean, there's just so many, too many to count. And MSNBC, of course, the one Pasta just said, John Brennan, who is a former CIA director, which is, I mean, that's no small title
Clapper.
right there. Yeah. Exactly. And it just goes on and on and on and on and on.
Yeah. Now, at what point did the left, let me get the air quotes over there, get behind the CIA and the FBI? I mean, I thought spooks in the intelligence department were the epitome of evil. They were the ones who were the government within the government, going around bombing other countries with their own agenda, and they are the people that must be stopped.
Yeah, they're the ones that should be investigated.
Exactly. Since when did we get behind them and start giving them platforms? And this is absurd. This is crazy.
And exactly, Pasta. And that's the thing. Well, they got in there because without that, there wouldn't be they wanted to make sure they held power in every direction. So they have, depending on who's president or who is in power, you have the executive, the legislative, and the judicial branch. But the people always had the fourth estate as a way to hold these people accountable. Well, what the CIA did is they embedded these people, the FBI and the CIA and these intelligence agencies, into the media, which was supposed to go after these people. So when they embedded them in there, they were able to manipulate what they said, who they went after, and in turn make them work in actual collusion with the military-industrial complex and the security state. So now we have the perfect marriage, and I think it's only going to get worse with Joe Biden. And this is why, because we've already seen what they've done during this whole election from the primary till now to protect their party, their interest, and Joe Biden. What else do you think is going to happen once they get in office? Do you think Joe Biden's magically just going to nominate a bunch of progressives for these cabinet positions? No, he's going to nominate a bunch of spooks, because that's what they're going to do. They're going to continue to hold their power, and CNN and MSNBC are not going to mention anything Joe Biden has done. It's going to be up to us. If he becomes president, it's going to be up to us to hold him accountable. And people are going to make excuses because he's the new guy, and they're going to be like, give him a chance. He just got in. Well, Trump left us in a really bad position. I mean, I can tell you what's going to happen because it's happened before.
Well, let me say this much, ladies and gentlemen, go look up Operation Mockingbird. Operation Mockingbird was a operation by the CIA to embed their own personnel within the CIA, the FBI, into the media, so they can control the narrative. They can manufacture consent to go and bomb a country. Operation Mockingbird. In fact, just recently, the CIA has bragged that they have pretty much operatives or journalists that are working for them in every single branch of the major 6 companies you talked about. That's how dangerous it is right now. And the fact that we now praise these people, but that's what Hollywood did. FBI shows where they like those people and whatnot, and you get Jack Ryan. It subconsciously makes you think it's okay. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, we need to get back, and we need to step outside this bullshit and say what's really, really going on and change this. Spooks should not be involved in the Fourth Estate. And by the way, fam, aren't we the Fourth Estate?
What we need is a Fifth Estate, because the Fourth Estate no longer serves the purpose, right? The Fourth Estate is propaganda machines. It's public relations specialists. They're just there to make sure nothing gets out of hand. Now let's talk about Susan Wojcicki really quick, because Susan Wojcicki is the CEO of YouTube. She is very powerful, and of course YouTube is owned by Google. And Google and YouTube pulled hundreds of ads, supposedly of Trump ads, supposedly for violating their policies. Now, this is censorship. And of course, Silicon Valley shouldn't be in charge of this, but too many people have too much Trump derangement syndrome to care that Trump gets censored. I mean, you know, I don't like the guy either, but this led to literally the censorship of everything else, the censorship of our elections, the censorship of independent leftist media, the censorship of censoring journalists from being able to post a New York Post story just because it painted Biden in a bad light. These actions have consequences, and if we don't stop them before you know they get out of hand, this is where we're at. And now we're in a state of full-on censorship. We're gearing towards 1984, an Orwellian reality, and yet people are out here cheering that, oh, we got Donald Trump out, oh, maybe we'll get him out. That, I mean, this is a really bad scenario, because I agree with you, it's only going to get worse with a Joe Biden presidency as far as censorship.
And here's the thing, a lot of people will say, it's a private company. They can do what they want. No, that's a right-wing argument. I hate to say it and stuff like that. No, listen, in the Communications Act that was signed years ago, Amendment 230, we've always talked about that. You have to make a choice. Are you a platform or are you a publisher? If you choose to become a platform, which you can, you are then exempt from any, lawsuits against you, whatnot. You cannot be held accountable for other people's content they put on there. However, to do so, if you go along with being a platform, then you must abide by the antitrust rules, which means you must be given even discourse across the board. You can't be a publisher. Once you say, I'm going to pick winners and losers, you become a publisher. So all these companies, Google, Facebook, Twitter, they have broken these antitrust laws. They've done it to small shows like ours, ladies and gentlemen. So just imagine what they're doing here. That's why I say you're opening up a can of shit worms when you allow the censorship of the United States president. Now you can allow it to anybody. Tulsi Gabbard talked about it. She still has our lawsuit with with Google. If they can do it to me, they can do it to you, and you better believe they will.
But what about hate speech, Pasta? Shouldn't, like, a lot of progressives on my Facebook feed were cheering the censorship of a lot of these right-wing groups. Isn't that okay because it's hate speech and they might be inciting violence and putting people in danger?
Well, that's the thing. We have kind of moved the line, the goalpost on what hate speech actually is and stuff. In fact, when I asked Kamala Harris, are you still willing to go along and suspend Donald Trump's Twitter, despite First Amendment activists like myself who really want to stand by our civil liberties and don't want to see that happen? She goes, damn right I want to take his Twitter down, okay? He doesn't have a right to badger a witness. He called the witness stupid or something like that. We as Americans need to act like adults and really call it for what it is. You can't get Charles Manson on it and say, hey, Uncle James, go kill that person. That's directing somebody to commit violence and whatnot and stuff. And don't get me wrong, there was a question. The most controversial thing that I think that Donald Trump said, where we can talk about, is when the looting starts, the shooting starts.
Yeah.
That can be talked about right now and stuff like that. But that is not even kind of like inciting violence. You're inciting law and order of sorts, is what you're saying. Now, that's a thin line, but that's what we're talking about. What he was saying yesterday and what he says all the time, they can't do that. He calls somebody a donkey, an idiot, whatever. You got to let it up. You got to be an adult. Listen, we can't allow Silicon Valley to decide what we should look at and what we shouldn't look at. If we don't like it, turn the channel. That's simple. But once we do this and we allow what's happening, and the left is cheering it on, and the squad and the AOCs, fam, we are just opening up the door for demons to come flying on in, and the boot will be on all our necks sooner than later. I'm going to go live in the desert.
It's already on our necks. And that's the truth. It's going to be very difficult to fight somebody that people view as more favorable than Trump. Because at the very least, like even Ben Norton mentioned it, Obama was a friendly fascist. I mean, he was the friendly face, right? He was the guy going in there, but he was still being an extreme warmonger. He just had a different approach to it. Oh, we're going to go and spread democracy. We're going to go and save people, humanitarian crisis. That's what the narrative that they use. Whereas Donald Trump's like, no, this guy is a what is it? He's a dictator, so we're going to remove him. It's the same thing with the Democratic versus the Republican Party. One is very blatant. The other one hides behind this language of symbolism and just platitudes. Yeah. And so that's what we're going to see. And I just wanted to point out, Pasta, on the Wisconsin elections, because we talk about these elections because, again, our elections, unfortunately, aren't run by and for the people. They're run by corporate America, for corporate America, and the military-industrial complex, and the security state, etc. That's who our elections are for. As long as everything's cool there, they don't really care who the puppet is, and that's what we have to come to terms with. Now, the Wisconsin Election Commission, I wanted to point this out. This is a central count system, okay? And the question is, in a county that uses a central count system, who then delivers the ballots to the central count location? Because we had a question about that. And so one option, it says, is for at least 3 inspectors, preferably all inspectors, to accompany the ballots to the central count. When the municipality's ballots are counted, the inspectors sign the Municipal Board of Canvassers statement and deliver the completed document to the municipal clerk. The second option is for the clerk or 2 inspectors to deliver the ballots to the central count. At least 3 inspectors, preferably all inspectors, acting as the Municipal Board of Canvassers, meet the following morning to sign the municipal canvass, which includes the tabular statement, summary, and certification. So when there are no offices or referenda on the ballot, either 2 election inspectors or the municipal clerk deliver the ballots to the central count location. And it says it's a good idea for the municipal clerk not to deliver ballots to the central count if the clerk is a candidate at that election. Okay, it's a good idea. It doesn't say it's not allowed, by the way, just pointing that out. So, okay, they're supposed to have 3 people, but there's zero transparency as to, okay, where they put it. Is there a tracking system? The times they have to do it? Who's going to be there to receive it? It's a very vague and very broad. And all it says is you need to have 3 people, and that's that. And so what happened in Wisconsin was that they were able to hold these ballots until they felt comfortable releasing them. And that's why we were able to see all of this happening at once. And that's what it was called. And like I said, my source was saying that they had this up their sleeve, that they knew that this was going to happen. And so it painted the picture that the race was much closer than what it was. But again, we don't know how though they manipulated those ballots, or if they manipulated them or not. We don't know, because there's zero way for us to view the transportation and the whole protocol of that process.
Yeah, and it gets even dirtier with our elections with the counties. So the state might have a mandated way of doing things and direct certain counties to do certain things. But if a county, even for instance, if Alex Padilla, who's a Democrat, and there's a Republican area in that county, Republicans can really have weigh in that election and fix some things because they're controlling that county. And that's what, like I said, it's a cartel. We have to fix these situations. Now, I want to end this last bit of the folder right here from this little video because I want people to grasp about what's going on. They really do think that our elections are fair, but they're not. And I remember this old quote, and I can't remember who said it. It says, "But don't ever be deceived to think that the rich will allow you to vote away their wealth. It's not going to happen." It's all about the economic policies. Americans are not stupid. One of the reasons why Ben Norton said that we took down Bolivia is because we don't want Americans, the elites don't want Americans seeing people with socialized medicine and actual social safety nets that give them education and whatnot. The little things, you know, that other countries take for granted, we don't even get, like healthcare. So the more we see these social problems, they want to crush that. They want to make sure that their economic policies, okay, their monetary system keeps us all enslaved in an austerity measure. When 80% of Americans are working paycheck to paycheck, that's a failed capitalist, crony capitalist system. So I want you to listen to what this one gentleman says right here. This guy is awesome. He's Greek, and I'm 7 to 8% Greek. His name is Yanis Varoufakis, and he is a leftist economic advisor of sorts. You know what I'm saying? He's an economist. But he gives advice. He goes around doing seminars. Take a look at this real quick. It's just a really 1 minute and 9-second clip, and listen to what he says.
That felt like laser beams. And he gets the floor and he said one sentence, which is the one that I'm going to leave you with. Elections cannot be allowed to change economic policy. Got it? My response was, this is excellent news to the Chinese Communist Party because they believe that too. And I then came up with a proposal. This is why they hated me. I was very moderate. I said, in that case, Wolfgang, let's ban elections in bankrupt countries. Let's come out and declare that in the European Union, you can only have democracy if you're a creditor country. If you're a debtor country, no democracy. Elections cannot be allowed to change anything because we have a loan agreement. We have a debtor's prison. Let's put Greece in the workhouse. I didn't say all these things, but I did say the thing about the Chinese Communist Party.
But you see what he said. Elections cannot change economic policies. I'll say it again. Elections cannot change economic policies. And if you think about it, fam, the powers that be, they need this system in play more than anything. They need us enslaved to their monetary system. Mm-hmm. I think it's 400 people control 80% of the resources in this world. They need us plugged in to their economic system. So therefore, the illusion of a democracy is what we have, not an actual democracy. And if we don't kick this in the butt, I mean, you know.
The illusion's wearing thin. I think people are starting to realize that
Jesus.
It's definitely an illusion. Especially as this illusion starts wearing off and they start feeling it in their pockets and they start seeing it around their homes and their neighborhoods, that illusion is quickly going to wear off and they're going to be like, wait a minute now. Ultimately, I think, unfortunately, a lot of humanity needs to learn the hard way. A lot of humanity needs to be directly affected, especially in America, the land of distractions. And, why do you think we have Donald Trump as a president? He was a celebrity. He was a public figure. This didn't happen overnight. We're the country of Kim Kardashian and valuing people for an aesthetic rather than anything actually deeper than that. So it's no surprise we have Donald Trump as president. So again, the illusion is wearing thin, the system is falling apart, and in order to actually defeat the root cause of that system, we can't be distracted by this semblance of this holographic party that is really non-existent in opposition, and that's just really there to distract us and push us back into the reins of the oligarchy. And that's the Democratic Party. And I firmly believe until the Democratic Party literally is powerless, and until people feel it really hard, feel the economy sinking, lose their homes, lose their jobs in great numbers, we're not really going to see that movement of general strike and people going out there and realizing that the elections only go so far. because you're not choosing these elections. So you got to work on having the democracy to choose these elections if you want to change anything. But that's going to take too long. We don't have that time. So in order to accelerate that process, you have to do it outside in strategy, meaning you have to go outside through direct action and then also push those direct actions into making changes. For instance, one of the good things that's happening in California is the Measure J, which is pretty much a form of defunding the police. It's not called that, but they're taking money and putting it back into the community. And of course, the removal of Jackie Lacey for George Gascon, which is all but certain at this point. That would have never happened, you guys. That would have never, ever, ever happened without these people protesting in the streets. This is what I mean by an outside-inside movement. You get that, you make your demands, and then you make it happen on the inside. That is the only way to actually make change, and it's at a local level. It's 100% at a local level.
But we can't stop with just the George Gascon because he probably wasn't the person we wanted anyways,
not at all.
And stuff like that. And you know, I mean, I invite people to get on this whole election integrity ride with us and stuff and pay attention to what's going on, to push for change within your local communities, your county, whatnot. Put pressure on the Secretary of Elections if you have that, or your Secretary of State who's running your elections and stuff. This is where the battle can be won or lost. I firmly believe if it comes down to the selection of one person, one vote, we will get the representation we need. We have a representative government. So if we are going to elect, if if our elected officials aren't really elected, they're selected, we'll never get out of the woods, and we'll never see true democracy, and we'll never see true prosperity for all of us. And we are rapidly sinking in quicksand right now. Economically, we are divided. And let me tell you something else, fam. We don't know about this whole situation. If Biden comes out with this win, if this stands, we're not out of the woods, okay? I think the Trump people will feel that they were cheated, and I cannot disagree with them. And if they feel they were cheated, they still might have something to say. And I would hate to see people being pitted at each other when it's the elites that want that. So they keep us divided, and they run off with all the resources that we talked about. Fam, anything else to wrap up the show?
No, fam.
By the way, I had a super chat from Keel Jones. Keel Jones, thanks for doing what you all do. Thank you, Keel Jones, for that super chat contribution. It does mean a lot to us. Stephen Torres, thank you, fam, for all your coverage and your relentless journalism. Love you all. We really just witnessed a presidential coup, and people are okay with it because of their TDS.
Yep.
Shameful. I don't know if it's shameful, but it's more sad. I tell you that much. Thank you, Stephen Torres. It is sad that they're not understanding what's going on.
And we'll see who are the few journalists that have the courage to commitment to the truth, to call it out, because it's going to be very few people, because you're going to get attacked viciously if you even try to attempt to say that this is a sort of coup. If you attempt to say that this is rigged, be prepared for the attack. But it is those that are willing to take those attacks that are the real journalists here.
And learn about the systematic change we need within the election system. Watch us. We're more than just good looks and just, smart people and funny. We know about elections. We know about a lot of things. There's certain things that we have a wheelhouse, electoral politics, elections, foreign policy, civil liberties. We pay close attention to that stuff. Fam knows a lot about Medicare for All, Green New Deal. We have our wheelhouses. And when you don't have big corporate overlords telling you what you do, and you're just free to do what we can do, is to speak our minds, speak our truths, tell our opinions, you're going to get good, solid information you can build upon. I know people last night who said if they didn't watch us for the first time and they weren't with us, what they were seeing on MSNBC and CNN would have been religion.
Well, they wouldn't have believed what happened.
What really happened.
Right.
But watching us and staying there, like, my hairdresser, she said, Pasta, it was amazing watching the election with you and stuff. I mean, you're fun and entertaining, but I didn't realize I would learn so much in your perspective from you and Fiorella, what you guys are telling me. They never told me that on MSNBC and CNN. I said, duh, and they never will, because they have an objective, and then that is to get you to be blind and stupid and not knowing what the hell is going on, okay?
Yep.
So that is true. Thanks for doing what you all do. We appreciate that, Keel Jones. Johnny.
Yeah, I just want to show that in LA, there were people out and about on the streets in downtown. And, there was a huge police presence before the election began. So that election day and then all throughout the night, people got arrested last night for literally just standing there. So here, a cat with news shows that LAPD, was being rough with this kid, and he says, while being rough with this kid, at the same time, LAPD suddenly begins again enforcing their First Amendment zone several blocks away. Meanwhile, nearly every NLG LA legal observer is being kettled and arrested. I just want to show y'all that this is happening. He also says, I can't imagine why they'd want to limit press exposure to actions like this. You can see how they're forcing him
What was the
to
action?
the ground. They're just arresting a bunch of protesters, and they were telling all the news to stay back like a couple blocks away.
Protesters for what, though?
They're just out there standing in downtown LA. I believe they were in front of the the arena.
The Staples Center?
Arena?
Yeah,
Staples Center.
Staples Center. There wasn't an actual protest or anything.
Right.
It was.
So,
I think it's just a bunch of people coming out.
What they're gonna do is just arrest people and then drop charges. They're gonna try to get them off the street, whatnot. Not go through with the
That's
pressing
exactly what they
charges.
did, actually. So
Yeah.
Vishal said he has a picture here with a bunch of NLG people here. Vishal has been on the streets since the very beginning, and we've had him on the show, and you've heard his perspective on the show, and I've coordinated that interview with multiple journalists and protesters. Absolutely iconic moment. Legal observers have been released. Shout out to NLGLA for always being on the ground, on the front line. Confirmed that every legal observer on location was arrested and detained.
Yeah.
So then we have this video here that was sent to me by one of those journalists, and you can hear that it says here the LAPD has officially gone full Minority Report. Let's hear what they say.
Because we stopped them prior to committing the crime. So what we're going to do is get their information. We're going to give them a dispersal order to leave the area, and then we'll go from there.
So what do you plan on charging them with right now?
I'm sorry?
What do you plan on charging them with?
Right now, we're not charging them with anything. What we did was detain them for reasonable suspicion. So we can't charge them for a crime because we stopped them prior to committing the crime. So what we're going to do is get their information. We're going to give them a dispersal order to leave the area.
Yeah. That's they're going to try to keep the streets clear. Yeah.
Reasonable suspicion.
That's awful, but I'm
that's like making you taking away your constitutional rights. What happened to me, myself, and Fiorella and Eva when we got arrested on May 30th, taking away our constitutional right, our time, our energy, detaining us, not being able to move around our arms, my hands, my wrists being zip tied to the maximum. Very tight, and being detained like that for about 2 hours, thrown in the back of a van with other people who, and this was right in the peak of COVID back in May, and 4 people on each side in a dark van with no AC, taken to another place, and then released with a charge of disobeying a peace order. And then now they did the same thing to all these protesters here. So I'm just showing you that, because we haven't really talked about that, but I just wanted to show it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just really, I'm just scared of that. Whoever wins, right? This is going to turn into we're going to protest. If Trump wins, we're going to protest Trump. And if Biden wins, I don't know if the protests are going to continue as much. I mean, there's a lot of co-option in this movement, unfortunately. And I think that, this movement needs to make sure it's independent of whoever becomes president. Whatever issue you have should be issue-based. It shouldn't be dependent on who's the president of the United States. That movement, that's never going to get you anywhere. Whether it's Trump or Biden you're protesting, that's not going to get you anywhere. If you're protesting the election, sure, that's you protesting the election, and that's right. What I'm afraid of is that we're going to turn people protesting Donald Trump's election and then protesting the election stuff against each other. And honestly, they shouldn't be against each other. They should be on the same side.
Yep.
We should be protesting issues and not protesting who's president. And let's hope that whatever happens, it doesn't go that route, because if it does, then we're gonna be the ones losing. It's gonna become about your political ideology, about these two idiot, right-wing presidential candidates, rather than the issues, and it's gonna backtrack us even more.
Yeah. Deaco, thank you so much. You had the best election coverage. Name is pronounced Deha. Forgot to include that in the earlier super chat. Thank you, Deha.
Thank you.
You were awesome. And Mandy Jones, make America protest war again. Yeah.
Yes.
See, you want to get people out to a protest. I really wish they would get out there for that one
Yeah.
stuff, you know. Like I said, one of the best tweets we saw yesterday was congratulations to Raytheon for winning the election and whatnot. It was by Dick Medhurst. It's just the truth, man. Right now, no matter what, no matter who wins this election, the bombing will not stop.
The bombing will continue.
So that's it, ladies and gentlemen, for our election coverage. We want to thank you for joining in on our YouTube, our Rokfin, our Facebook, our Twitter. We have many people following us, and if you want to go to our Patreon and help us out, you'll get us to have those more boots on the ground. We always take your finances that you give us and put it into play. So thank you so much. We got anything else, John? For Pasta Jardula,
Fiorella,
Johnny Sue on the ones and twos for your special election coverage. Stay tuned. This thing might not be over 4 weeks before we crown a new emperor of the United States.
Convo out. Oh, and guys, I will be on Crosstalk.
It's not live. It's taped.
It's not. I know, but I will let you guys know when I go on there.
Yeah.
All right, Convo out.
Peace.